Greetings and aloha, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? It's Mike's from LiveMyAssOff.com. I hope the morning, I hope right now, absolutely this second is the best moment of your life. And if you know me, and no, I'm not kidding, actually. Back in 30 guy. Sorry. Todd says back in 30 because Family Guy is coming on. See, you've got your priorities set absolutely correctly, Todd. And I really, really appreciate it. And I'm ticked off because my light keeps falling over. But how are you guys doing? Welcome to the Pigeon Cam. Kind of an overcast day here in the Big Mango. But a damn good day for a broadcast, ain't it? We're on $8 microphone today because I tried it yesterday. And hello from Atlanta. Rockman, good to see you. Philippines On Demand. Bill, or what do you prefer now? Is it William? Do you prefer William, brother? Because I'll refer to you to the best of my ability, that whatever is relevant. My brother from another mother. Yeah, so the live broadcast yesterday was absolutely imperfect. Thank you very much, Todd. I'm glad your priorities are correct. Family Guy first, Mike second. Absolutely. Absolutely. Caesar, good to see you, buddy. Thanks so much. I also want to thank Gary, who was giving me crap about my audio clipping yesterday. Last night at 8:30 my time. Gave me crap about my audio clipping, of course, 12 hours before the broadcast was going to start. So thanks a lot, buddy. Gary was my boss for a while. Gary was the chief engineer for our bucket of radio stations. And he was out of Phoenix and I was out of San Diego. And then I got the big break of my life where he allowed me to be the chief engineer. I went from assistant chief in San Diego. Then I went over to St. Louis and became the chief engineer for 2 radio stations at the time. And then in less than 13 months, we became a giant bucket of about 8 radio stations, which is really, really kind of neat, actually, because from an engineering perspective, we really don't compete, right? And so it's kind of like this fraternity of engineers. And then all of a sudden, we all started working for the same company. So, and to be in Thailand. I'm sure the royal family are all Somervilles, as they should be. Completely agree, David. Paul, good to see you. Thank you for swinging by. You guys were like here. You and Aaron were both here at 8 o'clock. So thank you. What I'm trying today is basically we're just going to sit here and we're going to wait for Todd to come back. But what I'm trying today is StreamYard. Many of you have heard of it, and it allows me to put the comments up here, as well as I'm trying it because I have bitchin' protein shake this morning. It allows me to try a couple of other things too. So we're going to mess around with this. And you got to see it at the table. You know that for sure. Okay, Bill, outstanding. Well, Bill, I'm stoked that you're here. Bill's got a new, okay, so Bill still has Philippines On Demand, but then he has Life with Bill, LWB, as a new channel on YouTube. And it's really cool. And sadly, one of the topics that he talks about are the riots in Detroit, where he grew up. And the sad part, the reason I said that is because currently there's riots going on in the United States. And so his topics are relevant and timely. Definitely good to see you. Morning, Stephen. Good to see you, buddy. Good Monday morning in Bangkok. You at the office or are you at home? I think you're home officing now for a while, right? Medtech says the pool looks too far away from base of building to jump from your balcony. What are you, double dog daring me? Believe me, I absolutely thought of that. And the amount of trajectory I'd have to get, I don't think I would be, I don't think I'm skilled enough to be able to do that and have it, end in success. So I'm going to blow that off for the time being, but ¿Qué pasó? Todo bien aquí, mi amigo. Todo bien aquí. Completamente gratis is live stream happening right now. Hey, Maya, good to see you, Ron. Glad you're here, buddy. And here we go. Mostimportantperson.com right there. Ladies and gentlemen, the mighty Gracie. Gracie's on the way to Mombusao, if you know anything about the topology of the Philippines, from her home in Hamilton. And she's got an appointment in about an hour and a half. So good to see you, honey. I love you like crazy. Watching while waiting for the lawyer. Yeah, if you didn't know, so Gracie's divorcing me and she's going to get one. No, I'm teasing. We're actually going through the process of making sure that we can get her daughter a passport so she can start traveling with us when we're able to travel, which of course, as you might guess, is one of the main topics of today being June 1st. And so we'll talk a little bit about what's been announced here in the Big Mango, as well as for the entire Land of Smiles. But I'm stoked you're here, honey. I hope everything's going great. Gracie also just got a new motorbike. If I can find a shot, she sent me one on WhatsApp, so I'll show you a picture of her new motorbike. Bill says I had Minnesota's back until they started looting. Now it's becoming something entirely different, bro. Yeah, and I totally get that. I don't know. I mean, I was just sort of a little quip, on my on the title of the live stream today. But I'm a lover, not a looter. And I just don't get it, guys. I just don't get it. And it saddens me big time, Bill. If I want to use my Samsung A01 as a Walkman, how do I do it, please? The short answer, if I were you, is I would download the app called TuneIn, TuneIn. And then probably, since it's a brand new model, it may or may not have a headphone jack, or usually if it does have a headphone jack, the device will come with headphones. So you should be good there. Otherwise, you got to go buy some earbuds, or you potentially need to go buy a Bluetooth headset. And the short answer there, because of where we are, he's in Bangkok too, just cruise over to Fortune Town. And just like basically walk up on, like, I think it's the 3rd or the 4th floor or whatever, and say, Bluetooth headset. And they'll have an unlimited assortment of them for you. Thank you for the 21 people watching right now. I am honored you've come by in a big way. And hopefully Gracie can stay. Gracie says buses are already resuming. I'm not sure about jeepneys. And so that's good to hear, because that is a live boots on the ground report from the Philippines. And so that's really good. Now she's not in Metro Manila, but nonetheless. Mr. Betch, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Caesar, pay for unlimited minutes, or can I do with 200 baht credit on the phone function? So if you're going to start streaming music, then so you're asking Mike's, what Mike's would do. I get unlimited everything. I get unlimited data. I get solid glass into my, for my internet. I have unlimited data on my phone, which basically means there's a discussion that occurs when I hit 100 gigs. It's almost impossible to hit 100 gigs unless I were to upload a video every single day. So I would submit to you, Paul, that you could probably get away with a package that is, again, this is if you're doing post-pay. If you're doing prepay, then prepay is actually a really great way to kind of figure out like how much you're really going to need. Like you put in 200 baht, put in 200 baht, put in 200 baht. I mean, for like 99 baht, you can get like 10 gigs of data. So whether you're AIS or True or whatever, I would recommend you go to their office and just simply say, okay, so how much do I get for like 100 baht? And I would prepay 100 baht and then figure out like how much you're using on a regular basis. So 2 or 3 months from now, then you'll be able to make a more educated decision on, hey, so what kind of post-pay plan should I get? Additionally, if you're a Netflix guy, my experience with AIS, if you have AIS, but True also does these packages too, is that if you get a package, a post-pay package, like Gracie and I got a Netflix account for free for 3 months, and then I got unlimited data on my phone. So good morning. Gotta love Thailand. Good to see you. Glad you've come by. Yeah, home office for the meantime, although Dell Bangkok open today, limited seats though. Yeah, are they just like doing the spacing? Stephen works for the world-class company Dell Technologies. Or actually, that's a better question. Do you work for Dell EMC? I can't remember how they split it up over here in the Land of Smiles. Anyway, Stephen's a great guy. If you guys need anyone to fix your laptop, he's the guy because he's from Dell. No. I give him crap about that. No, Steven does data center stuff. So if you've got a company that's basically doing more than about 100 million in top line revenue, that's the guy you talk to. He's not 1-800 Dell laptop support. Great guy. Maple Leaf Dave, how much a month is your place again? So it is 12,000 baht. And so at the current exchange rate, I can tell you exactly how much that is. I believe that it is approximately $370. It is 41 square meters. It is a 1-bedroom $378 US for 12,000. And if you and since you since you're Maple Leaf Dave, I'm going to go with your Canadian, so that would be basically $520 Canadian. How's that for excess data? So what we have a word actually in San Diego, California, for 40 square meter apartments that cost less than $400. It's free. But again, I'm in Bangkok, right? I'm not in San Diego. So Rackman says wingsuit would make it up to the pool. You know, it's funny. I thought about that actually, because you know the ones, and then they have like the fabric underneath. But I have a feeling that one of those would probably cost more than my monthly rent. And so to that point, Mike's pool, today's June 1st. It should be open. It should be. You're right. And it's not, sadly, because I guess the woman, or the report I received from the woman at the sort of office that runs the entire condo complex, she stated that the government says that we don't have, or that we need to have a certain amount of, like, you know, not necessarily lifeguards, but we need to have a certain amount of people that will pretty much monitor like who goes in and goes out. And I'm assuming that means, you know, temperature and that sort of thing. Keep their distance. And we don't have those here. And so unfortunately, because of the lack of staff, they're making the statement that that is the reason that they're not opening the pool yet. But I anticipate it'll open pretty soon. I mean, there's a guy that goes down and cleans it every morning. But of course, if you don't do that, regardless of whether there's people or not, you know, obviously you need to maintain your pool. Tranquilo, qué bueno. Via Comba, Ecuador, yes? No quiero. MetTech says, I started watching Garnache videos today. Thank you for the recommendation. You're very welcome. And again, the cool part about him is that every time I've reached out to him, he's gotten back to me, certainly within 24 hours. And again, I don't know what he's up to right now. I'm going to say probably 300 subs. And so if you think that he's doing a good job, here's the cool thing about him too. If you think he's doing a lousy job, let him know, because I would submit he's probably got a thicker skin than I do, but also he's trying to, he believes the value that he is adding, the advice that he is giving is good. And so far I would agree with that summary. He's given good advice so far, which is kind of nice. But yeah, good. I'm glad. I didn't know whether it would be a good solution for you guys, but I'm really glad it is. Mr. Mitch, riders tore the hell out of Seattle last night also. See, and that's the deal. I don't even know which one, because I really try and not focus on that. We were talking about that yesterday on my sort of impromptu live stream, as far as, you know, look, I can have opinions about this or whatever. Some of the guys were talking about Aztec, and some of the other guys, Damo, the guys from Aussie. And so, they were like, but the reality is that I really just try and focus on the stuff in life that I pretty much have control over, you know, to the best of my ability, meaning my response. And I try and focus on the positive and that sort of thing. And I'm like, yep, absolutely. Welcome to the cool kids table, dude. That's what I am. I am pretty focused on that myself. And I'm definitely a big fan of that. So very cool. Joseph, you were here yesterday as well. Thank you, Joseph Pinto. Good to see you, my friend. This is Billy. I changed my hat. So Life with Bill. See, so I thought Billy was the young kid, but I guess if you're going from the beginning, right, then it is Billy. So always good to see you, buddy. Life with Bill. Hello, my name is Bill. You guys ever see the movie My Name is Bill W? If you want an interesting look on the birth, as well as, quite frankly, wild success, in my estimation, of Alcoholics Anonymous, I highly recommend that. I don't know if it's on Netflix or whether it's on Amazon Prime or whatever, but My Name is Bill W, an excellent movie. And you gotta love Thailand. I did not get notified. Thank God for Facebook. Yes, I know. And I don't know what it is, guys. I don't know what it, like, I mean, I've mentioned to you before. It's not like Rob just started doing this, you know, at the same time I did. 55,000 subs. I don't get notified when Rob gets when Rob goes live. I don't get really notified. I get notified in the app, but I don't get notified by email, which is what I specified when he gets a new. So I will tell you right now, I'm very honored and completely happy about the fact that you guys pay attention, even when there's not notifications there. That's a real honor, you guys. You like proactively are like, okay, when is he going live next, or whatever. I hope the community tab is helping with that. I hope there's a number of places where you can, get the correct data. Bill says, this is cool. Was able to give a much deserved extra thumbs up here. Absolutely, dude. It's great having two YouTube channels. You can vote twice, basically. Vote and vote often. Tampa has curfew as of 7:30 tonight because of rioting. So by contrast, as of today, the curfew in Thailand, it used to go from 10 to 4. And then they moved it from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. And now it is 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. The other nice thing, and I'm going to bring up this website and we're going to go over some of the data. It's called tatnews.org, TAT, Tourism Authority of Thailand. And, oh, look, I just got a message that I went live. Good to know. Mike, you're doing this right now. Let us make sure we notify you. No, not the listeners, but the broadcaster. So anyway, yeah, tatnews.org, if you want to go to that. They've got about 3 or 4 really sort of relevant articles that they published in the last 2 to 3 days. But anyway, to the point right now, and then we'll get to this a little bit later, but the point of the whole, the curfew changing, I looked at the bus schedule, and one of the things that I found interesting about the curfew, right, was the fact that let's see. Well, okay, so I'll tell you what. Let's probably do this now, but let me get to some comments, and then we'll talk about that if you'd like. But good morning from Texas. Ralph, good to see you, buddy. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Rockman says the CNN building had windows broken at the entrance. Tense situation. Famous restaurant burned out in Buckhead, north of downtown. And I know exactly where that CNN building is. In fact, I was there for what we refer to as the International Convention that happened in, let's see, it is 2010. So that happened in 2015. It was there. And it was so right there at the stadium. And that was amazing. And then you can go for tours, right, with the CNN building. So, and that's like a nice part of town too. And so I'm really disappointed that this is happening. I'm not going to go into that a lot today, other than to basically talk about how grateful I am that that is not something that A, I want to participate in, and B, that is happening around me. Now, listen, here's the deal. Like, it wasn't the first year that it was happening, but after a few years of it happening, the time that I started showing up in Thailand, they had the, sort of smaller riots here, red shirts, yellow shirts, right? And then they were protesting, and then they were walking and everything. And so I don't have firsthand experience with being anywhere sort of near that. In other words, I wasn't near like the burning cars and things, but I mean, I remember coming out of the JW, and we're in the taxi, and the guy like stops, and he's just like sitting there like this, and there's like no cars coming. I'm like, dude, what are we doing, right? And he goes, oh, no, yellow. And then the whole bunch of people in yellow shirts basically just like walked down the street, and there were no cars. There were just these people. And then after they did that, then we went, and they didn't come over and like tip over the car. And quite frankly, their focus was they're like, look, if you're a foreigner, like, we got no use for you, right? Because I mean, you can't vote, and you're not like here, for the, or at least that was my impression. And I know Scott Mallon obviously was here for every single moment of that. So if you'd like some more data on that, I highly recommend that you go over to his channel to potentially and reach out to him to get some sort of contrast. He may have done a live stream on it yesterday, for all I know. I sadly didn't really look into that. But again, if you're looking at like the contrast of like what happened with the riots sort of here in Thailand, 7 years ago or so, he's a great source for that. And additionally, like I said, Life with Bill, if you're looking for like, okay, so here's what happened in the 60s or 70s, I can't remember, or maybe even 80s, I don't know, in Detroit during those riots, Life with Bill is the channel you guys want to hang out at. Because unfortunately, he's got a ton of stuff to talk about now. So anyway, and this keeps jumping around, and so I'm really bummed about that. So I will try and get to the most current comment. If I miss your comment and it goes past, just feel free to repost. Dell Technologies for the moment, mate. Got it. But lots of us still use the VCE, and if you guys don't know really anything about sort of, world-class data center infrastructure, then you probably have never heard of VCE, and you couldn't care about it. You don't care about it, but it was the company that I believe had the most integrity. And I kind of touched on that as far as the number of people that worked there was about 1,500. And so I'm noticing that the culture that we're building here, i.e. the cool kids table, right, from livemyassoff.com, is we're at about 1,300 stubs. And I want to thank you guys big time so much for subscribing and coming back and hanging out and keeping me sane. All 28 of you that are here right now, it tells me that I have 5 thumbs up. And I'm not quite sure whether StreamYard is totally accurate on that. So what I will do is I'll cruise over to the channel. Oh, do you guys hear the announcement outside? It's funny, when I first heard that, I'm like, oh my God, they're telling everyone, go outdoors, oh, 15 thumbs up. Yeah, see, so unfortunately it's not accurate that I have here. So that's a drag, but nonetheless, I really do appreciate it. And I am honored that you guys come by. I'm thrilled that you thumbs up. You know what's funny? And 20 thumbs up. Thank you. You know what's interesting about the thumbs up, thumbs down thing? 21, you guys are so rad. Is that I mentioned before, Bill actually says the same thing. He's like, look, if you're going to thumbs down, that's fine. But if you're going to do it, like, provide me with some data on why you did that. I mean, if you just don't like me, well, then go to another channel. If you're going to click, if you're going to use up that one click, then click to another channel, right? But if you're going to thumbs down, then let us know why. Like I've always said, and I always said this at my VCE global user group meetings that we got to start, which is like, look, if you really like this and you got some value out of this, tell one of your friends, bring one of your friends over. But if you disliked it, tell me. Like, tell me why, and what you think I can do to add value. And if you say, well, I just don't like purple shirts, Mike, well, then quite frankly, that's not good enough. And the cool thing is that I would also submit that here in the Brian, good to see you, buddy. I would also submit that the cool kids table is self-monitored. And so anyway, to that point. That was a little bit more about VCE than you probably wanted to know. But then when isn't it? It's so funny. Gomar Hike like cruised by. This is like a couple of live streams ago. And he's like, what's the topic today? And I'm like, topic, dude. Anything, quite frankly, that you guys want to talk about or questions that you have. That's the topic. Rat Race Rebel, what area in Bangkok? I'm looking around Sukhumvit and Soi 48. Yeah, so I'm around Sukhumvit 100 and basically Sukhumvit 101, and so that's where True Digital Park is. So I'm arguably in pretty lower Sukhumvit. Now again, that's the number on the east side, okay, of lower Sukhumvit. So the number on the west side is in the 60s. So if you're looking on Soi 48, then you could be a little bit further north, like up near. So are you looking up near Prakanong? Because that's a really, well, that was an up and coming area. That is arguably not necessarily overpriced. I mean, Ekamai is overpriced. But yeah, if you're near 40, that's cool, man. That's absolutely cool. And I'll tell you right now, though, the reason that I moved down here was because, between like 8 and 10 in the morning and about 4 and 7 p.m., there are times where I would stand there on the BTS platform. Gracie and I would stand there with luggage, and a train would come by, and we're like getting ready to go to the airport, and it would come by, and then like 2 people would fit in there. But, good luck getting in there with like a piece of luggage and a big backpack. So what I found is the further you move away, the opportunities to get on the train increase. And so that's kind of why we chose it down here. And also I'm a tech guy, right? And so I like startups and I like entrepreneurial sort of culture and discussion and that sort of thing. One of my really good buddies just lives like about 1 Sawyer over, and he's an entrepreneur and he's a CEO of this local to Thailand company. It's a Hong Kong company, but they provide, monitoring and GPS tracking and that sort of thing for trucks primarily. So, and then True Digital Park is the largest co-working entrepreneurial sort of space in Southeast Asia. So I was a big fan of that. Thanks for the updates. Becky's Duct Tape. Yeah, I'll get to some more of them too. I didn't go into, hey, RL, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming by yesterday. And thank you for being here today. The Rat Race says, yeah, for real. I go on YouTube to gateway from all of the politics and not stuff going on. Yeah, I mean, I get it. And again, that's something that I hope that we can just sort of talk about here. And you guys are, entertained. And then again, don't forget, I mean, one of the things that I talk about is the things that you tell me to talk about and there are questions that you ask. No, but I thoroughly enjoyed. My name is Earl. Very good. Nice, man. That's very cool. Different comment display than yesterday. Yeah. So yesterday I was using a solution called Lightstream Studio. Their website is go lightstream.com. And if you did watch yesterday's broadcast, while the scrolling, and I can actually make that scroll in another solution. What I cannot do is have different layers of screen here in StreamYard, or Restream for that matter. So unfortunately, I can't have the stuff coming up there, and so this is sort of a manual thing. And I was able to, I can do this with StreamYard, and I can do this with Restream. So yeah, let me know in the comments actually whether you prefer this, or whether it would be better to have the comments scrolling on the left. Several of you have actually mentioned that that's better, because as I kind of am delayed occasionally, certainly when it gets over about 20 people watching concurrently, I'm usually about 10 to 15. Like right now we're talking with Patrick, and that comment came at 8:45 and it's 8:55. So I'm about 10 minutes behind. And so one of you said that, well, yeah, it's nice when the comments are going up there because we see the current ones that are coming, but then, we know like sort of where you are. So anyway, if you've already commented on that, and the data that I have already is as accurate as it will be now as it was last time, no need to re-comment. But what I still need to do is I need to buy a laptop. And so the last month, Gracie and our expenses were a little bit higher than normal. And I looked out basically into the end of July. So starting in August, September, October, November, and what my sort of income is, meaning the amount that I'm going to decide I want to spend and feel comfortable and or not distracted by it, basically. So I'm like, well, I could deal with like this for right now. Believe me, I would like to get a laptop that costs about $1,200, and then use OBS on that, and then use multiple screens. That would be kind of cool. But honestly, for right now, this is like definitely good enough in my opinion. And I can also try Go Lightstream again. I mean, again, it's not like I'm paying for those guys, but I can only use it 4 hours a month, unless I want to have a paying subscription, much like StreamYard right here. Arl says I got a notification just at the top right of my screen, but I get that whenever Rob or Lost or new vids go on YouTube. Yeah. I know what you mean. You have the notifications turned on in your browser. Yeah, it's absolutely imperfect, isn't it? It's frustratingly perfect, actually. There we go. The topic is how to live my ass off. Hashtag Cool Kids Table. Totes my goats. So that I got notifications. Putting new tires on my car today. I got a good deal, 750. I assume you're getting 4. I could live for a month in Thailand on that. On 750, I could live easily on 1,500. But again, you got to remember, like, it's me and Gracie, right? So it's like this team cost. And so there's a cost to her living in the Philippines. There's a cost for me living here. And it's about the same whether she's living here or she's living there, because she has a life there. Now she has a business there, so she generates revenue. So it's not like I'm, just paying for her to like sit around. She's incredibly conscientious. And I'm just, well, would you like me to go into how much I love my girlfriend? I mean, come on, right? It's like, of course, not everything that she does, but much of what she does, I have a gargantuan amount of respect for. So it's kind of a perpetual motion machine of quality teammate. But anyway, yeah. So 750, that's not too bad. You're gonna probably laugh and be like, "Oh my God, you're such a pansy, Mike." I leased my cars because I'd never wanted to like front load the amount of cash into a very quickly depreciating asset. And I didn't want to have to deal. And the other thing too is that, look, you can buy a car that's a couple of years old, and then you get you don't pay for the depreciation and all this. But I wanted to be able to push a button on the dash and have it work 400% of the time. I didn't want to have to deal with oil changes, other than the fact that I needed to deal with oil changes. So what I would do, because I had basically 3 years or less of lease, is that I would replace my car when I needed new tires. And I know that sounds kind of high maintenance, but the reason I did is because for my car, the tires were just under $2,000 for a set of 4, because they were run flats and that sort of thing. And if you've ever been like, oh, I don't need to spend the extra money on run flats because, right, then you've never gotten a flat tire driving over the Coronado Bridge. Because when you're driving over a bridge and you get a flat tire, because of course it's never convenient when you get a flat tire, right? And it's also very rare, of course, in the US. But nonetheless, this is like 4 cars ago. Got a flat. Just as I was hitting the bridge, I heard a and then I have the thing on the dash where it's like, tells me the pounds per square inch in each tire, right? So it's like 36, 35, 34, 33, as I'm like literally like every second that goes by. And I'm like, okay, well, this doesn't scale. And I was on my way to somewhere important. Of course, I had committed to picking up a friend to go to this thing. And so anyway, so I had the run flats and I just like drove off, and it wasn't like that deal where it's like, okay, well, I'm going to probably damage my tire, my wheel, my rim, my, where the wheel well, right? I'm going to possibly rip. And so that was fine. And I literally was going still like 30 miles an hour on this like run flat. And so I said, okay, for the rest of my life, I will always buy run flats, because it's one thing to say, oh, if you get a flat tire, just pull over and like, use the spare and back, and that'll get you to, no, you don't do that on a bridge. Okay. And so anyway, my point is that it was approximately $2,000 to buy new tires. And so I'm like, okay, I've got a 2.5-year-old, 3-year-old car. That's fine. That's basically almost a brand new car. But I would rather spend $2,000 on a down payment and get a brand new car than just get 4 brand new tires. So that was my thinking on that one. And it made completely disagree with the way that other people buy cars. And I totally get that. But I wanted, basically the way that I looked at cars was lately is significantly different to the way that I looked at it when I was like 17, 18. And it was like, it was an expression of who I was, and it was something to do. And I like to restore cars. And so it was like really cool. That sort of thing. And then, but in the last like 4 basically cars that I had, they were transportation appliances. And so all I wanted to do is like get in, push the button, start, go. And then the only thing that I needed to do with that, I had Acuras for a while, is that on the dash, like right inside of the navigation or whatever, it would notify me when I needed to, go to get an oil change. All cars pretty much do that, all newer cars. And so it was tethered to my phone via Bluetooth. And so therefore I just like literally like pushed 2 buttons on the dash. It called my dealer and it made an appointment. And then I showed up usually the next day at like 8 a.m. They did whatever they needed to do to the car, which is, obviously for a brand new car, they changed the oil and they changed the filter, but it was synthetic motor oil. So I didn't have to go like, every 3,500 miles or whatever, which is really kind of ridiculous. But Caesar says, got any killer recipes for homemade coffee? Anybody? I don't. So if you see anyone in here, and I saw you hop in there, Brian. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, really good to see you. And I'm glad that you still come by, which is really cool. Rackman says, was stupid for the yellow shirts to take over Swampy. I don't really know the history behind that. I don't really know the difference between yellow and red. And don't take this the wrong way, this next statement I'm going to make, which is I really don't care. And that it doesn't mean that I don't care that you care. But what the label, the reason I use that statement is that whether I cared or not, it didn't seem like it affected my life here in Thailand. And so, again, many people will label my ignorance as being stupid and not caring about what's going on. But I'm a happier guy because of it. How do these riots compare to LA riots? I was 1 year old at the time for LA riots. You mean when like OJ did his thing? Again, I was living in San Diego at the time, so it was just junk that I was watching on TV. And it did not affect my life in San Diego one bit when it occurred. I had been in San Diego maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe 2 years, something like that. It was like 1991 maybe. But it didn't really have any impact on my life. Watching from Toronto, good to see you, TJ. So what's cool, right? I don't know if you guys saw, it was a live stream and I didn't really do the video really well, but when I was down in Prachuap Currycon, I met this guy, Tom, young guy, and he was like basically traveling around Thailand, teaching English online. And I'm like, oh, so where are you from? He's like, oh, I'm from Canada. And I said, oh, that's cool. Like, whereabouts? And he says, oh, Toronto. And I said, oh, really? I said, well, so my entire family's from Kitchener, Waterloo, and, Hamilton, that sort of thing. He goes, I'm from Hamilton. I said, okay, where? He's like, what do you mean, where? I said, like, where in Hamilton exactly do you live? And he's like, and I'm like, okay, well, that's a kind of a weird question. I said, okay, well, the park on top of the hill? He's like, yeah. And I said, all right, so that street right there, Concession Street? He's like, yeah. I said, okay, my grandparents lived like right there. He's like, what? I'm like literally on the other side of the world from Toronto. And I meet this kid who like lives 2 blocks away from where my grandparents lived. And I spent so many summers as a boy. So anyway, that's really cool. I always smile when I see Toronto, other than the fact that, of course, every Canadian is the nicest person in the whole world you'll ever meet, which is the other reason that I'm trying to get a Canadian passport, because I have dual citizenship. And I'm sort of noticing, as far as my potential future travel, that if I have a U.S. passport, that might not allow me into a country as easy as it would if I had a Canadian passport. So I'm not giving up my U.S. citizenship, believe me, anytime soon. But as far as a document that will allow me to potentially travel with more ease, that might be an option. RL says, I think thumbs down still works for your analytics, so it's not a bad thing. No, totally. And again, I don't particularly like care if the thumbs down is there, but what I would like to have this culture be is one of solution, right? And so if you're going to thumbs down, then it's like, yeah, because the analytic, and I totally get that, RL, thank you, is like, okay, well then what should it be, right? Because I mean, if it, for example, if one of you guys, especially one that I like know and trust and really respect, come back and say, Mike, the audio is just horrible, or like, you know, we're having this thing in the background, it's like kind of annoying. Now, the thing that I joke about Rob about is that on his live streams, more than one, behind him, he had like a doorway, a door frame, right? And so like, and that's like to his second bedroom or something. And the door was open. So like over his shoulder, you could see the door frame and you could see the hinges. And someone's like, I really wish I didn't see those hinges in the background. And I'm like, okay, really? Like your content is that lackluster that people are like actually paying? I mean, if you guys are paying more attention to this microphone than you're paying attention to me, let me know. But to be fair, you know, I like to think that we're having a dialogue here. And, so anyway, I just, the short answer is I take every advantage that I possibly can to give Rob a hard time, because so does he. He's like, how can I give Mike a hard time? Because I got bald before he did. So I'm not as cool as Rob, that's for sure. Rackman says LA was more severe. Minnesota has it bad. Yeah, I've heard that. I didn't hear anything. I didn't know about Seattle. So thank you for the update here, meaning thank you for updating the other guys as well as me. It's not data that I'm going to, you know, set fire to. Yeah, I suppose that's not a good set fire to, you know, and like completely discharge from my life. But I do appreciate the update for the folks here on the channel as well. Caesar asks, the Samsung Galaxy Store, what's there that we need? If you, okay, the short answer is that if you don't have like a hole on your phone, okay, like a little 1/8" jack where you can plug a headset in, then you need a Bluetooth headset. You do not need to go to the Samsung Galaxy Store. At the end of the day, you'll just pay more for exactly what you could get like at MBK, Tech Floor, or Fortune Town IT Mall. So you need a Bluetooth headset, because your question was, how do I use this basically like a Walkman? And then once you go there, once you get this headset, then you have two options. You can either like basically copy files to the phone, which I would submit based on what you've told me and how I've interfaced with you and the amount of phone knowledge that you have. Moving files to your phone will not be, it'll be a little cumbersome for you. And so therefore I would submit that streaming live would probably be a better solution. And there's data everywhere in, you know, Bangkok. So you won't have like, you won't lose signal kind of thing. So Richard, hey buddy, good to see you. I don't subscribe to your premise that people who thumbs down have an opinion worth hearing. Okay. Paul T says the topic is always how to live my ass off. Absolutely, Paul. Indeed. At Rackman, I'm in LA. Our curfew was 6 p.m. tonight. Wow. And I suppose, well, I mean, I guess the real question is, are people paying attention to it? You know, because I can tell you around here, Direction Bangkok, if you ever watch his channel, he did a video probably almost 3 weeks ago now from his balcony that overlooked the freeway. And he did it at like 9:50, and then he did it at like 10:05 p.m. And it was like one motorbike literally within the span of like 3 minutes, which basically means that, you know, Bangkok is turned off. And so it was really sort of interesting to see. And, you know, who knows, was it the Thai culture? Was it the punishment that you didn't want a 50,000 baht fine or 100,000 baht, or whatever it was? The number's not really relevant in the sense that if it, you know, it was useful to keep people doing what they're doing. I have to ask, is there a Dunkin' Donuts? Absolutely, my friend. There are Dunkin' Donuts here. There are also Dunkin' Donuts in the Philippines. I would submit there's probably a higher density of Dunkin' Donuts in the Philippines, at least in my experience. But again, I don't necessarily look for them. I do. I like donuts. Trust me. In fact, one could say that I am powerless over donuts and my life has become unmanageable as step one would probably be a wise thing for me to follow. But they have a fairly similar recipe. I have tasted Dunkin' Donuts. Like the one that I like the most is the chocolate honey dipped, right? And so I get that usually when I'm back home in Boston area, because of course Boston, Dunkin' Donuts, like they're kind of synonymous. And the other day I was talking about how overpriced and quite frankly, in my opinion, lousy tasting Starbucks regular drip coffee is. And that actually McDonald's, if you're a Arabica bean person, that McDonald's has actually better quality coffee. And Dunkin' Donuts, for some reason, people really like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I find it to be bitter, and while it may contain caffeine and be very successful at keeping you awake, I don't find it to be really tasty. But Joseph, I can't remember where you're from. I mean, obviously, Dunkin' Donuts is a U.S. thing, but I can't remember whether you're actually from Boston or whatever. And Rockman says to Caesar, your choice of beans and roast. French pressed is great. There you go. Very cool. And again, I love when you guys like start chattering back and forth in the, well, not chattering, I don't mean that, but like speaking back and forth and answering others' questions. Thanks for the video series, Mr. Grenache. Very cool. Indeed. And Richard, if I'm pronouncing your last name wrong, I completely apologize. Instruct me on how to do it correctly, if you would, if I'm doing it wrong. Atlanta curfew at 8 p.m. Okay, so we got 8 p.m., 6 p.m. What was the one at something 30? I can't remember what that one was, but anyway, hey, just got back from an impromptu walk. Absolutely, go more hike. And so by that, do you mean you just like went for a walk or you did a live streaming video? I don't know if you have a channel, actually. I think I've maybe been over there. I've seen you on Jeremy's channels, like for the live stream, which is really awesome. It's like it's almost like you guys are brothers, and you may be, and I don't know that because I just don't know enough history about Jeremy, right? But obviously, go more hike. I mean, I found out about that second. I found out about Jeremy as Jeremy, and then when he changed his channel to Do More Life, I was like, okay. And then after seeing Do More Life, I saw it Go More Hike, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of like similar, flavor. And but anyway, hey man, thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. You know what's funny? I was going to reach out to Jeremy this morning, and then I got distracted because I actually made a video that I believe will be appropriate and useful to us during the break because it will, bring some new topics and that sort of thing. I also want to say to you guys, I really appreciate the fact that the last time that I played a video when I took a break, you came back and were instantaneous with the response, which is not the number one thing you're most grateful for. And that was really cool because when I hear things like that, I'm like, oh yeah, right. I'm grateful for that too. So it helped me. So selfishly, thank you for helping me feel even better. Richard, you're very welcome. Good. I'm stoked for your new video. Richard, what is your plan? Is your plan to do basically one video a week? Not that you have to have one. I'm just kind of curious. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the next one. That'll be great. Rackman says, looks like the legitimate protesters went home. Bad guys still trying to cause violence. Yeah, and just to cause it for violence sake, right? I mean, it's almost like, they don't, I mean, obviously it's not really necessary. I think, in other words, I don't believe that it is, although to be fair, like, I don't know what the quality result is for writing your congressman. Like, I don't know if that results in actual law change or whatever. Maybe it does in mass. Maybe it does when, you're standing outside of the Walmart and you're getting signatures for something and then you get 2,000 of them and then you go through the process of doing that. I don't know. I really stay away from that. I'm ignorant to it. I'm purposefully ignorant to it. And, that could bother people. I completely understand that. But it's the way that I direct my attention units. And I find it to be a lot more pleasurable to live my life that way. So true. Some people just thumbs down for the sake of thumbs down. Yeah. And so I get what you're saying, Richard. But again, if there's about 3 or 4 things from the Amazon culture that I absolutely agree with. The first is measure everything. Every piece of data, measure. One of those measurements can be, all of this data that I've gathered for thumbs down, it actually yields no positive results. So that could be the measurement of that data. The second thing is obsession with the customer. I resell AWS services. So I have an IT company, and I am certified in various things that are available in AWS, like EC2 is one of them, which basically means you can spin up a virtual server. S3, which is one of their more original offerings, 3 S's, basically standing for simple storage service. My goodness, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wah, 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 wah. Nam. My, nam. Kapuma kap. Kapuma kap kun Mike. Nam. Hong Nam. So anyway, I am certified in that. And one of the things that you have to adopt, not just your technical competence, but to be a reseller, basically to be part of APN, which is Amazon Partner Network, or Amazon Web Services Partner Network. Let me be clear, because obviously there's Amazon.com affiliates, and you can resell, and you can actually sell your own products on Fulfillment by Amazon, but that's separate. But the entire culture of Amazon is obsession with the customer. They are obsessed with the customer. And I will tell you right now that when I got my certification, there's questions like, okay, so we give you this scenario. There's a database and you need to move it here and you need to have this, but it's going to be an ever expanding database. What would be the best, and then the next question is, okay, so this customer comes in and then they go through this customer service scenario of basically how you're going to wildly exceed this customer's expectations and provide them with epic customer service, nothing to do with technology. And so you need to know those things to get certified to be a reseller of Amazon. And I am over the moon excited that they have that. That is an incredible thing. So anyway, the point is that, measuring everything. So I'm a big fan of that. Oops. Mattech says, I doubt that the behavior of haters can be rationalized. Their hatred is typically irrational. And I completely agree with that. Yeah. But, and so here's actually the reason that I don't necessarily agree with that at this point. 5 videos from now, I may, or after analyzing any of this data, I may. But here's what's happened twice now. I've put up videos, I schedule a video, right? And I want to thank Marty, by the way. Marty was the first guy who said, Mike, you just had a video, you just had a live stream. You can schedule these, right? I'm like, no, I don't. So then I figured that out. So that's why I schedule them, so that you guys can't get notified, right? Anyway, so I had one of those. So you schedule it ahead of time and people can come in ahead of time and comment. They can also thumbs up and thumbs down ahead of time. And so one time I remember I just flat, because I don't obsess about the thumbs up and thumbs down. Trust me. I just really want to acknowledge and thank you guys when you do it, when it reminds me. However, I noticed there was 15 thumbs up and 1 thumbs down. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. And then I discussed it or something, or made some comment about it. And then it went away. And it was 0 thumbs down. And then I don't know whether the thumbs up increased or whether it just went away. So the person clicked on it and they unliked it. I mentioned this on the last broadcast and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. So there's 23 likes, or how I do, when we're talking, right? And I'm like, hey guys, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. And there was 1 thumbs down. And I said, and I'm very similar rhetoric, which is okay, well, that's fine. I said, but I'm just really curious. Are you just doing it? That's my question. Are you just doing it to do it? And it's irrational, or is this? And then literally within less than 30 minutes, I looked back and the thumbs down was gone. So it seems like I flip-flop back between 1 thumbs down and 0 thumbs down. And so that's just sort of interesting, because to your point of them being irrelevant, if that's the case, then I find it very surprising that the thumbs down that I've gotten have then gone away. So that's the only reason I do it up there. And again, I'm not going to debate the fact that your belief is what it is. That's fine. But again, measure everything is where I am. I'm also obsessed with the customer, and guess what? You guys are my customer. I love these people that they have their own LLC or something and they're drop shipping or whatever. Oh, I work for myself. I don't have a boss. Look, dude, if you want to buy groceries, somebody is in charge of the money before it gets to you. That is your boss. If it's your customer, it's your customer. And again, obsession with the customer. Big fan of that from Amazon. RL says, I like the comments yesterday, but then you crashed. Yes, I didn't like that at all. Believe me. So wonder if it was because of the platform you went through. By the way, the comments are about 5 minutes behind. Yeah. So it's this comment right here, RL, you put up at 8:57 and it is 9:19. So I'm even further behind right now. So, that's one of the downsides, I think, to having, a larger sort of concurrent watching. And it's also very serial, but I like to get to them as much as I possibly can. And one could argue that if you guys wanted precise, concise answers to everything and you didn't want me to spin off in outer space about my opinion or my energy towards something, then you probably wouldn't be here. Nah, Mike, for the time being, now that we're locked down, we can tolerate it. But when we have a life and we're able to get outdoors, then I got no use for you. So, but yeah, so the short answer is yes, the platform I was using crashed. I was very disappointed. The platform is golightstream.com, and Lightstream Studio is what I was using in the browser. It crashed. I also watched the end of the video where it basically froze and then it reconnected somehow. But on my end, like there's a button right in the upper sort of, up there. And it says go live. And then right now there's a red thing. It says end broadcast. So it's basically a very binary sort of thing. And so I emailed support and I said, look, can I take a look at some logs and we can figure out how this happened and what the root cause analysis is? And again, I get it. This is level 1 support. And the guy's like, well, why don't you just take a screenshot? I'm like, listen, dude, for me to take a screenshot, that means I got to use your system again, potentially an hour-long live stream, let it crash and then take a screenshot to then further describe to you my disappointment. Or you could escalate this to at least level 2, and we could potentially look at some logs because from me submitting this support query, my account. And so therefore, what happened. And I'm quite certain there is inside some server, some service, because you're basically just restreaming via RTMP. And I know exactly where those logs are inside of the RTMP server. Whether they're going to go and care about because right now I'm a free customer. Now I used to be a paying customer and then I discontinued paying because all of a sudden they couldn't figure out where my account was and how it worked. And I said, so you lack obsession with the customer, dude, and I vote with my wallet. So I'm moving on. And then I said, all right, it's been like 2 to 3 weeks. Maybe they've updated, maybe they can. So unfortunately, Lightstream Studio, I cannot recommend for a number of reasons. Their technical competence as well as their obsession with the customer is just not there for me. At Joseph, yes, and Krispy Kreme too in Bangkok. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of Krispy Kreme. There's one right over in True Digital Park too, and there's usually a line. For some reason, people are obsessed with like warm Krispy Kreme. That's like the thing you do. So why do I have to sign into my Samsung account? You do not have to sign into your Samsung account is the short answer on that one. Aaron at Caesar. So they track you. Laugh out loud. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly the reason. Jay, good to see you, buddy. Do you think you'll stay in Bangkok indefinitely? I've been considering cities near Phuket for lower pollution, but love the convenience of Bangkok. Will I stay in Bangkok indefinitely? I doubt it. I don't think I'm going to do anything indefinitely. Well, okay. If you saw my video on May 28th, when I gratefully, thank you, Buddha, got 28 years of being clean and sober, I'm quite confident that, or at least I am focused on and plan to do that indefinitely. Bangkok, no. I plan on being here as a home base and cruise around, but in doing so, I may discover better ones. So, for example, like again, if COVID was not existing right now, Gracie and I, what is it? It's June. So she would like literally be back over here out of the Philippines, let's just say. And we would potentially be traveling to probably Vietnam. In my experience with Ho Chi Minh City, that could be a pretty good home base as well. It doesn't have the density of Southeast Asian flights that Bangkok has, in my experience, but for all I know, it does, because I haven't been there in like 2 years. I think we were doing a whole bunch in Malaysia, and obviously, if all you want to fly is before this, if all you wanted to fly was Air Asia, then you live in Kuala Lumpur, right? If you guys have ever been to KLIA, I mean, you look out in Terminal 2, right? And you look out the window, and all you see are Air Asia flights, Air Asia planes. I mean, it's like how much Southwest is penetrating the market in San Diego. I mean, almost all of Terminal 1 in San Diego is like Southwest, right? Obviously, there's Alaska Airlines and other ones like that, but. So my plan is to kind of see what happens. And it looks like I'm going to be able to do some domestic travel as of a few weeks ago, but also a little bit more today. The buses seem to be opening a little bit more after this broadcast. My plan is to go outside and see if I can get a massage, because in theory, those are available now. And there's like 2 or 3 places right down the street. And so I'm really excited to do some like shoulder, like lower back thing. So that's really cool. Easy and cheap to travel around the land of smiles. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah, pretty much. What do you think of there near Asok, Prompong, Sukhumvit 21 to 47? I think it's an awesome area. I think it's incredibly convenient to a lot of things. I would submit that it is certainly more expensive per square foot. Okay. But you could argue that there is more Convenience, to Jay International's point. There's a lot more I mean, you can literally walk to places, whereas for me, I need to walk to the BTS. But to be fair, I'm also very close to the Bang Na, right? And so I can get down there and I can go to Udom Suk, and then I can go to the giant mall on a free shuttle, right? Or over to the IKEA, you know? So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses. I mean, you got to remember that like Bangkok has these like, I mean, the Sok area, Phrom Phong, I mean, you're right there at T21. And I would submit to you the cost of your accommodations there. And again, look, I'm looking at this from a Thailand lens. If I was looking at this from the cost of like living in San Diego versus living near Terminal 21, I mean, your rent is cut in half. So I totally get that. And if you're not like focused on that so much, then I completely understand. It's a very busy area. And that, again, to my point of like why we're living so far down Lower Sukhumvit is so that like even with luggage, we can pretty much get on the train as soon as possible. Additionally, where I am down here in Lower Sukhumvit, it is effectively directly north to the airport. So actually, if it is Gracie and I traveling, it is approximately the same cost for us to both get to the airport, whether if we both take BTS and then we both get on ARL and then you add all that up and then you say, okay, well, if it's like not a high demand, like on the Grab app, then I can get a Grab taxi straight up, you know, to Sukhumvit, and it's only going to, you know, cost like 150 or less than 200 baht. And so that's another cool thing about here. Whereas if you live near T21, yeah, they can get there, and you know, maybe it's like 350 or 400 baht, you know, for maybe 500 if it depends, for a taxi to get there, and then all the way over to Sukhumvit, or not Sukhumvit, I'm sorry, Suvarnabhumi is what I meant, the Bangkok airport. Hopefully you guys were able to interpret that. So again, that's just my sort of experience there. But I can tell you right now, like living down where I do, I go up to that area quite a bit, especially Asok, because of course that's where Asok BTS / Sukhumvit stop on MRT. You know, that's where I transfer, right? And so it's an incredibly popular place. I care that you care. I like that. Cool, man. Right on. Yeah, it's a team effort, right? I mean, winning's a team sport, dude. I'm like, oh, look how successful I am all by myself here. What's the fun in that, right? Rodney King riots. Was that what? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I saw that. You met that young guy at the hotel at the beach. Yeah, and I apologize for the lack. I was watching it back, and I said, I should have I just kind of held the camera there, thinking, oh yeah, this is getting, picked up the audio. But anyway, he was a cool guy, and yeah, from literally the other side of the world. I'm down the highway in London, Ontario. Absolutely, man, very cool. Good. That's neat. Todd says, I don't even remember the rioting during OJ in LA. He got off, but the Rodney King riots were big when the cops got off, and beating they gave him. Yeah. That seems to be another sort of what's the impetus for some of this going on right now. I pay attention to that shiny, bald Picard head, as you should, my friend. Ooh, shiny red ball. They're riding in Salt Lake City. Wow. The Mormons are right. Okay, well, that's, I mean, maybe the best thing for them is alcohol. Maybe if they had a little bit more of that and less multiple wife, I know they don't do that regularly, but I've been to Salt Lake. I dug it. San Antonio, Texas. Got it. Okay, cool. Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it. That guy, T-Drew. Todd. Yeah, the LA riots were about Rodney King for OJ. We all just watched and gossiped. Yeah, it seems like it, right? Kansas City, Missouri. I have never been to Kansas City, Missouri, even though when I was in St. Louis, when I was in St. Louis, I pretty much just hung out in St. Louis, meaning that I was in the suburbs of St. Louis. So if you know St. Louis, like I worked in Clayton, and I would hang out in Ladue and Richmond Heights. And so that was where my house was in, South Clayton / Richmond Heights. If you know what that is. Aaron says on the passport thing, take Cuba, for instance, free visa for Canadians, at least $150 for us U.S. citizens. Yeah, well, I mean, I can tell you right now that my relatives would go to Cuba for vacation long before, Obama did whatever he did to basically open it up. And everything they told me about it said, okay, well, it sounds like a dump. And if it walks like a duck and smells like a duck, then, so I didn't really have a huge desire to get down there. Other than to check, it out. But again, it was sort of around the time where I had started my exploration and travel over here to Southeast Asia. So it was like, okay, I can either take some time off work, cruise over to Texas or Miami and then hop down to Cuba and then go through or, to be fair, like I could always get into Cuba, right? I mean, I worked in media forever and that was like good enough. But it was just never sort of on my radar, which was funny because it's like so close, right? And so I can totally understand. But yeah, I mean, Aaron, that's what the kind of one of the reasons that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. Is like, there's some benefit there. And, again, if you think about it, I mean, of all the incorrect things I believe they're doing, if you have a U.S. passport, then you can't get into this country, is what some countries are saying. It's like, okay, well, dude, I have a U.S. passport, but I've been in Thailand since November. Like I am ridiculously safe versus, when they say, okay, the U.S. can now travel to our country. Okay, well, yeah, I'm coming from Thailand, low risk. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from, Brooklyn. Like what, dude? That's, the chances of you being a carrier, right, are arguably higher. Not necessarily, but I'm just saying, it bums me out that there's not some sort of discussion around where have you been over the last 6 months? Because I mean, when there was like issues in Africa and China, and I would, for example, I would even just cross the border into Mexico and come back into the US. They would ask me questions like, have you been to Africa? Have you been to China? Could you potentially be a carrier of something bad? Flipped through ABC channels last night, and the cities where riots were covering those, and the cities without riots were covering LA and New York City. Yeah. So, I mean, again, they're not going to, hey, we got this great story about this Boy Scout who, he's been in the Boy Scouts and he's got every single thing, and he's 13 years old and he's starting his own space exploration company at 14 years old. He just helped this old lady cross the street. He like mows her lawn for free. Or we could, I mean, I get it, right? I mean, look, I was in media before, and it's one of the reasons I'm not in media again, because my last sort of intense media blitz, it was a couple things. The first was 9/11, and then immediately following that was it was a thing in San Diego where basically a young girl was, found in a ditch kind of thing, and they were trying to figure out, who did it. And our AM talked about that forever. And of course, because of that, the ratings went through the roof. We made so much money on 9/11. It was ridiculous because we went commercial free. And then we had, loss of income insurance is the short label. And so we basically just told the insurance company, you need to fulfill the amount of money that we lost based on every single commercial we would have played being the most expensive commercial for the entire day. And that's not how radio or TV works, right? I mean, it's day parted, meaning the morning drive commercials cost less than the ones at 3 a.m. But no. And so that put a pretty bad taste in my mouth. And so anyway, I'm not in broadcast. I'm not in commercial radio and commercial broadcast for a number of reasons. That's just one of the top 70. Todd says, hey, Aaron, U.S. citizens can't travel there anymore. State Department put the ban back on. Yeah, pretty big bummer. Tampa, right on, man. Brian, Boston just started to light up. Late to the party, but better late than pregnant, as they say. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree, dude. Right on. Joseph, I lived in New Jersey during the 69 riots. Yeah, and I think that was probably the same time frame that Bill talks about living in the Detroit area. But I can't remember exactly when those riots were. Maybe you guys know. Gomor Hike says, tell us wacky story for you working in radio. Meet any celebrities. Yeah, of course. And what's interesting about that is a common question that I get. And when I met my first celebrity, right, when I was in my, say, 20s, and, I was starstruck, and I just kind of sat there, and I'm like, well, do I bug the person? It's like, well, no, I work in radio. They're in my radio station. I want to make sure they have a great experience. And from an engineering perspective, that means nothing technically breaks, and I satisfy their needs. And it's not like, these headphones don't work. Give me a new set of headphones. I always made sure they had the best headphones. They had the best microphone. The mic processing was totally awesome. It made them sound like they were 30 feet tall, but anyway, so one of the things I will say is that I was really excited that I got to meet people early on in their career. And the greatest example I usually give of that is Alanis Morissette. So I was on the air actually in San Diego for an alternative radio station, basically. If you know anything about San Diego, 91X is arguably the alternative station that most people will associate with San Diego. And then when I was in my end of my undergrad, so basically early 90s, along came the competition, which was 92.5, The Flash. And so I worked on there for a while. And the cool thing about that is that was basically my sort of first on-air gig on a real radio station that was making real money, that had a real format, and had a regular shift like every single day kind of thing. And it was in a top 20, actually at the time it was about top 25 market. So I was working there, and the reason I bring that up is that when I was working there and I was on the air, I was also working at another radio station, but they played like, well, they called it modern oldies. And so effectively they played like, classic rock sort of stuff. And so I was working as the assistant chief engineer over there. And then at the other FM at the Flash, 92.5 San Diego's alternative rock, 92.5 The Flash, and 570-192.5. And when I was working there, Alanis Morissette's album came out, right? And it was so new to the point where like half of the DJs had no idea how to pronounce her last name, or her well, now more her first name, because Alanis, a lot of us were like Alanet, like we didn't know how to pronounce it. Now, obviously, after a very short period of time, we all figured it out, but it was like phonetically spelled so that we would, because there was this new artist and we were breaking this new artist, like Hadaway or other these one that a lot of people had never heard of. But we were also playing like the classics, the classic alternative songs, like Black Coffee in Bed and that sort of thing. And, the Romantics and all of this stuff that was like super huge hits, Blue Monday, anyway, all of these sort of like pseudo alternative from today's perspective. But at the time it was like, wow, the only time that we heard this before they became big commercial people was on like college radio, right? College radio was pretty much the only place where you could hear like alternative music. So anyway, so I'm like so that was like my early sort of interface with like this Alanis Morissette person. Well, fast forward like a very short period of time. And I'm working at this other radio station, and the morning show would have interviews with people that would be coming to town and doing a show, and up and coming sometimes. So for the most, I mean, I've met Sting and Steven Tyler, great guy. And so, Aerosmith came by and so anyway, but the point is that this Alanis Morissette story, they're like, oh, we're going to have this lady come in, Alanis Morissette. She's really tiny and she's kind of quiet. So, use this kind of, so what are you going to do for that, engineer, So, I made everything perfect. And so, so she comes in and, okay. So she comes in and I had no clue who it was. Like I had heard her name kind of, and I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of remember, announcing that lady. And she was that chick that said, you ought to know. And I was like, I don't know, that's not a great song, but she seems pretty cool. And she's Canadian. So I'm like, all right, that's cool. She's probably really nice. Anyway, so she comes into the studio and she's like, 2.5 feet tall. I'm just kidding. She's like 5 feet tall. She's short, 5'4", maybe 5'6". So I walk in and she has got, and this is one of the reasons that like really initially attracted me to Gracie, is that she's got, oh, I like that, Joseph. That's pretty cool. Will that show up in the display here? Oh, outstanding. 31 thumbs up, 0 thumbs down, and 1 shaka bra. That's cool, Joseph. I didn't know you could do that in there. I really appreciate that, dude. That is like totally awesome. Let me screenshot that. Absolutely. Because that's like really cool. That is why it's called the Cool Kids Table, my friends. Yeah, that's going to be good. We're going to give Joseph massive credit for that. Boom. Thanks, buddy. Anyway, so I walk in the on-air studio, to make sure that this person they're going to interview is perfect. And so her back is to me. So I walk in and she's got this like meter of hair like coming down her back, and I'm like, oh, I got this girl this is awesome, right? And so then they're talking to her, live long and prosper. And oh my God, you can do that one too. Okay, well, I obviously got to figure out how to do those, man. Hang loose. Wouldn't that be good? A hang loose, a shaka bra? That would be cool. So anyway, and then she's like talking, and of course I'm listening to her, like to make sure that like that she makes, and that she's not popping her peas, and that she's like not too far back from the microphone. But, even like the artists that obviously, if you don't know, this little divot in our face is where God designed it so that we would rest an SM58 when you're on stage. But anyway, so most stars know how to do that. But anyway, so she was right up on the microphone, and she had these really massive AKG headphones on, cans is what we sometimes call them. And so she's sounding fantastic, and it's going, and the phones are just, and I'm thinking, wow, okay, yes, Alanis Morissette, yeah, I remember, right? But she wasn't really well known, but she had a following. Okay, so she had like a posse. She had a cool kids table, basically. So she comes in, but she's like pretty chill. But she does have this, I want to say stage manager, but that's not right. She basically had a manager, and sadly, I don't know if this is 100% true, but later on, he was accused of embezzling from her. At the time, she trusted this guy with everything. He was because he kept the crazies away from her, right? Because I mean, she's this little girl that's like coming up, and she's a totally new star. And then, of course, they're skyrocketed her career, and rightfully so. I mean, her songs are outstanding, and her voice is epic. So anyway, so he was pretty off-putting for the most part, and many people like commented about how he was like annoying. He was very protective, but I mean, I get it. I understand why he's doing what he's doing, and it probably allowed her to have a much better life as well as do her job better. Great. So she pays this guy, and he's basically her manager, but he also sort of seconded as her bodyguard. So he was like pretty protective, right? Anyway, so one of the nicknames I had when I was in radio was Engineer Mike, right? And so that's just kind of what they called me. So anyway, so Alanis is like done with her interview, and she's just like hanging out. And it wasn't one of those times in her life where it was like, okay, so she's in a city, and so she's going to go from radio station A to radio station B, and basically she's going to like, go to the one that's the most popular and the right, like at about 7:30, everybody is in their car listening to the radio, right? And certainly this was a lot more common in 1997, 96, 90, 98. Meaning that people really only had that solution. There was no XM radio, and you didn't have a USB stick that you could play your 500 top songs. It wasn't common. So anyway, so a lot of people listen to the radio station. A lot of people listen to the radio, and a lot of people actually listen to our radio station. So anyway, so she's done, and she doesn't like have to rush off to her next interview. So she's just like hanging out, right? But the morning show's still working, right? And so like the engineer, like I'm basically on this thing, I got, of course, the rest of my day work to do. But so she comes out, and again, I mean, I wasn't starstruck. I was like beauty struck. I mean, if I had to say anything to her, like if I were to, even think about trying to ask her out, it would be one of those deals where I like, hi, yeah. So, and I mean, again, I was only like, I was that old was I when I was working there. I was like 28, 29, because I didn't become chief engineer at that station until I was, I think it was late 29, almost 30. Because I remember like around 30, bought my first house, became chief engineer, and then became director of engineering. So it was kind of like a different, it was a little bit more money. It was a little bit more responsibility. It was infinitely more stress. But I had a really great team of like 3 engineers too, which was stellar. So anyway, so gorgeous.com walks up to me, and she's like, you know how to play hacky sack? Now, of course, guys, what's my answer? Oh yeah, no clue. Never done it, seen it done before. And I'm like, I know that it's like with the feet, and I know that usually like guys, that the requirement is that you have a set of Birkenstocks, and you basically have a ponytail, which I didn't. No, I didn't at the time. I had a ponytail for a while, and then I shaved it off, and then But so I'm like, oh, well, great. So she's like, well, where can we, I'm like, well, let's just go outside in the parking lot. And so what would happen is many people would like go out this, it was pseudo emergency exit door, but people also use it to come in and go out. And we had the beep, their RFID, for security and everything. So we go out there, and I'm sitting there, and I'm just like hanging out with Alanis Morissette, like doing hacky sack, right? And again, at the time, I was more like intimidated by her beauty than by her stardom. Like I mean, she was known, but she wasn't as well known as like right now. Like I could literally, well, maybe not in Bangkok, but I could literally in any major city in the United States just walk up to somebody in Walmart or whatever, or Bloomingdale's, regardless of and I could be like, oh, Alanis Morissette, and they would be like, yeah, I've heard of that. I don't necessarily know her music, or I may not necessarily like her music, but everyone knows. Most people know of Alanis Morissette, but that wasn't the case at the time. So I'm playing hacky sack with her, and I'm like, hanging out. Well, then I kind of start getting a crush on her. And so then we're playing hacky sack, and then she's got to leave, you know. So I'm like, okay, fine. Well, I said, look, here's my card, or I don't even know how I did it, but at the end of the day, she's like, okay, yeah. So she knew me as Engineer Mike. And so then, like, I mean, literally her career hockey sticked within the next, like, probably 90 days. And so then she's doing a show up at, I believe it's called the Paradise, but actually that might not be the place. Anyway, it's this sort of intimate, fairly small stage. It's like almost like in an older kind of building. It's up near the Capitol Records building, you know, the round thing in Los Angeles. Anyway, so we had one of these deals that you've probably heard of in radio. What they'll do is they'll give away tickets to like a show, right? So they'll be like, hey, you can come and see, you know, the Doobie Brothers. And depending upon how, like, you know, popular they are, then it's like, okay, well, and we're also gonna the top 20 caller, or, you know, the best cool person that like stands on their head for 3 hours or whatever, we're gonna give you these tickets. They're gonna be in the front row, and you're gonna get a meet and greet. Okay, so there was like this meet and greet option that a lot of people were like salivating over, because apparently, you know, this Alanis Morissette person was now getting really popular. And I'm like, dude, I got to get better at hacky sack, because this chick is just, I want to like hang out with her all day long and like stare at her hair, kind of. But the point is that so we do this little show, and it was kind of like one of those deals where the whole location was probably, I want to say it held like, you know, 350, 400, 500. So it wasn't giant. But anyway, so we went up there, and then the people in the promotions department started giving me crap, because obviously, you know, I was wearing this admiration for this girl on my sleeve. And so, you know, people would come like, Engineer Mike, guess what? Alanis Morissette's here. I'm like, screw you. I know she's awesome, you know? Anyway, so she knew me as Engineer Mike. And so the nice thing was is that I could go up to her, you know, guard guy. Obviously not when she's on but stage, you know, high five her, you know, but I talked to her, and she was really, really neat. And then they finished that. And then we also did this. We used to do these. If you've ever, for the guys that are in the United States and they've been around and they've listened to like hit radio, if you will, for a long time, then you probably have heard of Star, the Star brand. We were the first Star in San Diego, and then there's a whole bunch of other stars. Star 100.7 was what we were in now, and obviously Star 98.7 is arguably the biggest Star platform. It doesn't necessarily have a canned format, but nonetheless, that's in Los Angeles, Star 98.7. If it's still there. I know there's Star 94.1, and so they like kind of took on that brand in San Diego. So that's a different property, different ownership, that sort of thing. But anyway, Star 100.7. And we also were one of the first people to do, or we did it, and then everyone else, not everyone else, many other stations said they had their own version of it, but they also did, you know, what we did, which was Jingle Ball. And so that was the around Christmas time mega concert that we would throw, that we would have, and then people would buy regular price tickets. We would always sell out like in the first 30 minutes. And then you would buy like the first few rows, and even like some people would even buy tickets for like $10,000, because it was Jingle Ball, and so therefore it was around Christmas time, so we would have a gigantic sponsor. And so one of them at the early age, about 3 or 4 years in, was oh my God, I just forgot. It's the kids one. It's the Dreams one. Oh my God, that's so horrible that I can't remember. Make-A-Wish, my God. Anyway, so Make-A-Wish. And so Make-A-Wish was basically the charity that all of the, like, I mean, you would buy a $10,000 ticket, but, you know, like $1,000, if that, would go to like the front row, and then maybe another 1,000 would go to the artist. And then, you know, $6,000 or whatever, you know, would go into, you know, Make-A-Wish. And so it was this big donation thing. And we would also get, you know, pretty wealthy people that were in the front row. And so that was cool, because not only were like the wealthy people in the front row, but if we like, you know, panned the camera, because we had an AM, FM, and a TV. The FM was basically the one that was doing these Jingle Balls. But they would, you know, the channel 8 was, you know, they would pan, and there would be, you know, like the local famous people. And I mean, it wasn't like Irwin Jacobs, okay, which is the guy who started Qualcomm, if you don't know, and started in San Diego. So it's not like he was there, but there were other like sort of famous people and people that are sort of well-known names in San Diego. So they were in the front row, and then people, you know, so it was like we had our own sort of stars in the audience as well as the stars on the stage. And so anyway, so as part of that, Alanis was coming down, and we were I mean, these are like incredible concerts. I'm talking about like in one night, we had Bon Jovi, Def Leppard, Bare Naked Ladies, Duran Duran, Alanis Morissette, and not Nickelback, but anyway. And so, I mean, just like you're like in one night we had like a rotating stage. So there would be a band in back and there would be a band in front, and then it would rotate around. And it was just amazing. And every band basically had their own mixing console. And that might not mean anything to you guys, but if you've ever been to a concert, like, just so you know, the best seat in the house in an outdoor live event, or indoor rather live event, is right where the mixing console is. Because if those guys think it sounds lousy there, I mean, if there's any place in the entire stadium where it will sound the best, it's right there next to so as close as you can get to that while still seeing the stage and having your own experience, that's where the sound's the best. So anyway, and I was hanging out down there because we were recording the entire thing or whatever, right? And so like there would be a console for Def Leppard. And Def Leppard, if you don't know, is, I mean, if you've ever seen a console, right, and you've ever seen, they don't use really mechanical VU meters anymore. It's usually just LEDs, right? And if you've ever seen one, I mean, it's not real common, especially if it's like digital, if the LEDs are banging up into the red. Because in digital, basically, once you go into the red, then all bits go to 1. Not literally, right? Because there's compression and all that. But the point is that if you're slamming the faders, right, and you're just like, peaking like crazy, then there's going to be distortion. It's going to sound lousy and whatever. So for the most part, when you're doing a huge show like that, when the microphone on stage, like in other words, if the guy gets this far away from it, you can't hear him anymore because it's got to be like right on it. Otherwise, it will feedback like a mother. So anyway, so an SM58, the Shure SM58 is a very common microphone for that. Anyway, so, but each band that came, they were like, look, we'll come and we'll play your show and we'll do it for a fairly reasonable price, and all of the money going to Make-A-Wish. Awesome. So we're on board with that. We really think that's cool. We want to be part of what you guys are doing. But we're bringing our own sound guy and we're bringing some of our own equipment. And so the reason I bring up Def Leppard is because a lot of these guys would use pretty much the same console. Like when you get to the point of like Bon Jovi, Def Leppard, that sort of thing, you're using these consoles that are absolutely, they're amazing. They are the best mixing consoles money can buy, and you don't care what they cost. You buy them because they're freaking amazing. And they're incredibly rugged and that sort of thing too. And so you're talking about like, I don't know, 60 channels, maybe something like that. Pretty large, 48 at least. And then usually 8 out, sometimes 16. Anyway, and all the cables come in, right? Or usually the big giant cable will come in, and then that runs up to the stage. And that's for like every band. So we have like the Def Leppard console, we have the and all these consoles, right? And so, again, you're watching the VU meters and it's like, okay, yeah, it's, yellow or whatever, or it's like green, and then it's like hitting a yellow LED every now and then. Well, Def Leppard is arguably one of the loudest bands I have ever experienced. I mean, because we were there and there were like 6 or 7, bands. And let's face it, when you're at a concert, it's loud, okay? And depending upon where you are, it's louder. Sometimes it's a little bit, over modded, kind of thing. But for the most part, around that time that we were doing it, and certainly now, a lot of it is controlled digitally, and so therefore it doesn't overmodulate, and it's impossible to feedback because the minute it sees a feedback loop, it just simply notches out that frequency. And so you can like literally walk up to with the microphone, you can walk up to the speaker, and all you hear is, yeah, it goes away. Anyway, so these guys, green, yellow, that sort of thing. And so Def Leppard, it was like, I mean, these guys were 110% at 80 miles an hour, and they were some of the coolest guys. Arguably, Bare Naked Ladies they are the coolest guys I've ever met, because not only are they a team, but like individually, they're like really cool and they're funny. And if you've heard some of their songs, obviously, but their stage presence and like sort of their act on stage, right? Anyway, so as part of this, Alanis was coming. This was the second. So the first year we did it with a whole bunch of bands. And then the next year, actually, we did it. Alanis couldn't physically show up. So we did this pseudo, via satellite. She came in and like, said a big thing on the screens. And then we, played whatever. But the first day she was there, so she was going to be on stage that night. Well, in addition to like the $10,000 you would pay for like the front row and or make a big donation, or if you got really lucky, we would give them away. We did this infamous, like really sort of intimate show. So there was, I think, 35 people, and they were all just like in this side room of the stadium we were in. And there's like 35, like just sitting on the ground. And there walks, and the deal was is it was Alanis, and she came in and she's got her acoustic guitar and a drummer. But it was or maybe there wasn't even a drummer. I know there were at least 2 people on stage. And we were running through like this. I mean, it was crazy because, here's this, like, I mean, she's a mega star by this time. And she's coming in, and I was just, I mean, you guys want to talk about like levitating when a girl says hello to you. She walks in, and of course, the guards are there, like holding her, and she stops. She goes, "Hi, Engineer Mike," and I'm just like, "Oh my God, I could die today, and I would be absolutely satisfied with the girls that I've met throughout my life. I'm done. Check box. I don't need to meet anyone anymore again." I was just like, "Oh, she's so cool." But and probably if I were to meet her today, I wouldn't be starstruck anymore. And again, then I wasn't really so starstruck because she was a star. I was like, oh, Alanis Morissette. And I mean, dude, it was ridiculous to the point where like I would seriously have these thoughts that I wasn't obsessed about them. They wouldn't last long. But I'm like, well, if we get married, I mean, she's Canadian, so I mean, and it would be like, dude, come on. It's just silly, that would go away. But anyway, so she was definitely my first, my only really big star crush. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Alanis, and the whole like time in her life where she went to India and then she sort of changed and then she came back and stuff, and the new life that she brought back when she did that, it was really cool. So yeah, and then again, I mean, we were the #1 radio station in the country, and again, that's by sort of the trades. Judging you and that sort of thing. But we were also #1 in the market. So we're making a ton of cash, and our ratings were stellar. And so, yeah, we would get, the stars that, came in. And so anyway, so that's my Alanis Morissette story. But yeah, I'm a big fan of her. Brian says he went to Cuba back in the day via Canada, and also went a couple of years ago, just asked that they don't stamp your passport on the Cuban side. For $20, they will smile and send you happily on your way. Yeah, isn't that in that boom, fist bump? Love that, Paul. Good job, buddy. Right on. That's cool, guys. Thank you for like turning me on to that new technology that we have in here. About little emoticons. I can't remember how you say emotional icons, but Maple Leaf. Who is considered the top morning radio of all time announcer-wise? I have a lot of respect for Dick Purton in Detroit. Well, I mean, if you consider like today, one could argue that, I don't particularly like him, and I don't pay extra on XM when I was back there to listen to him. But Howard Stern is, he is very well known. And has a huge following. It also depends on the market. Okay. So like if you were in California and you were in radio, then you knew of pretty much every big market station. But if you're in Los Angeles, I mean, Rick Dees he was huge. And his son, I've met his son a couple of times. I've only talked to Rick and or emailed with him because I did some contract work for his studio up in Los Angeles. And, here's what was crazy about that is it took me so long to get up there. I'm like, look, dude, you can't hire an engineer in Los Angeles. Like, I mean, I'm happy to do it. Anyway, so I was like through a friend of a friend, and he was like working he used to work at KISS, and Michael was his name, but he also worked down at our station, and then he upgraded to KISS in Los Angeles. And so in working there, he got, to know Rick. And anyway, so I would say that Rick in his day was incredibly popular. But, I mean, I don't know the popular DJs now, and one could argue that there really aren't any because, radio is not as popular as it used to be. But I have my favorites, that's for sure. And I mean, who is considered the top morning radio of all time? You ask 20 people, right? You get 20 different, because of course, guys that like grew up, it's like, I grew up with this guy. I grew up with Jeremy Savage or something on WCOZ, and people were like, oh no, I grew up with, I grew up with Rick Dees on, 102.7 Kiss FM, 102.7 Kiss FM, or if you were in Boston, WXKS FM Medford, Boston, Kiss 108 FM. JoJo cooking Kincaid in the morning. He was huge. He was a big guy. He was very popular. JoJo cooking Kincaid. It doesn't sound good unless there's like decent music behind it, though. And it also doesn't sound good when I'm saying it. I love long hair also. Yeah, she blew me away, dude. And she was just so adorable. And, and she was Canadian. Oh, yeah. And she had that quality singing talent thing going on, too. So, yeah, but I was a big fan. Hello, everyone from San Diego. Good to see you, Juan. Thanks for coming by, buddy. Love you, brother. Go More Hike. Did you ever work with Ron Burgundy in San Diego? No, I never worked with Ron Burgundy. But that was, what was so funny is like, so if you like for me, right, when I watched shows that like sort of display radio, like WKRP, right, years ago, but then like Ron Burgundy, I was in broadcast, and you look at the van that they use and like the satellite that they had on it. I mean, it was just so ridiculous. I mean, it was like they literally just like drove down the street to Target and like bolted a Dish Network dish on top of the thing. It's totally impossible but from a technical perspective, right? Like even when I watched 24. And they would be like, okay, now we're going to open up a socket. I'm like, come on, dude. I mean, I get what you're saying, but like every time you open up a socket, all of a sudden you bust through the firewall that the CIA has set up. You could go through a little bit more. I mean, again, it's not difficult to hire someone of gargantuan IT technical competence to be an advisor on a show like that. It got a little bit more accurate as it moved on, but like, hold on, give me 20 sec. Okay, 19, bam, and I hacked the password. I would always love that. So that would be crazy. But no, there was, and there wasn't really, you could argue that they modeled that whole silly thing after a few guys that were on like Channel 10 back in the day. But yeah, I love Ron Burgundy. That was pretty funny, right? Mm-hmm. Hello, my friend. Stepping out in air and hanging out on the cool kids table. And oh, there we go. Yeah, sorry. Echo More Hike. To be fair, the ladies' man is another guy. I'm a ladies' man. I don't really know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal. He was funny. I love Ron Burgundy. Casey Kasem and long distance dedications as a kid. Absolutely, dude. He was one of the first sort of syndicated top 40, I think, shows, right? Casey Kasem. He was very popular. And then, so after Rick Dees, oh God, I can't think of his name right now, but many of you would know it. He took over for the morning show on Kiss. And then he also has a very widespread sort of brand. So he's like on TV and he does, shows that he does interviews, and he became the next Rick Dees. And that was, and he blew Rick Dees out of the water. I mean, Rick Dees was incredibly popular. He was a nationwide, he did the Disco Duck record, if you don't know that, years ago. But Paul Harvey, absolutely. Yeah. On Charles Lacquadera. What do you got going on there, Brian? 104 FM WBCN Boston. Big fan of Charlie. Top 40 Casey Kasem for the win. There you go. Completely agree. Go More Hike. And did you listen to O&A? O&A? I'm not remembering what that is. MetTech says, I have not thought about sockets in years. Yeah, I'm going to need you to open up a socket. I can't even remember the names of the people on that show, but that was a good show, man. I mean, obviously I get, but that was a really good show. If you don't, one of the shows that I'm watching regularly is Blacklist, James Spader, and some of the technology and some of the behavior of the sort of rogue agents, right? Like they're doing it in the name of national security, even though I killed this fairly innocent police officer. It's like, but I did it in the national security. So it's like, yeah, we would totally buy it. I mean, it's this, crazy agent, the standard, give me your word, right? Like that's another one. And then the other one is, okay, we're going to do this, but we're going to do this my way. Like, oh my God, really? I'm glad we don't operate that way. But yeah, open up a socket for me, would you? Teacher Thomas, Thailand. Hey, awesome. And now you know the rest of the story. Indeed. Mr. Harvey. Ryan Seacrest, Maple, thank you very much. Yes, Ryan Seacrest came onto the scene, and he literally blew him out of the water. I mean, it was amazing how, I mean, because Rick Dees, I mean, let's face it, he dedicated his life to what he was doing. He was very well respected, and he did a lot of stuff. And he had a multi-million dollar brand. He didn't have over 100 million, probably. But, you know, he had the countdown and that sort of thing. And as far as I know, he still does it on the air. And at least the studio that I worked at, one of the things that he did there was had an automation thing that basically ran 24/7. And he had like the Rick Dees radio. And so he didn't have any commercials or anything, but he was, you know, he's paying royalties. And so he was getting, you know, sort of visible that way. But yeah, Ryan Seacrest became huge. Good morning with Ban Chang. That's a new one. I don't know that one. Oh God, Opie and Anthony. Is that what you meant by O&A? Wow, I've never heard them referred to as O&A. So I'm sorry about that ignorance that I got going on there, Todd. At Todd, yes, they were better than Stern. Yeah, I'm not a big Stern fan, actually. But he is wildly successful, that's for sure. Paul says to MedTech, do you think about socket wrenches now? That's all I ever think about is 18 millimeter sockets. TTT in the house, right on. Aaron welcoming the teacher. Anyone in New England, Boston, and New York City should have listened to them. Very interesting. Okay. I don't know what year you're referring to. Much better than Stern. Yeah. Could never. Yeah. I mean, again, he wasn't, I mean, the whole shock jock thing, that was interesting to me. And of course, the actual technology of, you know, like I don't remember what his movie was called, but anyway, the movie that they did to sort of portray his career, WNBC, right? Most people will know that line from that movie. And got to meet Anthony at a roommate's house. Very cool. Yeah. No, I mean, it's cool meeting these guys, right? Because I was going to say, because they're regular people. Well, no, they're not, actually. They're massively talented in one area, infinitely more so than sort of the average thing. Like, I was a very average DJ. I was fun. I was engaging. People liked listening to me. I was number 2 with women on the weekends. Hey, in San Diego. So that's not nothing. And not in the middle of the night, because actually, if you don't know, they don't really do ratings between midnight and 6 a.m., which really sucks when you're like first in radio. You're like, oh, how am I doing? Do I have a 5 share? Do I have a 6 share? Like, spoiler alert, new guy, they don't rate people in the middle of the night. So, but then when I was on from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., then it was like, oh, cool, I'm somebody now. I am somebody. Triple T says, yes, sir. Triple T, that's the rumor. Peace and love to all. I need to learn tech skills for sure. Triple T is an old school boomer. Ban Chang, Rayong Province, East Thailand. Okay. I'll have to try that because one of the places I want to go actually is down in Rayong, not just the province, but the actual area there. And what is the pier area? Bang Phe, like Banphe, I believe. I think that's where you catch the ferry to Koh Samet. And that's something that I really want to do. I think that I can actually do that today. And as far as I know, I could actually do it over the weekend. And mid last week, I think the buses were running down to Rayong. But in any case, I need to go look at that because Chuck and Paige did a thing from Rayong like a year ago or so, maybe or 18 months ago. And that was really sort of interesting. You know, No Time to Be Sad, right? And I found that to be a really good series, and Rayong's really good. Jeremy obviously spent a lot of time down there, and I was watching some of his videos on like, okay, this is like things you need to know about Rayong. Like, this is Central Rayong, and this is the beach, and this is East, and this is West, and then stuff. So that was very helpful. But what I think I want to do is I want to take a bus down there, and I think it's Bang Phe. But regardless, it basically takes you to like near the pier. And so I am thinking that what I'll do is I'll go down there and then just get a hotel and like kind of hang out like I did in Prachuap Khiri Khan for a little bit. And then after that, maybe take the boat over to Koh Samet. So that would be kind of cool. I definitely want to experience that. Yeah, Mark and Brian were really huge. I loved listening to those guys. Kevin and Bean were my favorite out of Los Angeles, pretty much. On KROQ, Pasadena, Los Angeles, the radio station listened to by more poodles than any other breed of dog. I loved K-Rock. K-Rock was the sit. Facilla. Triple T to MedTech. What kind of mic do you have there? It's so clear. to MetTech, what kind of mic does MetTech have, or what kind of mic do I have? This is a very cheap $8 microphone that I have modified, and I'm running it through a Behringer mixer that is effectively just an A to D converter, essentially, meaning that it takes the output or it takes the input from a microphone and then it runs it into, I plug it into the computer with USB. So yeah, Rush was really awesome. I actually had a chance to be the engineer at that station, where he has the gold plated microphone made by Electro Voice. If you don't know, that's an RE20 is what Rush had there. But for the most part, he did at the time, and this was in like 96, 97, flew me out to New York City, or they trucked me down to New York City, or trained me down, because I was going back to see my parents anyway. So it worked out. So I went back and saw my folks for a little bit, and then I took the train down to Penn Station, and then from Penn Station, basically straight above me, which was effectively the Empire State Building, where PLJ was, WPLJ. And on the FM was where Rush Limbaugh originated his broadcast that then got syndicated. But for the most part, he did the majority of his shows down in Florida in his own home studio. But that would have been an amazing gig, because at the time I was like basically an assistant chief engineer. I wasn't yet director of engineering in San Diego. And I would have been effectively the same role, but actually a little bit higher with a little bit more responsibility, going from market like 25 to market 1. And that is an enormous jump in the radio biz. And so I had the opportunity to be an engineer in New York City, in the Big Apple, in market number 1. And there's a part of me that I don't regret not taking that, but I can't even imagine what my life would have been like, because I was sober, and I like had my act together, and I was like paying taxes, and I had like everything. My life on the outside was looking pretty good, and I hadn't yet gotten to the point where like I was just obsessed about work, and that's all I ever did, and I didn't take care of myself physically. I mean, I was still, actually pretty appropriate back then, and so yeah, it would have been a very interesting gig. And I'm sure working with Rush would have been it would have been a true honor, that's for sure. And I'm trying to think who was doing the mornings back then in '97. I want to say it was either Scott. I don't know if it was still Scott Shannon in the Morning Zoo, but it was. But I think it was. Anyway, I think he was the PD at the time. But yeah, that would have been amazing. And I got to go up to the top of the Empire State Building, serving the universe from atop the Empire State Building, Z100, New York. And got to see their transmitter. So to the point of my broadcast just like stopping yesterday, right? Obviously, I don't have a ton of money in this infrastructure. Okay, I've got a laptop, and I've got, maybe I've got $1,000 in everything, like including, what it costs me monthly or whatever. But I mean, this laptop is, even if I had to pay for it, it was given to me by Dell. But even if I had to pay for it, this thing's like no more than $200 or $300. And again, the microphone's $8. The mixer was $99. And I mean, these headphones were like, $25. It's funny. These headphones, they're JBLs, by the way, these headphones. And they're like, they're like 3 times the cost of this microphone. But again, it's not necessarily the microphone and the coil. The other thing I did, believe it or not, to get a little bit, because this microphone is actually really kind of bright. And so I bring down the highs quite a bit, not that much, but I bring down the highs quite a bit. And then because if I don't, do if I bring the low end up a little bit, that kind of makes it a little bit, but by that, I mean, that's peaking the highs, and that's like kind of like 0 right there. And that's about like -2 or -3, which is good. So it keeps me out of, basically pegging it here on the internet, right? Because I mean, again, the sampling that they do for this, to do 720p on the video is not like, it's not going to make the audio too bad. It's not going to clip it up. But the point is that, if I compare that to, what they had in New York City. I mean, again, in New York City, like, I mean, in San Diego, I took it very seriously, and we never went off the air. I mean, I had 2 of almost everything. I had a self-healing automation system, actually, that if there was any downtime longer than 3 seconds, then I had a solution for that. I had a backup transmit. Actually, we had two transmitters on top of the mountain. Normally, what you do is you run one transmitter and the other one is just sort of sitting there, right? And in the engineer's fantasy, you have two of the exact same transmitter, brand new, and you buy them every 5 years. That doesn't occur. For the most part, you buy a transmitter and it lasts like at least 30 years, right? So the point is, and then to have a backup one that's exactly the same, that sometimes happens. The station I was at was awesome because we actually had, while they were the same vintage, they were very similar FM transmitters. And then when we upgraded and we went into what's called a combiner, which basically means that we had a tower, right? And then there was one giant antenna on top of it, and there was like 6 other stations that came into it. And so you had, 98.1, and you had 100.7, and you had 105.3, and you had 96.5, and they all went up into the thing. And we owned that. We owned the building. We owned the combiners, which is what it's called. We owned the antenna at the top. We owned all the real estate on top of the mountain. And then we leased all of that back to the competition effectively. And obviously it was reasonable. We didn't, rape them for the thing, but it was basically the best, if not the second best. You could argue based on the fidelity, but I think it was the best spot in San Diego to be broadcasting from. So we had this thing, and there were, and so we built this new building. We put in this, everyone was going to go up on one antenna. And so I bought literally brand new transmitters, pretty much the best transmitters that money could buy. They were completely solid state, no vacuum tubes, because believe it or not, I mean, even today, you can buy a FM transmitter that's, putting out 20, 30, 40,000 watts. And there's a giant vacuum tube in it. Like, I mean, literally giant. Like it weighs like 30 pounds. And, and so anyway, this was all solid state. And that just simply means that there were no vacuum tubes. It was, it was all like, ICs and everything. Anyway, the point is that we had two transmitters. And so, you had to make sure like, well, if one's not on, then I got to connect the other one. Well, what I decided to do is spend like even more money actually, and combine them and then have them go into the combiner that everyone else went into, and then up the thing. So that allowed me to do is basically run both transmitters at the exact same time at like 50% power, so that if one went down, and it was solid state, so it was effectively immediately, if one went down, the other one just simply went up. So with like 50-50, and then all of a sudden this went to 0, bam, this went to 100. And so that was effectively 0 downtime. And then we also had, and we were on top of Mount Soledad, if you know where that is in San Diego, in La Jolla. And so, and we had, power, right, from the power company. And there were 2 feeds that came to the top of the mountain. And so, if one went down, the other one would, power it up. But obviously there's some time where it goes down. We had a generator on the building. And then on the new building, we got this generator that had an air starter. And if you know anything about like diesel trucks or whatever, if you've ever heard a diesel truck start up, it uses an air starter, which means it uses the compressed air, and it runs this motor. And instead of like, how you start a car, it's like, it starts with that sort of thing. With an air starter, it's incredibly fast. And it just like, so for example, if you've ever heard an air drill, right? If you've ever like getting your tires replaced for $750 and you hear the guy go, and then they like remove. So it was like basically that very efficient, very quick start. So if we lost power up there, we would be back on the air in 3 seconds. And so in 3 years, we never went off the air in total more than 10 seconds. So I was obsessed with uptime. Okay. So, I mean, I did a very good job of that in San Diego, considering we weren't Market 1. Now in Market 1 in New York City, you never go off the air. I mean, you want to talk that in Los Angeles. And so they had main transmitter that was transmitting, that was on. So that was like full power, and it was like going out at like, I think it was like about 40 to 50,000 watts. And then from the antennas on top of the Empire State Building, it was like, a gain of, I don't know, 4 or something like that. So at the end of the day, it was basically what's referred to as a Class B station. So for the most part, it was like 50,000 watts that ends up going out of the antennas, which we refer to in the radio engineering world as ERP, or effective radiated power. Okay. So if you have a transmitter and you have an antenna that's got 3x gain, then you have a 10,000 watt transmitter, 3x gain, you have an ERP of 30,000. Basically, there's some loss in there, of course, because it's not 100% efficient, but nonetheless, that's how you're measured. That's how you're licensed on ERP. So they had this And there's many radio stations that broadcast from top of the Empire State Building. Okay, there's a giant, like the outside of it, it's like antenna, and there's like 10 radio stations at least, probably 20 that go into this thing, and then they blast out over New York City, making hundreds of dollars a second, effectively. I mean, it prints money having a radio station back then in New York City. So anyway, so I'm up there and I'm checking this out. And I'm an engineer, right? So I'm like, oh, I'm geeking out like crazy. I'm like, this is awesome. He's like, well, I mean, there's some radiation out there. I'm like, don't care. We'll go sterile right now. I want to be on top. I want to be on top of the Empire State Building, and I want to go out there and I want to see all this antenna. I want to see your transmitters. I don't care. I will touch them I'm not going to wear gloves. I want to see this. This is amazing. This is like Elon Musk seeing his first electric car. It's like, oh my God, this is amazing. So anyway, so we're up there. So they have 3 transmitters. One of them is on the air at 100%. The other one is sitting there turned on, but it's not transmitting out. So in other words, all you got to do is basically flip the switch and change the connectivity from this one going out to the antennas to this one going out to the antennas, and that is effectively instantaneous. It's a giant switch, right? And it's got like this ball inside of it, and just it's immediate. So that was that. And then they had a third transmitter just sitting there, just in case the other 2, for some reason, really died. So these guys were serious about it. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. But there are a couple reasons why I didn't take that gig. I'm out there and I'm looking out over everything. And I'm like, oh, I mean, if you've ever been in the Empire State Building and you've ever like gone up to like the observation deck, and then you're an engineer, you're a radio engineer, you get to go up a couple more floors. It's not like right to the stick, like where the lights go up, the antenna that's on the top. So it's not necessarily that. And that's TV, by the way. And so it's not necessarily that, but it's higher. Okay. And you're outside, like there's no glass, like there's no safety. And in theory, you're supposed to be like, attached to a harness, but it's like, yeah, whatever. Anyway, so we're out there and I'm looking out over New York City. And as you might guess, even on a non-clear day, but this was a really clear day, it was gorgeous. And I was down there for this job interview, and it's like midday and we're up there, right? And so I'm like, judging everything. And so I'm like, this is great. This is great. This is great. This is great. Like, because as an engineer, a lot of times you'll get offers because you get sort of known in the business, like, okay, this guy's a decent engineer, or this guy's a crappy engineer, or he's good for remotes, but he can't keep the station on the air to save his life or whatever, right? Well, I had the reputation of basically, I was obsessed with staying on the air. And if you had a Mexican transmitter, I was obsessed about turning up the knobs too high. But in any case, oh yeah, for sure, Wolfman Jack. What's his real name? Quick. Anyway, but I'm up there and I'm looking down over New York City. And as you might guess, all I see are yellow cars or in taxis everywhere, and they're honking, and I can hear the noise. I can hear the noise of New York City at the top of the Empire State Building. And that was like, I don't know, dude. But then we went back to the office and we sat down, and, he obviously went over my CV resume, and he's like, okay, I know this and I know this and I know this. And, obviously you're no idiot. You realize that this is market 1 and we don't friggin' mess around. And you will have the resources to make sure we are on 110% of the time. And so I was like, I'm falling in love with this guy. And I'm thinking this is going to be great. He says, and he offers me an amount of money that was effectively 2.5 times pretty much what I was making in San Diego, and well north of $100,000 for a kid. So this is in 97, 98. So I'm like 27, 28. And this guy has offered me the ability to be an engineer in market number 1 and have a salary that's over 6 figures, right? Because that's how you labeled stuff back then. Right now, it's like if you have a 6-figure salary and you're making $100,000, if you're in a major city in the United States and you're making $100,000, okay, you're not a billionaire, but that's like you're surviving kind of. I'm not saying that's a low salary, don't get me wrong. But the point is, back then when I was 28 years old and I was going from market 25 to potentially market 1 and so he tells me, and this would be the package and all of this. And I'm thinking, oh my God, in my eyes, like, oh my God, it's like 100 and whatever. That's like so much money. He says, but here's the thing, it's New York City. So like, you won't be able to afford to live in New York City. Because in my mind, like whenever I moved to a market and I was the engineer for a radio station, I basically would design my life such that there's the studio and then here is the transmitter. And I would live somewhere in the middle so that I could get to either one in an emergency as fast as I possibly could. That's the way my engineering mind worked. And so I'm like, okay, well, So the transmitter is like, so your studio's Penn Station, and then the transmitter's over in the Empire State Building. So I'll basically just like live down here, in Greater Manhattan. And he's like, no, he said, you absolutely will. You will not be able to afford to live here. He says, what you'll do is you'll take the train in and out of New York City, and you live in New Jersey. And for some reason, that was the deal breaker. I'm like, dude, there's no way I'm living in New Jersey. And again, I was living in San Diego, because, and it's not like I couldn't have gotten a very well paying job in radio, working at a station that I probably loved. I'd probably be working with Laquadera right over at BCN. And I grew up on BCN, WBCN, 104 FM, WBCN. And, but it was too cold. I mean, Boston's freezing, right? I mean, for like 4 months of the year, it's just uncomfortable for me. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe I can suck it up, to do Market One. And, he says, but you're gonna have to live in New Jersey and take the train in. And so I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna work for me. But the cool part is that, again, it's a small fraternity of engineers in radio. And so my boss, he was pretty confident that I wasn't just like taking some 3 or 4 days randomly off to go see my folks in Boston. So he, found out that I was going for this job interview, and he's like, okay. And so he was like, sometimes bosses will do, like, as far as I'm concerned, if you're working for me and you're going for a job interview somewhere else, what can I absolutely do to make it so that you get that job? Like, if you want that job and you don't want to work for our team, I totally get it. That's fine. Unless of course I'm, trying to share you with the competition because you're just simply incompetent and you're not part of the cool kids table. You don't have the culture, you don't have the desire, you don't have the obsession with the customer if it doesn't work, and you may not have the technical chops. But anyway, so I'm like sitting there, and he says, yeah, so yeah, I knew you went for this job interview. But so he was a little, pissed, right? And felt a little betrayed kind of thing. Cause I had been to that station, maybe, I don't even know if it was 2 years. So I got my feet wet and I was able to do the job. I mean, the first couple of weeks I was like, oh my God, I don't get it. Like, this is a completely different infrastructure that I'm used to in St. Louis. This is weird. I'm back in my home market because I started in radio in San Diego, but like, okay, what's going on? So it took me a while, but then after 2 years, it was like blindfolded. I could like run this thing, and we were improving it big time. And that was just awesome. So anyway, he says, well, so like, I mean, you're going to move to New York City, basically guilting me into saying, after I spent our company's money to move you from St. Louis to San Diego and pay for everything like that, and we're giving you this salary, benefits and all of that. After all of that, you're going to actually move to New York City. And I said, no. I said, there's no way I'm moving to New York City. I said, look, it would be really cool. And my ego wants me to work in market number one, but I'm not going to live there because I like the quality of life. I mean, there's a very good reason why I left St. Louis to come back to San Diego, to actually make less money, because I did not like St. Louis. I loved the people. I loved the fact that my house cost like a third of what it cost in San Diego, but every morning I woke up and I was in St. Louis. And I don't like St. Louis. There's no ocean, and they have winters that are really just uncomfortable. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do it. And he's like, all right, well, look, just so you're not distracted and just so I don't get pissed again kind of thing. He's like, we'll give you a raise. So they gave me like a little bit more money kind of thing, because, and I was like, okay, well, I appreciate that. And I will dedicate, kind of thing here. And it turned out to be a great thing, because I didn't like come back and say, hey, look, here's the deal. I got this job offer from market number one at WPLJ, New York City. And so I didn't like really sort of taunt it or throw it in their face or anything and saying, so, oh, if you want me to stay here, then I will, then you need to give me more money. And a lot of times that's actually how you get raises in higher education, is you bring your offer letter from the other university or whatever. And then if you do that, then they give you a raise to stay there. It's totally dysfunctional. I hate it. It lacks integrity. And anyway, so luckily I didn't have to do that for that. But the cool part is that, yeah, I got a little bit more money, but I had pretty much the same responsibility. But when that chief engineer, when that director of engineer left to actually go work for Clear Channel at the time, is that he recommended me for his position over the guy that had already been there and had kind of been he'd been like right next to me, and he had been, definitely there longer, more skilled. And, so I kind of leapfrogged him in the org chart. And one could say that, that was probably disappointing for him. And there is a part of me that thinks, well, they probably did it because I was here less time and maybe they had to pay me less money. But I learned after that they actually ended up paying me more money than they would have paid that guy. And for some reason, people had more trust in me. I did have a different pedigree. I had a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. This guy didn't, but he had years of experience. And so anyway, both of us, trust me, could have run that thing, to the best of our ability. And it would have been great. It was great because I was there and I had an amazing team. But that guy got pissed, and then so he went over to TV. So I had to hire, at one time I had, 3 engineers, and then I had 2. But the point is that, it helped me do that and advance my career. And because so what's interesting about radio engineers is very few of them have a bachelor's degree in engineering, and almost none of them have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering. Some of them will have like electronic engineering, and so they're very familiar with how to design and fix things. But I was like more, complete system, totally, entire radio station. I can build that like literally from the concrete slab all the way to, plates on, like we're turning the transmitter on and we're broadcasting 100,000 watts. We turn on our transmitter, the grass bends. Okay. So like I know how to do the whole thing. And so anyway, so that was sort of my, that was my upgrade. And that was a pretty cool gig. But I will say that I'm looking back, I'm actually really glad I didn't move to New York City. And it was really cool to stay in San Diego because I had a lot of great friends in San Diego. Emperor Hudson, nice. I was friends with a DJ in Kansas City at 98.9 The Rock. I remember those guys. Yeah, it's cool having DJ friends. Rush, the king of talk radio. He indeed was the king. Yes, absolutely. San Diego, California. It was always like, come on down, right? When he would like bring people in the thing. Bring people on the show. God, I don't want to miss anything. Oh yeah, because I do want to get to this. I just saw this. Hook me up with passes. Yeah, absolutely, Todd. So we have this funny phrase that when you're in radio, I'm in radio, I carry no cash, because you got you got passes to go to everything. You got as many records as you could eat. Got to go see Pantera. Very cool, dude. Very cool. That must have been a fun show. Pohnpei Pier, yes, great, thank you. A beautiful area. I've not been out to Koh Samet, but we have great beaches here in Bang Chang as well. Awesome. Hold on. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget it, because I will forget it, because I will sleep probably between now and the time I look that up. But thank you very much, Triple T. I really appreciate that, dude. Bang Chang. Ban Chang. Cool. You see this is my piece of paper that I got my notes on. You see all those dots? Like that just means that on that day I went in and out of 3 buildings. We get these dots of like acceptance after they take our temperature of our forehead and then they allow us in the building. When am I going? Gotta love Thailand. So great question. So at the end of the day, like this afternoon, like after the show, I'm going to probably just walk down the street and I'm going to get a massage. And like I probably will get like a 2-hour massage, because I'm sitting here like slouched over basically, for the show and that sort of thing. But it doesn't really distract me. It's no big deal. But my lower back has been kind of bothering me because I was carrying around a backpack that I'm soon to replace, because this thing doesn't work well. I like the one that had the things on the hips, because then when you put the weight on the hips, you could carry a backpack for a lot longer. And so I want to be able to do that. So it would be good to get probably a 2-hour massage. So here's the thing, gotta love Thailand. And I can't remember where you are located right now. I totally apologize. You could literally have told me 5 minutes ago, but for some reason, like my short-term memory is just not perfect. And so, but regardless, if you're over here, I think we've actually already had this discussion. So again, I apologize for that. But if you're over here and you're thinking of going in the immediate future, then, shoot me an email, because it'd be cool to like maybe hang out or meet up down there or something like that. Meaning I may go tomorrow. I may just I'm like this afternoon, I may cruise over to the bus station just to make sure that I know the times, because I know it will be multiple times, that the bus is going from Ekamai, all the way down to Pohnpei. And I assume you pronounce it Pei, right? P-A-Y, basically. It's like Pohnpei, P-H-E. I don't know. Anyway, and then find out when that is, and then figure out, okay, well, I'll get up at this time, and then I'll take the BTS over to Ekamai, and then I'll Ekamai bus it down to Rayong, and maybe stay there. I may need to make a reservation. I'm not certain. I didn't necessarily have to have a reservation in Prachuap Khiri Khan, even though like on the T8, which is basically the health certificate that you don't check any of the things that are the symptoms of having COVID. And then you sign it. They ask you where you're going to, where is your reservation, where are you going to be staying? So, no one's really checked me on that. They've been like, okay, well, prove it. Show me your reservation. But who knows? I mean, I don't mind having a reservation down at a place. And again, you've seen the places that I stay, even if they're right in the beach, they're only $25, right? So it's like, okay, I may do that. but I haven't decided yet. So the short answer is maybe tomorrow. Likely this week, though. Maple Leaf Dave said, I found it interesting how many times DJ is changing radio stations in cities and back. Yeah, I mean, it is you bump around, you bop around for sure. A lot of times it's to further your career. Usually it's one of two things. Either your contract is up and the station wants to take the station in another direction, or your contract is in place and a new owner comes in or a new program director comes in and they're like, okay, look, dude, we're going to be playing country music and you're an alternative rock DJ that everyone in the market knows you as the alternative guy. Like in San Diego, for example, if you're Robin Roth or you're Steve West, and then people basically associate you with like alternative rock. They associate you with 91X. They don't associate you with country music. And so therefore you wouldn't be a good fit for the station. So they let you go. And then you basically take your resume and your air checks and you send that off to a whole bunch of stations. And, sometimes you'll be like, well, San Diego's great, but hey, maybe I should do mornings in Honolulu or whatever, right? A lot of times too, you'll go from like a less than morning show, meaning you'll be like doing afternoons or evenings, and there's preferred shows. Number one usually is morning drive. Second is like afternoon drive, evening, and then the other like middays and evenings, may or may not be really popular depending upon who you are, depending upon the market, or depending upon your show. And so you hop around a lot more when you're a DJ. And that was the other nice thing about being an engineer, and the other reason I stuck to it. For a couple of reasons. One was the salary was a lot more steady, and my job wasn't based on ratings. Like, in other words, the ratings could totally tank at my radio station, and they would be like, well, yeah, but we still need the same engineering quality, right? So they still needed me for that. So anyway. Yes, sir. Your mic sound quality is great. Thank you very much, teacher. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I got to tell you, this is and so this came with like a stand, and it is literally an $8 microphone. So I changed the circuitry a little bit, and I still need to change the circuitry more because I'm not really comfortable with it's not as warm as that other one, but as one of you guys mentioned last time, which is really cool, I can kind of cruise around. I can like cruise back, and for the most part, it's got a wider pattern, which is nice, so I can move around. But it's also a bummer because it picks up nonsense around here. And so like I have the fan blowing on me right now. So there's like a ton of white noise, but I have kind of a shield inside of this windscreen. And of course there's also the windscreen. So it's keeping the wind out, which is nice. But again, it's a little bright. I wish it was a little bit warmer, but again, that's me. And many guys have been like, Mike, we can hear you fine. You're the only one that cares. I think it was Aztec. He's like, Mike, I can hear you fine. Like, just stop. Just give me the data, dude. Give me the data. Oops. Joseph says, Asbury Park, New Jersey, Stone Pony Dive Bar. Meet the boss, David Bryan. Very cool. That guy, it's amazing how you can control the sound of that mic. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm a DJ, but I'm also an engineer. And, at the end of the day, I mean, and so I'm an electrical engineer, but I'm also like an engineer. And when you're an engineer in radio, you got to do everything. And I refer to it as from toilets to transmitters. Like, you got to know exactly what's going on in the RF world. And of course, now you have to be obsessed with the digital world. Like, you got to know how automation works, how modification of audio works, with digital processing and that sort of thing. So you got to understand the analog and you got to understand the digital. But you also got to fix the toilet. Sometimes you got to be the plumber. And so with this microphone, one of the ways that I got a little bit of getting rid of that, like super just, crazy ass brightness, rather than spending a ton of cash on a de-esser, which is basically a circuit that gets rid of the, that was like really high there. Is I took the stuffing that is inside of a pillow because it ripped on the seam before, and I took some of that and I used a paper clip and I put it down inside the base of the microphone here, which really pulled a whole lot of the reverberation and a lot of the highs, the brightness. It's too bright, right? From the bottom of the microphone, and that effectively cost me nothing. Although what I need to do now is I really need to take that pillow down to the lady down the street, because that like old ladies will just sit there on the side of the road with their Singer sewing machine, right? And she'll charge me like $1 to like sew up on the seam, so I gotta fix my pillow. But it helped me fix my microphone. Teacher Thomas says, yeah, if you come down this way, Rayon, cool. We'd love to host you before you go on the island. You can coach me on some tech skills. Absolutely. Anything you need. Yeah. And I'll take you to Clearwater, white sand beaches on the mainland. I'm a gargantuan fan of white sand beaches. That's one of the reasons I really love, so here's, if you wouldn't mind, teacher, if you can shoot me an email at livemyassoff@gmail.com. So I have your contact info. and then I'll totally reach out to you. That would be, I'd be honored, man, if you would like, show me around Rayong. That would be fantastic. That'd be like just so cool. Go More Hike says, leave the microphone the same and blur the video camera. You have a face for radio. But yeah, I've seen you on radio. I've seen you on TV too, dude. Trust me. I get higher ratings. Let's just say that. But yeah, I absolutely have a radio face. I get it. Trust me. It's an old joke. It absolutely is. Yeah, I have a face for radio. I got a radio face. It's the other reason why I also wear a full face helmet, because I'm like, I've got the voice. But then I just love that joke. That's like so cool. Thank you. Yeah. What is thumb ring? Oh, this? Okay, so here's what's interesting about this. So I bought this ring in, I want to say it was at an outdoor market in San Francisco, right there on the pier. And I want to say I bought it in like 90, probably 6 or 7, because I was up there for a conference, and my kind of not really girlfriend, but girlfriend that I had for a little bit when I was in St. Louis. I had just moved back to San Diego, and then I was up in San Francisco for this conference, radio tech conference. And my girlfriend flew out from St. Louis to hang out with me. And so I bought it when I was up there then. And I don't particularly know but the significance of it being on my thumb, I used to wear it just on my fingers, right? But I wear it there because when I lost weight, I went for that medically supervised diet at Kaiser, and I lost like 50 pounds basically in 6 weeks. And I felt great. Well, obviously everything on my body, like my face shrunk and everything, but so did my fingers. So I was swimming one day and I lost a couple of my rings, and I really didn't want to lose this one because there's 3 of them that are in here. And for the most part, throughout the time that I've owned this ring until even presently, each of those 3 things, I usually have it symbolize like one of 3 things, that's significant in my life. And so, there was a time where each of them, stood for just a word that was important to me in my recovery and that sort of thing. So it was hope, faith, and courage. And then, other times it was just like, live the dream, right? Right now, I sort of think of it as symbolizing me, Gracie, and Euryce, right? Because it's like a total team. It's not, she doesn't get me, and they don't get me, and I don't get Euryce without Gracie, and I don't get Gracie without Euryce. And and Gracie and I are also Team Mackie. So that's the package deal that I gladly signed up for. And so yeah, it kind of varies, but it's on my thumb because it can't come off. Well, it can, but it actually hurts because for some reason my knuckle is significantly larger than the thing. So anyway, and it's been there. It never comes off. I will take off these rings occasionally because sometimes when it's like really cold out or something like that, or I've gotten to the point where I basically just forgot to eat for like 2 to 3 days because I've been obsessed about a project. Then these things will sometimes come off. I mean, like it's very easy to take this one off, for example. This one I bought in Maui. I think it was. Yeah, it was before I met Gracie. And then this one, I think I told you guys a story about it. I wear this gold. This is Thai gold. I wear this one, and Gracie wears one that essentially looks exactly the same. And we bought these immediately after we picked up her passport that had just gotten its 10-year B1, B2 visa in it. So we celebrated that by each getting these rings. So, boom, boom. Have we gotten a oh yeah, we got a thumbs down. So again, and that's what that's the data that we'll ignore, I suppose, right? There you go. Noise better than the Staten Island. No noise better than Staten Island. New Jersey is better than Staten Island. Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. Hell yes. Yeah. See, I don't really know anything about the coast over there. Great session, guys. Got to call it quits. Another great day awaits. Rock, man. Good to see you, buddy. Absolutely. Enjoy Atlanta. It is 11:42 p.m. there. I hope you have an amazing evening. He made that comment at 10:26, and so I apologize for not. Oh, you know what I need to do too? I completely spaced, guys. Is I didn't cruise over. I haven't been paying attention to the YouTube thing. I've been paying attention to the aggregated chat. So I just want to make sure nobody's super chatted me. I'm not saying you should, but in any case, I just wanted to make sure because sometimes I'll really start talking, and I'll totally miss super chat, and that's it's kind of lame, right? What is this? There's a river in St. Louis, actually 2 of them. Yes, that's called the Mississippi. and it's dirty. And that would be, it was funny too, because I came from California, right? And so a lot of people would be like, oh, do you like it here? Or whatever. I'm like, well, I love the green. Unfortunately, the requirement to have all of this green is that it rains. And I'm from Southern California. So basically I'm from the desert. And so where the desert meets the water. And I'm not a big fan of the whole rain thing, especially when it's like kind of cold, but I do like the results. The green is awesome. I love it. They're like, and I said, but I absolutely miss the beach. Like I need to leave St. Louis and move somewhere else because there's no beach here. And people would say that. They'd be like, well, yeah, but we got this river and then we have these lakes. I'm like, yeah, but I can see the other side of it. I'm a big fan of the Pacific. So got to get the invoices out to pay another month of fun. Good for you, Rockman. Good job, buddy. Hello, Ben E. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. That guy, you made the right call passing on New York City. Yeah, I lived there for 6 months and hated it by the end. I was so glad the night I flew out that I drove to the beach in Santa Monica and literally kissed the ground. It's funny. When I left St. Louis and I came back to San Diego, my friend Aaron picked me up at the airport, actually. And so I said, and it was during the day, and I said, look, please, let's just drive. So she drove over to Mission Beach, and I took off my shoes, and I just like walked in the water. It was on one of those ramps, where you launch a boat, and the water was beautiful. It was incredibly flat. There was like no wind. It was like middle of the day, and that's very rare. Usually there's like, a lot of sort of chop, right, by the afternoon. And I walked into the water, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I am so glad to be here. But Santa Monica's fun. I like Santa Monica. I preferred San Diego, but then again, that's just me. Daniel says you have a great way of making something I have no interest in sound really interesting, which is, I assume, radio. Good. I'm glad to hear that, buddy. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're here too, and thank you again for the money for the bitchin' new masks. Go Mohawk. I wore my new fanny pack on my walk today. Felt good without a backpack. Yeah, I get it. I'm not a fan. The problem with fanny packs for me is that it just doesn't hold enough. And so I actually ordered 3 new backpacks. One of them is like over the shoulder, and then it has the hips thing. So I'm stoked for that. Also, they're lighter weight. Like I have a 60-liter backpack now with like really good padded shoulder straps, and it's got this gigantically wide and padded shoulder, things for the hips. So I can put a lot of weight in there and I can cruise around. The backpack itself weighs 2 kilos. Okay. So this is like a a little less, but it's like a 4-pound backpack empty, so I got to really be committed to like doing something, because when I was down in Pratrep Currycon, I realized that I didn't bring enough, because I was distracted by the fact that, okay, so because again, I'm outdoors like the whole day. Like, I mean, today I spend a little bit of time indoor. Actually, I don't even have the air conditioning on, do I? But, I mean, this shirt can get sweaty or whatever. It can get outside of it. But, I mean, if I'm outside for a long time and I'm sweating, well, then, my shirt is obviously going to need to be laundered. And what was distracting for me is like, okay, I got this shirt, the white one that I wore down on the train. So that's of no use to me until I get this thing washed. I got this other shirt that I wore basically later that day into the second day. So now I'm down 2 shirts, and I only brought 4 shirts. So now I'm like distracted in the back of my head with like having to go and get my laundry done. And I'm like, this is bugging me. So because of that, I realized I need to bring more, but I shoved as much as I possibly could into the other backpack that I have, which is smaller, but it only has the shoulder things and it doesn't have the hip things. So I got that one coming. And I also got one of those deals where it's like, because at the same time, I can also wear a much smaller backpack, that just goes over the one shoulder and then the things in front. That should be pretty good. I also think that's pretty lightweight. And then I got this other backpack that is incredibly lightweight. It's got fairly wide, so it's not like piercing my skin. Like I have this one bag with the ropes. So it's not too bad, and it probably shouldn't, cut holes in my shoulders if I put too much weight in it. But I can wear that on the front, and it's one of those backpacks, basically, but it like folds into itself, right? So it's like this little pouch. So anyway, and I got all that for like 600 baht. It's like $20, and all of that is coming in the next few days. And so to your point of when am I cruising down there, I actually I'll check on Lazada today to see when the delivery date is, but I think the delivery date is either tomorrow or this week. So I may wait until that stuff shows up so I can bring like 4 or 5 days worth of stuff and still bring my sort of my travel laptop. I bring this Asus with me. It only weighs like probably it doesn't even weigh 3 kilos. And and it's okay. I can stream from it live, and I have before. And in fact, one of my first live streams ever was from the Amazon Cafe there in Jomtien, and I did that on that. Additionally, it's a Windows machine, so it runs OBS, so I can do picture-in-picture, so that I don't need to, go over here and like basically, if I want to change the camera, then I have to change the camera, but it's the only camera we could see. I can't like add myself to it, that sort of thing. But in any case, that will allow me to bring all of that stuff, and ideally I will also then not be distracted by having enough clothes. So Aaron says, oh, when you slap your hands on the table or set the water down, how'd you get rid of the bass noise? Others that I watch have a weird noise, like it shakes the mic and a vibrating noise happens. So I totally get that. Okay, so that's another one of the things that you learn in radio that really has, as an engineer, that Okay, so now as you can see, sorry, there you go. As you can see, there's no shock mount. So one of the things that I use in this microphone is that it's got a shock mount. Okay, so it's basically got rubberized nylon, effectively, like on the side of it, and so I can like literally shake this all day long, and it won't reverberate through the microphone. On this one, I've got it on this boom. Okay. And the nice thing about this boom is it's cheesy, okay, which means that the metal actually isn't really stiff, okay? So it may not last as long, and I'll throw it away, and I'll spend another $1 on a new one, right? And it's got springs in it, and it's got springs in it. So what that allows it to do is basically have some absorption of reverberation, so it doesn't, have that happen. So I can like put this down. Now I can make it make noise. Right? I mean, if I'm convinced that I'm going to, the other thing too, is that the table that it's connected to, I bought like little things of felt, effectively, with like the double sticky side tape on them at Home Pro. And I cut those out to like little circles, and I have that on the bottom. So it's got like kind of a pad, and the top of this thing is all wood. So again, there's a number of things that go into it. But so if you ever wonder, like, well, I wonder why Mike bought that coffee table. There is probably a lot more thought into it that I use that any of you normal people would have done. Most people don't buy a coffee table thinking, oh yeah, this is like pretty good, but where am I going to mount my microphone? I mean, if I'm not getting another 10 dB of headroom on that thing, there's no way I'm buying this piece of junk coffee table. And the furniture guy looks at you like, oh yeah, absolutely, you're sober. For sure. I'm sending Rob beef jerky. Do you want some? I would actually love Thailand vloggers. Thank you for coming by. I think you're new here in the chat, at least, so I really appreciate it. But yeah, I do want some. I have a delivery address problem, so do this if you don't mind. Just shoot me an email at livemyassoff@gmail.com. And I will figure out a location where you can mail it very simply, and it will get here. But I'd be honored, man. That's like really cool. I mean, okay, so I know this is going to kind of sound silly, but I mean, so Rob's one of my good friends. But I also have a lot of admiration for his presentation, for the product that he gives, because obviously he's got 55,000 people that are subscribed, but also each of his videos usually gets at least 10,000 watches, right? So I mean, what he's doing is relevant to a very large populace. And so I remember when he would start doing, and he would like get gifts and that sort of thing. And I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. But here's what's funny about that Thailand vloggers is he would get stuff, and I'm like, okay, there's no way, I don't want a drone. And if someone were to send me a MacBook Pro, that would be amazing. Okay, but I mean, again, he has got one buddy of his, and the guy, that stuff like that just simply doesn't cost money in his mind. $2,500 for technology is just, and then anyway, regardless. Is I don't expect any of that stuff. But what was happening is people would send him stuff. And I remember when he got his first thing of beef jerky, it was like, what, 3 years ago maybe? And maybe it was you who sent it. And I remember looking at that and saying, here's how I'm gonna know when I made it. When someone sends me beef jerky. So Thailand vloggers, you may think this is silly, but I can tell you right now that that made me feel really awesome that you asked. And even if you're just asking to bait me or whatever, that would be really honored. Oh, the other thing with Doritos, which actually you can totally buy Doritos that taste like Doritos here. There are Doritos that don't taste like Doritos because they have a weird cheese thing in it, but you can actually buy Doritos that taste like real Doritos back home now. So, but beef jerky, yeah, it's either incredibly expensive or it doesn't really taste that good because it's not something, here. Whereas like back home, I mean, that is a food group, especially like if you're like 17 and you're getting up early in the morning and you and your buddies are going to drive 3 hours to then ski in absolutely brutally cold weather. You have beef jerky and you have Snickers bars and you have Gatorade. And so that you are ready for the road trip. So beef jerky is a staple, man. So that's really awesome. Thank you so much, Pineland Vloggers. I'm honored. Live my ass off at gmail.com. Gomar Hike says, idea, do a call-in show on YouTube like Larry King. So I have thought about that. And the technical requirements are not high for that. As you know, Go More Hike, obviously I can, I'm using Streamlabs, right? So, sorry, I'm using StreamYard. So obviously I can send you a URL and you come in and then we can both talk. One of the things that really pisses me off, and I've tried to work with their developers on this, is the audio, okay, on Streamlabs. Sorry, StreamYard, on this solution, StreamYard. Because the way that they mix two pieces of audio is cheap. Okay, it costs very little money to do what they do the way they do it. And so therefore, they're not spending as much money on it as I want them to. Okay, so meaning that you have two people, and when someone talks, the other one potentially it's called ducking. Okay, so what happens in the circuitry is it says, okay, I have audio A and I have audio B, and I'll sit here and like this guy's talking, that's great. And if this guy comes in and talks, then I'll duck this guy and I'll put this. And so it's basically it's very asymmetrical, and so it's very binary, and so that bothers me. There's no like real mixing, right? And if you've ever listened to a morning show, it's not like when Mark and Brian, it's not like when Mark talks and Brian talks and they both talk at the same time because they're buddies and they're hanging out and that's part of the show. It's not like you talk and listen and wait, kind of like a 60 minutes interview, right? I mean, it's you don't like interrupt the person, if you will, but on a real sort of radio show, then the interruption is not seen that way, because they're both talking at the same time and they're both talking about a very common topic. And you can't mix the audio real well here with StreamYard. So I don't like to necessarily bring on other people to a StreamYard broadcast because I don't like those other people. If that's not the reason, it's because the end product bugs me. And so I was even listening to, or watching and listening to Rike and JC recently, right? And Rike talks softer than JC does, but JC talks kind of back and he's got his headphones on. So there's a little bit of, dead air, if you will, in the sense that like, if you think of this, his audio is this much and Rike is this much, but he's quieter. Well, his is this, because anyway, the point is that the mixing is lousy and it bugs me. Now, so, and then the call-in show, I mean, I've got an 800 number. Okay. I mean, you guys can like call an 800 number from the US. It won't cost you anything. I could bring you on the show. If I had a little bit of additional technology right now, for example, I could have you call my Google phone. I could have you call my 800 number. From the 800 number, it was actually already transferred to one of my Google voice ones. And then I could just bring that up in a browser and I could bring that audio and I could bring it into this thing right now. But again, there's no ability to sort of mix the audio. So what I need to figure out is and then let me just be totally transparent too. I love being on with Rob, and Rob and I think are very good together. But there are enough people that dislike two things. They dislike me being on with Rob, and then they also don't particularly like Rob doing live shows. So there's that thing. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't really want that sort of, energy in my life. And that's fine. I will hang out with Rob all day long. And in fact, really, he and I should probably do a live show once a month. And I think that would be cool. And I don't think I would get any sort of negative, stuff from that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the poor guys in the Philippines, for some reason, there are trolls and haters in the Philippines that spend a lot of time and energy on Philippine vloggers. And when there is a new guy, okay, so let's take Rike and Gio in the Philippines as an example. Rike has been doing this for a long time. Gio in the Philippines has come up in the last, I want to say 3 years, right? I think he's like 2, maybe 3 years old. And his channel is doing great. And oh my God, he does a live show in the morning, almost every morning, I think. And he's got, thousands of people that like watch it. And I think he's awesome. And I think what he provides, I think he's actually a really, really great guy. I don't know him that well, but I think he's really got a lot of integrity. His presentation style works very well for his audience. And he does like a 1 hour show, and that's perfect Okay, so let me just explain to you what happened. I think I may have lost every single one of you. But it says that, so the power went out is the short answer. And I am now on the battery power of my laptop, and I am tethered to my phone. And let me make sure that I can get back. Okay, so cool. It sounds like I'm back. I'm back. Awesome. Okay, so what I had to do, thank God my laptop is, a laptop, right? So it's got batteries. The power went out and I forgot about this. And so anyway, and I'm tethered to my phone. And so right now I'm actually doing a broadcast that is quite similar to simulating a remote broadcast because I'm using the internet from this device. And then I'm on my battery powered laptop. And this is actually going to happen again. The power is going to go out again. I forgot. Today's June 1st. At the beginning of every month, in the middle of the day, they test the generator, and they really test the generator. Frozen in Thailand, a likely story. So how many? Okay, so I got 18, 16. So I lost half of you, and so I'm really sorry about that. Had I been aware of that, and I can be aware of it for the future, then I would have proactively been doing the internet from this. And then once the power goes off one more time, when they do the transfer switch back. So right now we're on generator power. And I actually really appreciate the fact that they do this. And so, so that makes me happy because it's one thing to Frozen 3 starring Mike. Very cool. But here's what I really, really am pleased about. StreamYard stayed connected. Now, I may have a new broadcast on Facebook. It may have refreshed my Facebook stream because YouTube, I know, is pretty tolerant to losing it. Facebook, if you dump down, then a lot of times it will, yeah. So so the Facebook broadcast effectively is no longer. And it didn't restart a new broadcast on Facebook. So that's okay, because the majority of you guys are on YouTube. So let me just double click Facebook. I just want to make sure I can see what's going on over there. Oh, it says I'm live now. So, okay, cool. All right. So we're live on Facebook and we're live on YouTube. Great. First of all, thank you very much for sticking around, guys. I really appreciate that. I apologize for that, but I'm glad that my technical solution to it today was obviously infinitely better than my technical solution to it last night, which was using Lightstream, and that didn't work. So anyway, I'm back and you're back. So thank you so much. Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo, Michigan, you're on the air. What's your question? Turn your radio down. Yeah. So, and here's what's crazy. So if you don't know, so there's guys that they're referred to as producers or whatever, and they don't usually necessarily produce. But what they do is they answer the phones. And one of the things that they always do is they insist and obsess about making sure that they tell the caller, turn your radio down, listen to your radio in here, especially with Larry King, because there's going to be a delay of 8 seconds. And because if you say a bad word, then they hit what's called the dump button. And so then they would remove that from it. And but you know what's really cool, guys? I mean, this is really cool. First of all, that means that in theory, because again, this is the laptop is battery powered. That means that Pigeon Cam is still live because the power stayed onto that. And my light, basically, that kind of ideally adds to the dark side of my face. From the dark side, Luke. I'm your father. Why did I just sound like Snuffleupagus just then instead of like Darth Vader? So that's stayed on because that's powered by USB. The mixer is powered by USB, and then there's batteries in the thing, and then this thing is powered by batteries. Now, what I could do possibly is switch back to the local internet. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait at least an hour. When we go on break, then I got a video for you guys that I made over at Lumpini Park. On the same day that I made the last video that I played on Lumpini Park, but I played the entire raw footage of that. So you heard me say the exact same thing like 2 or 3 times because I was either distracted or I said it the wrong way or my inflection was wrong. So it was like, hey, thanks a lot for, hey, thanks a lot for, hi, it's Mike, and so I wanted to I didn't chop it up. It was pretty lousy, pretty unprofessional. So anyway, so I got a new one for you on that one. But yeah, so there you go. Mike stays on the air. Don't mess around. But yeah, you got to turn your radio down, dude. And that would be so annoying when people would be like, why? Because he wants to hear himself on the air. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Seriously? So we have like 0. See, and that's the thing. I mean, honestly, guys, I think that we are designing a culture here where people actually believe that. And so to Richard's point, I would submit to you that I can actually make a pretty good case for the thumbs down, because it seems as though when thumbs downs occur, I talk about it to the point where, I don't think I'm complaining, but I'm like, well, I would like to be better. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like every morning I wake up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to like enjoy myself. So that's at a minimum. That's like basically the baseline of like, okay, how am I going to attack today? And if I still have any sort of resentments and nonsense that I've carried through my silly dreams, and I wake up and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to deal with that guy again. Or sorry, not that guy that's on here, not TG, but I got to deal with those guys. How's that? It's funny, actually. One of the DJs that we had at 92.5 was that guy, Mick, because everyone was like, he was the new morning guy. And who's the morning guy? Who is that guy? Well, that's that guy, Mick. Anyway, if I still have that going on, I was like, okay, how am I going to deal with that? Do I need to make an amends, or am I like, just basically carrying this around? Or it's a premeditated resentment, or I'm drinking poison, hoping they are going to die, kind of thing. Or, am I immature or whatever? Or what are my goals for today? But the other thing is that, how am I going to do today better than yesterday? And I mean, I don't listen or watch the entire thing, but a lot of these live streams, I will watch a large percentage of them afterwards. Because like, I don't know exactly what your experience was at 2 hours and 2.5 hours in when the power went out. And so I'm going to like see what that's like and figure out, okay, well, that was acceptable. And, the core team basically hung out, go more hype. Brian's here, Joseph's here. That guy's probably here, and then the other guys that went to sleep, they went to sleep. And it's like, okay, well, that's okay. I mean, there's 25 of you watching right now, and thank you very much. And, maybe that's because I wonder, actually, if you got notified when I came back on, because essentially it's the same stream on both Facebook and YouTube. So I don't think you got any, hey, by the way, Mike's back. I'm sure you didn't get that. But anyway, so how am I going to be better, right? And so therefore, and again, Joseph, I'm glad you let us know that, because I'm really like, what made them do the down, and then what made them potentially remove it? Or did it just come from a bot or a fake account that then when the fake account was destroyed, then all of the stuff that it did went away? So even if it liked a video, or if it commented on a video, that account is fake, and then YouTube destroys it, and then all of the interface that account ever did is removed. I don't know. Maybe that's how that works, and maybe that's the reason. But anyway, someone changed their mind. Absolutely, yeah. So and that's it's difficult to do. You change. It's difficult. That's probably one of the hardest things to do, is change someone else's mind. Brian says, I used to swim in the haba. Just so you know what he's talking about there. He's talking about the haba. He doesn't eat lobster when he's there. He goes down to the Packy after swimming in the haba, and he gets his lobbies. You're gonna get like 2 or 3 pound lobbies. You're not gonna get those chicks, are you? Because the chicks, we call ones that weigh very little, chicks. They're small. They're still of size legally, but they're small, so we call them chicks. CHIX. Swim in the haba. When it was the dirtiest body of water in the U.S. That's why I can't catch an STD or the Rona. You rockin' the Rona. Oh, my Corona. My Sharona. Have you guys seen the parody that guy did using my Sharona? And he did my Corona. He was very talented. He did a really good job, and the music was decent. But yeah, absolutely, dude. You got every single antibody in the world. You got hepatitis long before people knew what it was. You invented it by swimming in the Boston Harbor. You can't swim there. Bobby, Brian, Hey, Bri, don't swim there. Did you swim out of the duck boats? That guy says, I think that San Diego is the greatest American city. Nothing comes close, at least in my experience. And I got to tell you, many people believe that. And it was definitely that's where I lived. I lived there the longest. I lived in, just south of Boston for 20 years. And then I lived in San Diego for approximately 30. So yeah, it's pretty good. Joseph Pinto, that was me. I do it all the time just to screw around. Is that what you guys talking about me? Dying. What camera are you using? Webcam. Oh, so I'm using the camera in my Dell Chromebook. And so it's pretty good. I mean, it does 720 okay. If I do 720 at 60 frames a second, it really doesn't add a whole lot of benefit. The lighting in here, I mean, I've got like natural light I've got natural light that way, and then I've got, you know, man-made light that way from my light ring. And so the lighting is imperfect for sure. So, but if you're curious about what Pigeon Cam is, that is an SJ4000. And so it is simply me hooking mini USB into my SJ4000, and it is and so SJ Cam is the company that effectively makes GoPros that aren't made by the company called GoPro, so SJ Cam is much more popular in this part of the world. I don't even, you effectively, if you have an SJ Cam in the United States, people are like, oh yeah, is that like a cheap Chinese GoPro? But it's actually a pretty decent company. You can get knockoff SJ cams, but that's an SJ4000, and I'm just using, because it's got a wider angle lens, and it kind of looks like, and it's set to 1080p. If I were to record, I don't know if the quality of the video when I switch to it gets better than, but it's pretty decent. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going through USB, and then I'm going through this Chromebook. This Chromebook is approximately $200. So anyway, that's what I'm using for that. Here's the thing about me getting a new laptop. The laptops I want to get gaming laptops, because they're going to have GPUs. They're going to have an offloaded graphical processing unit in it, because they're going to have like an NVIDIA card, because that's what you get with a gaming device, right? You get a gaming laptop. And the one I want has 6 gigs of RAM just on the video card. So I'm going to be able to do an enormous amount of things. But what's interesting about gaming laptops, most of them, and certainly the ones that I want from Asus, they don't come with a camera in the top of the laptop like most laptops do. So I'm going to have to get a webcam, and that's going to be like about another, probably, I don't know, 2,000 baht for a decent one. Because if I'm going to get an external webcam, then I'm going to do 1080p. I'm going to probably still broadcast in 720, but okay. Then that bang was so much quieter than the others. Yeah, there you go. And then all of a sudden it. Oh, hey Todd, thanks a lot, man. Appreciate you coming by. He's sent me a lot of great articles actually, on like information, like, hey, check this out. This is what's happening, and here's an update. I used to love eating beef and cheese sticks. Ah, nice work. Yeah, too much salt, potentially. What's the one food you miss from the States? Peanut butter. I buy that here. Obviously, it's expensive. So I miss that. I also miss really, really good, inexpensive, hole in the wall, but excellent food, Mexican food that you can get in San Diego at the drop of a hat. Like you can't get that in Boston. In my hometown, south of Boston, absolutely. There's no like authentic Mexican food. I miss doing that. For the most part, everything else I can buy if I'm willing to pay the price. I mean, and again, it's not going to bankrupt me, right? It's just that like a fairly small bottle or jar of Skippy is about it's almost 400 baht, right? So it's like $10 or something like that. So that's a little excessive, But for the most part, I mean, again, I'm in Bangkok, so I can get an absolute rock star, totally awesome hamburger and a fantastic pizza. The hamburger will probably cost me $12, maybe $15. The pizza will likely cost $15 to $20, for a really good pizza, but I can get it for sure. Idea number 2, do an ASMR video, and that's silky smooth radio voice. ASMR. I don't know what that stands for, and I'm trying to think if I should. ASMR. Yep. No, you baffled me. You got me, Gomar Hike. I don't know what that is. Silky smooth. But if you do a mukbang, I think that's what it's called. I'm out. I don't know what a mukbang is, dude. I'm like, so you guys, I am like so uncool. Okay, and then this is when you get froze. Oh no. And then Benny, Brian, Joseph. Yeah, I came back, and then like that's totally awesome. And then you guys acknowledged it. Thank you incredibly for staying through. I really appreciate it. And then Joseph bailed. And then so that we're back to this comment here. I can run quarter of a mile in 1 minute, but I can't run 1 mile in 4 minutes. Exactly. I can get 9 women pregnant, but a month later, I don't have. They're not having a baby. Whoops. You are in the core team, dude. I mean, come on. You are the guys that hang out. I mean, I would submit to you, how many people we got watching right now? 23. And there's some people that just watch. And that's like totally 24. Yeah, 24, 23 people watching. 36 thumbs up. You guys, thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, I do a broadcast. That guy shows up, Brian. I mean, again, it depends on the time, right? Like, so yesterday I get more guys. Like Aztec is not probably around right now because either it's Monday, right? It's Monday, and it is like 2:15 in the afternoon, so he's likely working because he's from Australia. But yeah, I mean, you guys are, these are the ones that I see. Now, again, like someone new that we saw today, which is Thailand Vloggers, right? Who asked about the beef jerky, which thank you very much. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them in a while, or I don't know if I've ever seen them before. So that's really cool. They turn off the power to and everyone would pay their bill. Absolutely. I got to tell you, man, I love the fact that again, the power goes out. It's disappointing, but obviously I had a solution. Not God, but thank goodness that I had a solution fairly easily, because I really hate to like redo it, because then it's a second one or whatever. But I would have today, because yesterday but I know that StreamYard is a decent solution. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to stick with these guys. And I really like talking to you guys. And it's, it's midday, whereas like around 6 or 7 at night, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty much done for the day. And then I watch a little bit of Netflix, I grab some food, and then I go to bed. So my point is that I am really grateful that when they test the generator, they really test the generator, meaning they don't just put like a dummy. That's what we call it in radio, by the way, when you like test a transmitter into not the antenna, but you basically put it on the air. You put it into what's called a dummy load, which is effectively just a giant toaster, basically. And so all the power that you're going in, it doesn't radiate because there's no antenna, but it goes into, it dissipates because it's actual energy. So it dissipates into like a radiator effectively, and a lot of times it's cooled by water. Sometimes it's air, just like really high powered fans that are blowing through this thing. So you're throwing like 10,000 watts into like a giant, dummy load. And that's, that's pretty good. And again, if you're in a radio station and you're testing your generator, you don't want to like shut everything off and be like, okay, if I shut everything off, how long will it take for it to come back on? You do it 2 a.m, and you test that way so you're testing real life. So I really appreciate the fact that they test it here, because again, when all of the power goes out, then what you want is your generator to come on. Now, I don't know if they like completely lose power to the entire thing and be like, okay, is the transfer switch going to come on? Is the generator going to start automatically? But they do it every month. And I think that that's great. I absolutely dig that. Your world-class engineering embarrassment over a 20-second gap for an audience of 21 is utterly charming. Yeah, well. That guy, dead virtual air. Absolutely, virtual air. Have you seen the Tiger YouTube channel? Absolutely, and I've been reading that blog for a long time. I think those guys are really cool. There's an Australian man as the host with your media experience. That might be a job in Thailand like that for you. Yeah, supposedly. Yeah, if I wanted to. But you got to remember that, like, I just sort of talk about stuff, right? I talk about stuff that you guys want to talk about, that you ask me questions about, and that sort of thing. And I don't want to work. And so to the point of like, having the talk show, again, back to the guys in the Philippines, I love Rike, and I don't know him well enough, but I really like Gio in the Philippines, and he and I have done a show together, and Rike was on the show with me and Rob. And, and I've done the thing with Jeremy and Rike. But again, the sad reality is, for some reason, there are people that really spend a lot of energy in attacking vloggers from the Philippines. And again, I mean, I'm not working, okay? Like, I'm basically retired. Like, I mean, trust me, I have many ways of generating revenue. And depending upon what I obsess about, then, that'll generate revenue. Sometimes I generate revenue through super chats on the YouTube. Sometimes I don't, and that's fine. Like, that's not, but the cool part is that, I don't really, and again, technically my visa, I am not able to, I'm not permitted to work in Thailand. I could change all of that if I wanted to. Meaning if I wanted to go through the steps of getting like, a B visa or having a company sponsor me to get a, work permit, that sort of thing. And in fact, one of the places that actually I considered was down in Pattaya. I believe it's part of the Fabulous Radio Group now, but back then I believe it was sort of a standalone radio. Right now it's KISS, right? Anyway, that was one of the places I could kind of work there. It'd be real easy to do a radio shift, because but then I'd have to like kind of be up on the news and be. So now it's just like, kind of bumper videos for the breaks. Yeah. So I did one, and I did one from there, and then I edited it this morning, and it's like about 2 minutes or something. So that'll allow me to get up, maybe get some. Yeah, I know, right? I could that. So what would happen in the broadcast world had I, planned for that sort of thing, is that if this, and I do have this on my internet radio station. So that if I'm sort of generating content like I am here now from an encoder, right? If that encoder goes away, then in the cloud, basically the thing that like streams the music, it switches over to that. And then once the sort of live, if you will, broadcast comes back on, then it switches over to that. But no one has really, people have been doing streaming internet radio a lot longer than they've been doing live streaming video. So that's sort of not available just yet. And anyway, so Daniel says, just before you cut out, you were talking about the Philippines, about trolls in the Philippines. Can you continue with your point there? Yeah. So my point there, Daniel, thank you, is the fact that there are more there. And my very good friends, they seem to be bothered by it. And they actually spend time, like attention units, hours sometimes, going through all of the people that are trolls and the friends of the trolls, and then blocking them from their channel and having to deal with the comments, deleting the comments, report. And I'm like, no. Like if I get up in the morning and I want to do anything like that, like I want to get emails from you guys. Like I want to get that email from Thailand vloggers that says, hey, Mike, how can I send you some beef jerky? And then we go to that. I wanted to answer an email recently that I got from this guy who graciously sent me $30 from PayPal. And I was like, okay, that's awesome, man. But I mean, like, can I answer anything for you? And so, I spent some time answering that question. And so that's what I want to spend my attention units on. That's what I want to spend my energy on. And while I understand that their paradigm for YouTube and Facebook is to effectively generate enough revenue so they can live here, it's not 100% of their, the way that they do it. I mean, you guys have heard Rike before. He teaches English online, and he did that when he was in Vietnam. So that's another way that he does that, makes a living, And he's got other ways that he does it, and he does it from, regardless of that, is that the point is that because that is part of their living, their revenue generation, then they need to engage in that sort of, cleansing. And I don't want to do that. I absolutely don't want to do that. And so if I can proactively prevent guys that effectively just troll and obsess and, hate on Philippine vloggers, well, then while those guys are my very good friends and I love them, like Rike and Rob, I mean, I know them well enough. I mean, they're like brothers, right? And and our relationship is actually growing. But I don't want to necessarily collaborate, because then what that troll will likely do, and I've seen them do this, is they'll go from trolling the really popular guy to now trolling the unpopular guy, the guy who's new and that sort of thing. And I'm like, no, that's why I'm like really cool with my 1,300 subs and my, and my core group and the guys that, hang out here on the live chat and they talk with one another and they answer questions and nobody asks a stupid question, and everyone's supportive and you guys are like focused on the positive. So that's kind of where I was going with that. And that's another reason why I'm more than happy to collaborate with guys like Jeremy, for example, because while he has had trolls in the past and has had to deal with those, in my experience, I don't hear him talking about having to spend a whole lot of energy on the trolls, on the negative guys, because again, if you listen to his live streams, I think he too, like, I didn't realize he was doing it, until I was doing it for myself. And then because this is how I generate teams. This is how I architect. This is how I lead. This is my leadership point of view. And then, so anyway, so Joseph says, I got to go back to work. Don't be sorry, buddy. Absolutely. You're adding value and people are compensating you for it. So thank you very much, Joseph. I really appreciate you coming by. And my point is that all of you guys are like, like I'm obvious. Those are 11:06 a.m. comments, and it is 11:23 right now. So you're making sure that everyone, realizes the benefit to being, part of this team here. And so, I believe that Jeremy has now been able to do that. He sets very clear very clear boundaries about what you can say on his channel, what you use to replace, certain words that can be absolutely interpreted by YouTube as inappropriate, and therefore ad revenue can go down, or he can get flagged as being, or whatever, right? So he's got his culture that he's got over there. And it seems to me that by doing that, as well as what we're doing here, then proactively, we're also preventing trolls from coming by doing that. And so that's kind of, why, to go more Hike's question, that's kind of why, Jeremy, I love doing, things with him. And in fact, I almost pinged him this morning, but then I got distracted and then I didn't. And then I also thought to myself, oh, wait, now he's got a different schedule. So like right now at this time kind of thing, when I was thinking about like 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, or at least I haven't gotten a notification. He could be doing them for all I know, but, he's working. His job is now at a time in the morning where he can't do regular morning live streams. Brian says, I do the downs when it's mentioned, then go right back up. Good for you, buddy. Feel the fear, feel the pain, walk through it, do it with integrity, show other people how amazing you are. And maybe they won't have to feel it as bad as you, or the disappointment, because the downs, absolutely, trust me, I'm not immune to them either. Go more Hike. Accents. Can you do a Southern accent? How y'all doing? I cannot do a Southern accent. I can do a Boston accent, basically, Bobby, because I grew up there. And so, it's pretty easy for me to double click on that. And you can't park there. Bobby, don't park there. We sitting there, Bobby. That guy says, I was only in Boston once in my life. There was the most perfect Indian summer day. Watching ducklings running across the commons. Is that possible? I seem to remember that. Heaven. Absolutely. And in fact, I did some, wow, did I publish them? I may not have published them, but I certainly took some video of Gracie and I at the Boston Commons the last time we were there. So that would have been July, I want to say, of 2019, I believe, was when we were there. And yeah, the weather was awesome. And it was totally nice. So yeah, absolutely possible. That guy seemed like every step there was another giant of American history buried underfoot. For an LA boy is heavy stuff. Yeah. So, again, you got to remember the country started there, right? And so the whole old Ironsides thing, well, that's a complete, fabrication effectively of like the real process that occurred. And obviously, when you take these boxes and I don't even know if they allow you to do it anymore, but they had this thing they would do for tourists. And you had the ability to take these boxes of what was labeled tea. That was, they were attached to a rope. And you got to like throw the tea over the side of old Ironsides, right? And you got to like be part of, reenactment of history, which is, that doesn't occur, right? You can't feel what they felt. And you don't know the reasoning behind they do it. Nowadays when you're being taxed and you're getting taxation without representation, well, you can bitch about it on social media all day long and you can reach out to your congressman. But at the end of the day, it certainly doesn't change it like it changed the country into a new country and became a country, back then. But yeah, it's a big delta in history for sure. Brian says that guy lived a 15-minute drive away, but in what might call a shit neighborhood. You lived over there in Dot, didn't you, Brian? I can't remember where you lived there exactly. Maybe you were in, I know you weren't in Southie. You were in Southeast, right? That didn't sound completely accurate just then. That guy, the Commons Freedom Trail, that is, yeah. That was pretty good. Yeah, I dig Boston Common. In the summer. I'm not going there in the winter. It's kind of lame. That guy says, I still remember wandering around Cambridge one night that there was a Harvard girl sitting on the sidewalk. She was wearing, unironically, a monocle. Haha. Yeah, Harvard Square is nice. And again, it's it's the oldest university in the country. You get to see that big. If you go. I used to hang out in front of Wigglesworth Hall, if you know where that is. And I did a lot of journaling there, which is really cool. Then there's that giant statue of John Harvard. And of course, if you went there, which I didn't, but if then, the standard, okay, so what is the paper called, right? What is the newspaper called? And, did you go to Harvard University? And the reality is that you go to Harvard College, right? And so, not that it matters. There's absolutely a Harvard University. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of people will, they'll try and be like, well, if you're in the know, if you're part of the, the secret society, which is exclusive. Whereas here, I like to think that we're making this as far as inclusive. Brian says, breaking: the Secretary of the Army, at the request of the president, becomes the governor of D.C. and has activated the National Guard. Well, that'll be interesting to see. ASMR, that's a young person's term for the whisper video. It's a type of fetish. It's a trend. All right, well, I don't know, but I want to know what the letters stand for. And maybe you have already said that later on, and I just haven't scrolled down to it yet. Hold on. SMR video. What does that mean? ASMR, best triggers for sleep, 3 hours. What is an ASMR video? Anonymous sensory median response, a relaxing and often sedative sensation that begins on the scalp and moves down your body. In fact, there are currently about 5.2 million ASMR videos on YouTube. Yeah, that does not sound like it resonates really well with me. The initial description of it, yeah, it's not doing it for me. ASMR, really quiet, much bang, eating live animals. Yeah, I'm not hearing it, guys. Maple Leaf says, mukbang is an online audiovisual broadcast in which a host consumes food while interacting with the audience. Wow. Yeah, I guess I missed that was like sort of popular. Stephen Roberts, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. You're working really hard over there at Dell Technologies today, aren't you? No, Mike, I just first said hello when I had a coffee, and now it's lunchtime. So I thought autonomous sensory median response, ASMR video sounds, are meant to tingle the nerve senses. Mike does that already, but absolutely. Checks in the mail, buddy. Love you too. Stock in Florida. Good to see you, Stock. Awesome, man. Good morning. And then you guys started responding to me. Thank you oh, dude, did I miss that? I am so sorry. Oh, go more hike. Good. I'm so bummed, dude. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. When did you do this? Am I missing it? Did I miss it? Oh, dude, I'm really sorry that I missed that I missed the initial anyway. So thank you very much. Go more hike. I really appreciate it. Do more live fan club in the house. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Oh yeah. I'm a huge fan. Go more hike here. Hello. Go more hike. Boom, put a bump, bump, bump up. Wow. And so that's, and I just noticed that, that's just, I don't know whether that's good or not. I don't know whether that's, basically showing some force and, allowing some accountability to show up there with the National Guard in DC, but I don't know. Anyway, I thought you said there was no stupid questions. No, it wasn't a stupid. What did I refer to as a stupid question? Periodically say the minutes. It's 25 minutes after the hour. 25 minutes after the hour. 35 minutes before 9 o'clock. And I'm a DJ because I talk like this. Stuck in Florida. Brian says, that's East Boston. I'm taxed without representation. Foreigners don't have voting rights in the USA. Oh, you're a foreigner? I didn't realize that. Yes, that's true. Neither do, let's see, foreigners. And well, hold on. If you get a green, if you're a permanent resident, you still can't vote. Yeah, I guess that's right. You can only pay taxes. You can't vote. So that's kind of a bummer. Stuck says the nation started with protest and vandalism, and it's still going on today. Yeah, I don't know if we're reaching back to our roots and trying to relive what we refer to as wild success of starting our own country. I don't know if we're trying to do that anymore. But yes, that's accurate. That's sort of what it was like back then. College and university are two different levels of education in the UK. Essentially, college is 16 through 18. 18 is 16 through 18 years old. And university 18 plus. Yeah. So in the United States, traditionally, what it meant is that you had a university, and a university was made up of colleges. And so, for example, where I got my bachelor's degree, I went to San Diego State University, or more technically, the California State University system at the San Diego campus. But a lot of those changed like 20, 30 years ago, even. So it was CSU is part of the in the bucket of universities that it's a part of. There's the CSU system, California State University, and then there's the UC system, which is the University of California. So there's University of California, La Jolla, UCSD, UCLA, which most people know, University of California, Los Angeles, UCD, UC Davis, and many, 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 many more. And then the CSU system, all of those used to be CSU so CSU Long Beach, CSU, and many of them just changed to that state. So there's San Diego State University, San Jose State University, San Francisco State University. And so within the university, there are colleges. And so in San Diego State, for example, there's the College of Engineering. And so that's where I matriculated from, basically. But my degree comes from San Diego State University. At the University of San Diego, we do not have colleges. We had schools, and even then we had departments. And so by the time I left, there was the School of Engineering. But before that, actually, there was the School of Business, and underneath the School of Business was the Department of Engineering before we got funding and then different certifications for having certifications, but basically accreditations so that we can say that we actually have a School of Engineering versus just a department. So yeah, that's pretty interesting how it does it in the UK. That guy, is there still an FCC requirement that you ID your station at the top of the hour? I still remember that being a thing. Yes. 5 minutes. Well, it used to be 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after. You basically had to say your call letters and your city of license. So what the FCC gives you is a license to broadcast effectively and cover your coverage area in that city. There's a finite number that you can do in that city. So for example, there are many stations that are out of Los Angeles, right? And so I'll give you a great example. So where I grew up is Boston. Okay. Medford is a city outside of Boston. They had gone through the number of licenses that they were willing to grant to cover the Boston area, to be licensed for Boston. So then what happens is, and the reason you'll hear this at the top of the hour, is they will be like, okay, well, I can't get a license for Boston because there's too many. They won't allow any more. So I'll get a license for Medford. But so I will absolutely commit to covering the Medford area. But I'm going to actually request an additional amount of power outside of the Medford area. And then because of that, I will sort of, overlap into Boston. And then a lot of stations, what they would do to basically try and convince you that they were part of covering the Boston area is they would say their call letters and their city of license and then sort of the next big city. So as an example, at the top of the hour for 107.9 FM in Boston, you would hear WXKS FM Medford, Boston, KISS 108 FM. So you would hear Medford, Boston, or in Los Angeles, right? You would basically hear KROQ, Pasadena, Los Angeles, right? So in other words, it wasn't licensed for Los Angeles, it was licensed for Pasadena. So you basically put your transmitter as close to Los Angeles as you can, because, certainly when they got their license initially, there wasn't a whole lot of revenue that you can pull out of Pasadena. But of course now, there is, and many people live in Pasadena and they commute to Los Angeles, right? But you obviously want, so that's the reason they do that. And so it may have changed as far as I know, but meaning I knew before it was a requirement that you basically ID'd from 10 minutes before to 10 minutes after. And so a lot of stations, because they had like a full hour of programming, they would just like slam it in at the top of the hour. And so that's when you would hear WXKS FM, Medford, Boston, KISS 108 FM. And the KISS 108 FM part, that's not required. So basically all you really needed to do legally is WXKS FM, Medford, and that's all you, but of course that's annoying. That's not cool. It doesn't allow you to make a poof sound behind it. And if you can't make a poof sound, then you can't really make a good, really, really cool sweeper. I used to know the guy who voiced the signature KRQ ID. Yeah. They've had a number of voice guys, and I can't remember who did it initially, maybe when you were there, but got a movie trailer voice. In the world gone mad, one man and his dog against all odds. This time it's personal. That guy's an amazing voice. He also, let's be clear, he also uses a $2,500 microphone that goes through a $1,000 preamplifier that uses vacuum tubes. He traditionally will do those voiceovers in a Neumann. And if you want to hear a guy whose voice I think is absolutely amazing, let me see if I can find it. I subscribe to this guy's YouTube channel, and he does not have a lot of subs, but he has a voice that absolutely I think is, I wish I had this guy's voice. And the main reason I know him is because he used to do the IDs for KUPD, Rocks, Arizona. And he was just, oh my God, I want to be this guy. He had a voice that could basically convince you to like monster trucks when you absolutely hated monster trucks. We're going to turn the Centrum into a giant mud pit. And it was just like, oh my God, I want to be this guy. So let me see if I can find him, because I could easily find him and play him. And in theory, not get hit with a copyright infringement, because while his voice is copyrighted, he doesn't, I don't believe it's one of those deals where YouTube would notice it. And I'm trying to find him here. I'm scrolling through all of his channels that I'm subscribed to, and I'm not seeing him right away. But I definitely want to find it, because his voice, he is my hero. And then he is in a land before time. And you can actually, there's a real fun parody that the guy does to that. I'm fired. I'm so fired. I cannot believe how fired I am. He does this parody on his voice for that. Like, no, we're not really liking it. You don't even work here. You're not collecting a check. I'm not collecting a check. In a man before time, in a man after, in a man during time, during a time with a man being a man with no time. And he would do this. It was just hilarious. I can't remember the guy's name, though, unfortunately. I am not finding that guy. And I know it's a, hold on. I'm going to go through every single one of them now so I can like find this guy, because I really want you to hear this. RL Days. Oh, nice. Guess what? I haven't been notified of you putting out any new videos. Shocker. Thanks a lot, YouTube. Kind of lame. Kind of lame? Yeah, incredibly lame. How's that? Let's be real. Anyway, I subscribed to this guy recently because I found him. And while he wasn't the guy that did KUPD, he was the guy that did a whole bunch of other ones that I like. There we go. Bob Oakman. Okay, so let me do, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to do this. This will probably be a lot easier. And then you can, I want to say, yeah. All right, cool, awesome. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to share out this, because I believe I can do it with some degree of elegance. There we go. And then I'll share, and then I'll make him big, and then I'll make him. All right, cool. And then what I believe is going to happen, I believe that when I play this, the audio will go through and you can hear this guy. This is this guy. Anyway, his name is Bob Oakman. And he just really, and I'll go to his website too, because I think that plays it even better. But let's see if we can listen in here. Well, I can tell you right now, I'm going to get totally slammed with a copyright infringement on that one, because he basically played he played enough of it. But I mean, that's a standard sweeper that you would hear. Right? It's a standard promo that you would hear in commercial radio. But I mean, that guy's voice is Bon Jovi. I'm like, oh my God, I want to be you. How many packs of Marlboro Reds later do I need to ingest just to sound like that guy? But the cool thing, actually, he's also really got, let me see if I can find he's got a website, and he's got some demos on his website. It's like boboakman.com or something like that. And I think this is the one. This might be the one, and this is actually kind of funny. So I think that this will do it. Let me see if we can hear what he does in this one. I love stuff like that, guys. You can't. I mean, that's my radio geeking out. Oh, you didn't hear anything. You don't hear the Oakman on that side. Okay. You know what? Okay, I get it. Ah. Okay. How about now? I bet you hear him now, don't you? Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear that music, because I sadly didn't think I was sending it to the right spot. So hopefully you can hear that music now. But let's do this. Let me cruise back, and I think you can hear him now. Let me make sure. All right, cool. Hold on. Stand by. Because this actually is a really funny one. And then I'll play the other one that he did. Although the good news is that you probably didn't hear the Bon Jovi thing. So that means I'm not going to get hit with a crazy copyright. But this one is pretty cool. He's basically doing he's doing a spot for ExxonMobil. But he's kind of making a mockery of the fact that, you know, the voice that they use for these things is supposed to make it sound really, really exciting. And I think this is a really funny one.
At ExxonMobil, we've developed a pre-additized diesel fuel that helps give you 2% better fuel economy. It's called Synergy Diesel Efficient.
Billy Big Rigger got a funky fresh mix.
Oh, and we've hired Bob Oakman, monster truck announcer, to help everybody get as excited as we are.
I want to marry this fuel. No prenup.
Can't marry fuel.
I don't love this fuel. I'm in love with this fuel.
Synergy Diesel Efficient Fuel. Only at ExxonMobil stations.
Heart emoji.
That guy's great. Here's another really good. Here's the one.
The music heard around the planet returns to the concert stage. The band the New York Times calls a rock and roll institution.
It's my life.
Bon Jovi. Live. Get ready to be committed to the sanitarium. Metallica, Summer Sanitarium.
So, you know, I'm going to get slammed with a copyright infringement, which is fine. It's no big deal. I mean, it's every now. But man, that guy. And can you imagine, guys, if like your full-time job was like sitting there in front of this console that cost like $55,000 or something like that, and basically you got to say, "Welcome to the sanitarium." Like, I mean, literally, you get paid $1,000 to say 4 words. But yeah, man, he's just got I think that guy's voice is just absolutely stellar. And every now and then I just like will spend some time like Googling that, you know, Googling these guys that basically do the voice for very for you know, like for example, like he was saying, the guy that did the voice for what is it, KROQ Pasadena, Los Angeles. But yeah, these guys have, okay, so let me click on his demos here, since you guys can now hear this, and hopefully it's not too over modded. But that's the joke with the mobile. And then there's another one there. That's the one we just listened to. And then that's diesel. So here, okay, so this is kind of an example of like, okay, so he's like saying to a radio station, "Hey, I will be your voice guy. Here's an example of what I do."
For decades, one name has symbolized perfection in rock. Rush.
I will choose
The music heard around the planet returns to the concert stage. From the book of rock history to the center of the stage, Ringo Starr, he's rocked the arenas. Packed the stadiums.
Sit right here and have another.
If you see only one live show this winter, this has to be it. The Miranda Revolution is like a fusion of Sweet Honey Moonshine and Razor Blades.
You'll find out when I pull the trigger.
Look out! Bud Light presents the Grammy-winning Motown diva, Gladys Knight.
Oh man, how deep was that when he was? That's how I geek out, guys. That guy is just amazing. Hey, Teresa, good to see you. Glad you're here. Right on. Yeah. So I was just geeking out with that guy. How many people did I lose in that one? Oh, not too many. Cool. It's just 26 of you. Right on. So yeah, sorry you couldn't hear that at first, guys. But yeah, anyway, I'm glad you told me. So yeah, that is just, oh man, there we go. Nice little old lady from Pasadena. Sorry, I'm a car guy. Very cool. Just remembered Bobby Logan. Is that who did it? Oh, hey Justin, good to see you, man. Glad you came by. Oxford and Cambridge universities are also comprised of multiple colleges. Indeed. Yeah, we were having that discussion, but his name was Bobby, became a director. Bobby Logan. All right, cool. Well, let me Google that and let me see if we can find his voice. See if we can find if in one of his demo reels, as they say. I wonder if he got he put the KROQ, because I mean, let's face it, K-Rock in Los Angeles that's known by people that aren't in radio, that don't live in Los Angeles. I mean, KROQ is pretty well known. Daniel Murphy, very scary precedent. If active duty Army is activated to police action, already have authorized through amendment made after Hurricane Katrina, Bolshevik Revolution of 1918 established of USSR. Yeah, I mean, it's come on, get to the chopper, get to the chopper. Do you like Don L.A. Fountain, voiceover man? I absolutely do. That guy is right. We didn't hear Oakman. Okay, sorry. So I did that. And you can't hear it, and gratefully I fixed it later, and hopefully you guys agree with it. Brian says, damn, although I agree with you, the shit has to stop. Anybody branding as Zippo needs to be taken. Yeah, I know. It's pretty ridiculous. So anyway, I'm glad that at least I can feel entertained by that guy. That guy. Indeed, he's got a great voice. Probably, yeah, absolutely. Like a rug, that guy. Can you, I mean, because again, yes, your voice matures a little bit, but can you imagine what he sounded like 17, 18 years old? Hi, Mrs. Johnson. Can Debbie go to the movies this weekend? Or maybe we could go to a tractor pull. I mean, can you imagine like the woman? Hello. Hi, Mrs. Johnson. It's Bob. Is Stephanie available to study calculus? Like, no, my daughter is not dating a 41-year-old this weekend, but thanks for calling. Oh man, the director Paul Thomas Anderson, father was Ernie Anderson, the voice of ABC television. Yeah, Ernie Anderson. He's, in fact, you know what? Let me Google that, because there are these. There's this one parody that he does on YouTube that I've heard before, and I believe it is. So Ernie Anderson on Letterman, Ernie Anderson playing, or maybe it's not Ernie Anderson. I thought it was Ernie Anderson, but it was like, anyway, let me see if they've got any sort of voiceover for him. Oh.
Henry's new girl is busting up those old bosom buddies. It's a 3-ring family reunion.
Yeah, so Hardcastle McCormick. I remember that one. But what was the other guy? Bob London? Is that what you said? I want to find him here. Yeah, Don. Yeah, Don was really good. Bobby Logan. Okay, let me see if I can find Bobby Logan's voice. I had a guy. He did a promo for my station. He had a pretty darn good voice, and he actually did. He also did K-Rock promos, and he did some for me. And so he did the radio station listened to by more poodles than any other breed of dog. In fact, I could probably play the promo from my radio station, which you guys may or may not have an interest in. Let's see if I can find that fairly easily. Let me see. Where would that be? I kind of know where it would be. I know it's in Dropbox. So let me see if I can find that and play that for you. But yeah, that was pretty fun. I mean, I used to do some really, really awesome promos, man. And I got to tell you, it was like, it's one of the more fun things that I ever got to do in radio. And it was, you know, sometimes my voice, usually it was someone else's voice it was better. But let me see if I can, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. All right, cool, awesome. So let me do this. Let me just make sure the audio goes through, and we'll go over here to Dropbox and make sure you guys have because I believe if I do that and I turn this up here, then you're going to be able to hear one of the sweepers from my station. Here we go. I think this will play it. Stand by.
A radio station listened to by more poodles than any other breed of dog.
Travel the time zone while surfing the web.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
We saw the world on the World Wide Web.
BigEyeRadio.com.
And just so you know, so the voice at the end of that, BigEyeRadio.com, that's me. So if you want to like wonder how much tweaking can occur to a voice, it's 54 minutes after the hour, 6 minutes before noon, right here in the Big Mango on BigEyeRadio.com. Things went to crap as soon as Mike left the USA. Yep, because my leadership was exactly what would have saved us. But yeah, but I used to love doing those things, guys. That's what really made. And again, I mean, a lot of this stuff. Okay. So if any of you guys remember, do you remember Winamp, the music player that were, the thing that would really whips the llama's ass? I got that guy to do a promo for me because I'm at an internet radio station. So this is the one that I love this one because it's not really whips the llama's ass, but it's also, from the Winamp voice guy.
Milking our bandwidth for all it's worth with Shoutcast streaming audio.
That was so rad. That was pretty cool. So that's the kind of stuff that you hear in between the songs, in the songs in my radio station, which is BigEyeRadio.com. Or if you just go to bigi.net, actually, or if you go to TuneIn, if you're familiar with the TuneIn app, all you got to do is one word, bigiradio.com. If you look, I'm on my station streams on on TuneIn on the internet live 24 hours a day and in stereo. Bing bang boom to the big scary black wire. We come into your house and we don't leave. We're the KGB and we know where you are. KGB. That was a great station in San Diego years ago. And that's pretty cool that you mentioned that guy, because actually one of the things that he did say in that was the Love Boat, wasn't it? That in Hardcastle and McCormick. Sure, burn the beast for the police station in protest. Totally have my sympathy for that, but don't touch the private property. Yeah, I mean, I get it, dude. You guys, it's like totally bonkers. Apparently, Ernie Anderson and his buds like Tim Conway would hang out at their house every afternoon, getting drunk and telling stories. You could totally see the influence of his films. Yeah, absolutely, man. That would be totally cool. Gomar Hike. Thanks for. Oh, I don't know about that, but I mean, it's a real bummer. I got to tell you, of all the places to be for a global medical crisis, I'm pretty stoked that I'm here. That guy also grew up in the Hollywood Hills, and Anderson's films were basically my childhood. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, I totally get that. That was very true. We had a promo producer who lived next door who was essentially the Burt Reynolds character from Boogie Nights. Oh, really? Yeah, nice. 54 minutes after the hour and 6 minutes before noon. Get your requests in now. 570-1925. San Diego's Alternative Rock 92.5. The Flash. First-time caller, long-time listener. Ted Williams, the man with the golden voice, was an amazing voice and a sad life story, but doing better from what I heard. Ted Williams, that's interesting. I was going to look up, let me see if I have any other ones that are decent. I mean, again, if you listen to my station, you'll hear this. I do this. These play fairly regularly. I usually do 2 songs and then 3 songs. And then I had my buddy. So I worked with this guy. He was in IT. His name is Kirk Bennett. And he used to do he used to do radio in San Diego, and his voice is stellar. And he did like 3 or 4 amazing sweepers for me, and these were like really fun because he got out of, he too was disappointed that radio turned the way it turned. Anyway, so he does some great ones for me for the station.
No touching the knobs. You're locked in. Big Eye Radio.
And so he did that. This one, I like this one. This is pretty good. And he did a bunch of these on the weekend. He was a systems administrator. He was one of my rock star systems administrators back at the university. And so he did these one weekend because he still does voiceover work.
No big transmitter, no fancy mixing board, just a big fat pipe. And kick-ass audio processing. Big Guy Radio.
So it's always really fun to do. It was really funny. It was really funny to hang out with him, and he and I used to talk radio, kind of like I'm doing right now, but we used to do it in front of my other guys who, were just like the average person, just like the average listener. People would be like, how come you guys know so much about radio? Well, because we eat, breathe, and sleep it since we were like 13 years old because we loved it so much.
Want it louder?
What the heck did he say? Sit closer.
Big Eye Radio.
And the cool thing is he didn't use any music in this. So ideally, I'm not going to I'm not going to get hammered with something because I don't think the music he's using in the background is any more than like sound effects packages.
I have absolutely no idea.
What's next?
Absolute chaos. Locked in on Big Eye Radio.
He's pretty good voice, right? I mean, he did some. This is my favorite one right here. This is my favorite one, and I absolutely love this one. There are times when I will literally put this in a playlist, and I will play this song, and then I will play like a song that just totally gets me jamming, like like an Avicii song or something like that, or some totally intense, electronic dance music. But I love this one the most.
Total freaking domination. Big Eye Radio.
Good stuff, dude. Good stuff. Absolutely. Oh man, Brian said I could listen to the old tapes of the AFR. Yeah, afternoon DJs in Vietnam. Totally, dude. Yeah, I get it, man. That's yeah. Winamp was great, wasn't it? Because basically, why that guy? Because it basically whipped the llama's ass. And there is no other audio player in the history of the universe that will ever whip the llama's ass. I wonder if I can find that. I bet you I can find that. Let me see. I bet you that's a good one, right? There we go. This guy's even done it. He loved it as much as we did. Hold on. Let's see what it sounds like here.
Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass.
Does that bring you guys back to when you installed Windows 3.11, Windows for work groups for the first time? There we go. Gotta love it. Back in the day at 1 a.m., I complained about a Winamp bug. The owner, Sean Fanning, wrote me back immediately. He's now like a billionaire. Wasn't that great? I mean, again, I've had that experience too. I will say to the credit of Go Lightstream, right? Or Lightstream Studio that I was complaining about, basically, quite literally, verbally. And the fact that their in-browser, encoder thing like this isn't working for me. I sent them that email, and Sean, S-E-A-N, Sean, the guy who owns that, or not, he's not one of the owners. He's basically one of the founders, right? Of Lightstream. He emails me back. I mean, again, I emailed him at so it was 7:30 p.m. here. And, so it was midnight wherever he is, so he didn't get back to me for basically 11 hours. But, so obviously asking me if I had a screenshot is not possible. But to be fair, moving forward, should things fail in the future, I will be a smart user and a smart ticket opener. And I will try and get, hey, Joe, oh, good to see you, dude. I thought you had to go work. You gotta detonate that hobby. What'd you miss? Well, hopefully what you missed is what you just heard. We were just messing around with, I love that. Want it louder? Sit closer. Yeah, Kirk's a great guy. Every now and then, actually, he'll watch my live streams. But right now, it is 10 p.m. back in the West Coast, so he's probably not watching. But yeah, he's got Kirk has an amazing voice. You can still install Winamp. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Panhandling. Very nice. Yeah. So okay, Bobby Logan. I didn't find Bobby Logan. Let me see if I can find. Oh, BobbyLogan.rocks is his homepage. Let me share this so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. And that's actually that's pretty interesting. So yeah, BobbyLogan.rocks. And is that? Hi y'all, and welcome to my website. Take a look around. The site is updated at least weekly. New music available, album, all kinds of countries. So he did. Okay, so hold on. That's probably not the same thing. So let's see. But wait, what? Bobby Logan X movies. No, hold on. So Bobby Logan voice actor. Robert Logan. Yeah, okay. So, oh my God, look how young he looks, guys, right? Let's see. B-roll footage. Okay, so it sounds like he's going to be doing some. So let's see if we can hear some of this in this one here. See if he talks.
Hello. An X-Men fan. Maybe a quarter of it happened, and not like this.
That's a pretty good voice. Yeah, I could absolutely see him doing KROQ Pasadena, Los Angeles. Oh wait, what did I play for you that was on? I played for you the poodle, right? I didn't play for you. I didn't play for you to listen to more poodles than any other breed of dog. I played. Did I play the poodle one, or did I play? I think I played the poodle one. I can't remember which one I played for you guys that he did for me.
A radio station listened to by more poodles than any other breed of dog.
Travel the time zone while surfing the web.
Yeah, I did play that one for you guys. I'm trying to remember what the other one was that I really like. There's like 2 or 3. I mean, I love Kirk's. The ones that he did for me, those are just stellar, man. So sit closer. That was a really good one. But yeah, that was kind of fun. And then I would have like just little ones like this that I would get from just like generic guys that would do it for me. But it's fun. I mean, I've had this internet radio station for, let's see, it started streaming in 1999. So that's not too bad, right? Pretty good longevity for a radio station. This one's just kind of a real short, sweeper, truly sweeping from song A to song B.
The music sounds best on music radio.
And it's kind of a joke, right? It's like a farce. Like the music sounds best on music radio. Okay. Like, what does that really mean, actually? Oh, this is the one I think we did. I think I did this with my buddy Jeremy for the top of the hour.
Hi, this is Caminetti. You're hanging out with
Big Eye. Welcome to Internet Only Radio. Yeah, well, I can laugh because I own nothing.
You better believe it, baby. This is Shotgun Tom Kelly, and you're listening to
More than you've ever
This is the best thing since sliced. I never liked bread.
So remember when radio used to be really cool and all you heard was... Well,
No more of that. So sit down, grab the mouse, throw away the keyboard. This is Internet Only Radio, and it's the only
thing on the internet.
Doing that stuff was like so fun. And I got to tell you, I don't know how old that, I mean, obviously I modified it and uploaded it in 2013, but I think I made that in like 90, 98, 97. So these are like really, really old, but yeah, I really like this one. And again, this one is, this is my favorite.
Total freaking domination. Big Eye Radio.
All right. Anyway, so we've been playing around with that for a while. Bobby Logan rocks and is not the guy. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Bobby Logan, the film director. Okay. Used to work at KROQ years ago. How many? Oh, there's still 25 of you guys. Right on, man. That's like totally cool. I really appreciate it, guys. It's kind of cool that you're hanging out with me. At least you have some appreciation for that, I guess, like I do, right? I don't know. It's all fun and games, man. That's the beauty of radio. I mean, that's why I and many of my buddies got into radio. You got into radio because you would literally do it for fun and for free. And, if you had to do it an overnight shift, like if, you go into a business right now and say, yeah, I really want a job. It's like, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're basically going to judge you and pay you no money. And you're only going to work from You're going to get to work from midnight to 6 a.m., but you got to get here about 11:30, and you pretty much can't leave until 6:15. And if the guy that comes in after you doesn't come in after you, then you need to just like basically keep doing your job as if he's still here. And it's like, what? I mean, that's your commitment when you're into radio, man. So anyway, I'm trying to think where I some of the recent files that I put. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Since it's, what is it, 12 o'clock? It's 8 minutes past 12 o'clock, 52 minutes before 1 o'clock. One of the things that I wanted to share, let's see if I have, I can't remember where I made a specific folder for that, but I think I did. Yeah. So, this one is a pretty good one. Yeah. So this was another radio station in San Diego that I worked with. I didn't work for them, but was able to do some. And I love the beginning of this one. The rest of it I don't particularly like a whole lot, but the beginning of it, because what happens with a lot of these stations in San Diego, right, is they would set up a transmitter right across the border in Mexico, so you could use Mexican watts, right? And so a lot of them would be like easily 100,000 watts. And so if you're an FM radio station back years ago, you want to let everyone know like how much power you've got compared to the other guys. So I love the beginning of this one. Wait, sorry, I missed it. Let me make sure that I'm back at the beginning here. But yeah, I love the beginning of this. I thought this was totally great.
100,000 watts of boom.
Z90.
Z90. Z90. Z90, if you're familiar with your Español. Todo bien, amigos. Listening to Mike watching the city burn, just waiting for the Mekong to kick in and pass out. My new normal. Mike's talking and the damn city is burning. What the hell is going on? I remember listening. Oh yeah, you brought up Dr. Demento last time, dude. That was like, or one time ago. That was like really cool. Remember listening to Dr. Demento late Saturday nights as a kid. I felt so yeah, I mean, because there were times where, I mean, I had to go to bed. Like I was supposed to be in bed. I was supposed to be in bed. I was supposed to be sleeping. So I had the radio turned down really low. And then like I would have a I don't know, maybe a pillow. I mean, for the most part, my parents didn't, oh no, you can't listen to the radio because, you know, they knew my obsession with it. But yeah, Demento was a meme before there were memes. Absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree with him, that guy. Nice job, Brian. So let me see. So what I'm going to do, it's about, so 12:11, 49 minutes before 1 o'clock. And what I'm going to do is I am going to find the little bumper video. I can't remember who exactly said it that way, but that is exactly what it is. And where did I put that? It should be, excuse me. It should be actually in that Dropbox folder, but no, it's not. So I don't know whether I don't know exactly where it uploaded it. So that kind of ticks me off. Well, maybe, let me find out. Oh, actually I can just search for it. 3 min. There we go. 3 minute break. Oh, so it's over 3 minutes. All right. So awesome. So what I'll do, guys, is I'll play this. And again, hold on, let me cache it, because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play it locally, because a lot of times when I play stuff from Dropbox, it just basically doesn't it doesn't do a really good job. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it locally, and then that way we'll get a much better we'll get it. Oh, you know what's interesting, guys, too, is I'm still streaming. Oh no, okay. So hey, that's good to know. So because my default is Hardwire. So actually once the Hardwire came back, I was streaming through there. So it'll be interesting to see if there was a glitch anytime it basically stopped cruising through my tethered what do you call it? My tethered phone for the internet, or whether it was
Greetings and aloha.
So wait, hold on. Let me see. Let me make sure that I can actually do this. Let me see. I'm not sure whether I can add this in as elegantly as I would like, but let's see if I can. Screen share. Let's see, application window. Awesome, I can. So cool. So here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to take a little break, and this is very similar to the video that you may or may not have watched last time. And it's just me kind of just sort of talking about my, what's on my mind. I'm going to take a 3 minute break. I'm going to come back, and at that time, we'll go back to your comments, and back to you, Minneapolis, Minnesota, on the phone. So that used to be So that's really cool. All right, guys. So just give me, 2 or 3 minutes, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to go get a cool and refreshing beverage, and I will talk to you very, very soon. How's that? Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's Mike from LiveMyAssOff.com. We're taking a short break here, and I'm so excited that you guys are hanging out with me. One of the places that I probably love quite a bit is Lumpini Park. So I came over here to Lumpini Park, and I started walking around, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to hang out in this garden for a little bit. The sprinklers come on. The sprinklers don't come on. It's just great. And, and there's monitor lizards everywhere, which is cool, too. But one of the things I was thinking about as I was walking around is just how grateful I am. And I know that maybe that's a broken record topic coming from me, from some of you. But for some reason, like today, I just woke up and I just felt like I could do anything. I just felt like everything was possible. Like there was nothing standing in my way. I had all the resources I need. And I certainly had everything I needed in my life to be happy. I absolutely have everything I need in my life. And I have most of what I want too. So I hope the same for you. And so don't forget, you can always reach out to me. You can reach out to me here in the chat. You can reach out to me on email. You can put some stuff in the comments later. And, if there's anything I can do to help, to the best of my ability, I will. I know that we've discussed the fact that, scheduling with me is kind of a challenge. So I'm doing the best I possibly can to get back to you, whether it's via email or Facebook Messenger or however it's going to show up. But please know that it's important to me to return your questions and share with you anything that I can related to my experience that I hope will help you. There's many things I'm not a professional in. And so, as far as legal advice and that sort of thing, or investment advice, but what I believe I can do is share with you guys my experience, strength, and hope, and how I've been able to get this happy and how I continue to get happier. I hope that you look at life as an opportunity to be happier every single day, literally every single day that you get to wake up in the morning. I would invite you to look at it as an opportunity to be happier. And then if you are, then of course the benefit to that is that you have the ability to make others see some potential happiness. You can't make anyone else happy. But, I think what you can do is try and, give someone else your glasses and be like, hey, so the way that I look at life is pretty positive. At least, okay. So for me, the way that I look at life is pretty positive. Maybe it's because of the glasses I wear. Maybe not. But if you'd like to offer someone the ability to see life through a positive, I've always thought to myself, if I want to offer somebody the ability to see life in a more positive way than they potentially are, if they have that desire, then maybe all I need to do is share with them my glasses. It's Mike from LiveMyAssOff.com saying I hope you're living the dream. So if you're not living the dream, maybe you haven't been to Lumpini Park, and maybe you haven't hung out in all this beauty right in the middle of Bangkok. Talk to you soon, ciao. One. How was that? It's not too bad, right? Threw that together this morning. Well, I recorded it. Jay, good to see you, buddy. I recorded it, obviously, the other day when I was over there at Lumpini Park. But then I thought about it. I think, you know what? I think this morning would be good for that because I kind of teased the fact that I'm trying to do these. That looks obnoxious back there, doesn't it? That's up there with Rob's hinges, for God's sake. We don't want that. And as you can see, I've also fallen into the relax mode. So I'm chilling like a villain, which is pretty cool. So anyway, I hope you guys found that at least it didn't subtract value. Hopefully it added value during the break there. That guy, thank you very much, man. I'm awesome. Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I try to do awesome stuff, and I'm honored that you guys are coming by and saying hello. Jay, totally stoked you're here, man. Good stuff. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's funny because when I get in environments like that, I sat down there, and if you saw the sort of the pan of the grass at the end, that was one of those deals where I took the the stabilizer. I took the gimbal. You know, it's got an app in it, right? So you can basically program it to do various things with the phone. And so that whole pan there, that actually took 5 minutes, but it did, you know, oh my God, I totally forgot what it's called. Isn't that you know what's interesting about being here around a third language, basically, which is, of course, you know, Thailand is my fifth language. Is it? I forget like certain like normal words. Like the other day, for the weirdest reason, I couldn't think of the word garbage. I was just like, oh my God, all I know how to do, like basura. Like for some reason, the only thing that I could think of at the time was like, I know how to say garbage or trash in Spanish, but like I couldn't think of it in English. I'm like, that is so bizarre. Time lapse. I didn't look at it anywhere. It just hit me. I'm sure that happens to you guys. You're as normal as I am, for God's sake. Of course that happens to you. Cool, man. Absolutely. Did I wash my hands for 20 seconds? Did I wash it for 20 seconds in Thailand? See what I did just then? I don't know if I've ever washed my hands for 20 seconds in a row. I do have antibacterial soap. I'll say that. Although, to be fair, if I am only inside of my condo and the only things I'm touching are my things, and if that is the way that I'm going to get this thing, then I've got a bigger problem. Because that means infected people are entering my space. And that's it. I was happy to try to be. All was happy to try to be. Very cool. Don't let me catch you biting nails. Yeah, I'm a nail biter sometimes. Like I get the little hangnail deals, and sometimes I'll obsess about them. You know, I'm a face toucher for sure. And, you know, I would do that when I would be talking to people. So anyway, well, cool. Thanks for hanging through the break, guys. I appreciate the 25 folks of you that are hanging out here. Big time. And it's looking pretty nice outside. 12:20 right now. So I'm thinking, so right now, basically, it's the hottest it will ever be today. Well, between now and like 4 o'clock. Actually, sometimes 1 or 2, it gets a little bit hot. But as you can see, like it's really sunny out, which is kind of nice. And as the sun, you know, sort of sets, then those chairs that you see down there, by sort of the end of the day, those will be out of the direct sun, but it's also Bangkok, right? So, I mean, it'll only be 91 degrees, which of course feels like, you know, 98 kind of thing. So yeah, I didn't do a full 20 seconds. Oh, I was talking about your CR visit. Went to the CR. No, I didn't wash my hands at all, Brian. In fact, I immediately, like the way that I clean my hands after using the CR is I do it like a cat cleans its paws. I'm trying to think. I have this really cool soap that I like in there, actually. It's like one of the least expensive soaps you can buy in Thailand. You know how like you can always buy soap at 7-Eleven? And I love it. It's got like this little designs of flowers on it or something like that. It's really cheap. And so anyway, so I buy that stuff, and it's great because I mean it's literally like 7 cents for a bar soap. And so if I use it, I don't have to use it like all the way down till it's like really tiny, because I hate that. That's so annoying. So I just throw it away and get a new one. A little bit of exciting stuff about my life. I'm absolutely sure you guys is key. That guy, Mike, great show, but I'm fading a bit. I'll say goodnight. Thanks for everything. Thank you, sir. I'm really stoked that you came by, man. Have a good evening. It is 10:22 in the lovely state of California, and hopefully there are hopefully everyone who's probably shouldn't be outdoors is indoors. And with any luck, they're not crazy enough to actually set fire to their own house. I mean, that's the interesting thing, right? I mean, if you're just burning random stuff, just stay home and burn your house down. I mean, if you want to make a statement, you know, I mean, use your own Oh, what's the temp there? So great question, Joseph. So it is 91 degrees Fahrenheit, basically. That is the ambient temperature here in Bang Na, which is in Lower Sukhumvit, but it feels like 103. That's what it basically tells me. And I absolutely agree with that. That's the inverse equivalent of wind chill factor. So there's the humidity factor that you absolutely get in this part of the world. And Thailand is far from immune. It is incredibly hot over there. And so Steve actually sent, oh, swampy is the airport slang. Do you remember my buddy, Steven Roberts? He sent me a message afterwards. Swampy is the airport thing. I remember someone said something about swampy, and I'm like, what? Airport slang. I guess it's airport slang here in Thailand, or well, yes, in Thailand, but also in Bangkok, right? I guess it used to be a swamp over there. Is that why? Is that the origins of that? I'm not quite sure. But what was the other thing I wanted to talk about? Actually, I know what I want to do right now. I want to go over to oh, cool. Jay International. He stopped by today. He just gave me a new line ID. And you can't see. So there you go. That's from Gracie. What did she say? You can't see me, but I'm smiling. Trust me. So she says she's waiting for the lawyer. Oh, she actually really is into those bags. So that's one of those bags that like one part of it goes over your shoulder and then the bag is in front. And for her, it works out great because she like puts her phone in and out of there, which is awesome. Because, you know, I mean, women's clothes stupidly aren't as functional as men's clothes, which means she doesn't have decent pockets, you know, and for her to wear like cargo shorts it'd be a little weird. like, oh, Mike, how's your LGBT friend doing there with her cargo pants? Oh, she's great, you know. I'm just teasing. Yes, absolutely. So it is basically 103 outside as far as my that's exactly what it would feel like, indeed, and especially in the dark sun. That guy, holla. Good night, Brian. Have a good one. Right on, man. Glad you came by. 92F in Florida, in St. Augustine, Florida, right? And feels like 98. Yeah, so the humidity's not so intense over there, but I may have been through St. Augustine, but I know I haven't stopped there for sure, and so it's always good to get another report for there. You just don't accept the sweat. Absolutely, dude. I completely ignore it because if I don't accept it and I'm in denial over it, it doesn't exist. It's the best way to deal with any relationship. It's about the same in St. Pete. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you're from there. Awesome. So Tampa St. Pete is so my business is incorporated in St. Pete, and I think I've told this to you guys before, but one of them, Gracie and I, are one of our more favorite places, like in the United States, basically, and where we would go now, because I wouldn't really. I mean, I have many friends and I love them dearly, but I don't really have any sort of reason to go back to San Diego, other than to like, you know, meet those people and stay. But then I would eventually, you know, hop back, and so I've got a finite amount of time, right, that I could be in, or not that I would want to be in the United States, and so. We will likely, or I will likely actually, because Gracie's not planning on coming home with me this year. But I will likely be over in the Tampa St. Pete. I'll definitely be in the St. Petersburg area. In fact, our building is, or our office rather, is it's pretty close to the harbor. We're on. It's like Northwest 7th. I can't remember. I can never remember exactly, actually, what our address is. But you may know it if you're over there in your St. Pete. And I like it because it's fairly close to like this nice little park where you can go and hang out at sunset. It's really cool. And in fact, Gracie and I have been there, and I think I did a video from there. I can't remember. Whether I did a video. Oh, okay. Sorry. 4th Street North, St. Petersburg Press. So 7900 block of 4th Street North. So I'm not exactly sure if you're familiar where that is, Joseph, but that's where that's where the office is, you know, for my LLC. That is a Amazon Web Services APN partner. But what did I want to talk about? So what I want to talk about is what's going on in Thailand, and potentially allow you guys to ideally have a good idea of what's happening in the future. So there were 3 articles that I saw this morning that I wanted to take a look at. And so, and all of them are coming from the TAT, the Tourism Authority of Thailand, so tatnews.org. And I get, you know, updates from these occasionally. But in the last like 2 to 3 days, they probably had the best articles. And so the one that I wanted to, so this bums me out because what I see on my phone and what I see on this website are totally different, which is really lame. Tatnews.org. Hold on, I guess I got to type it in. That's kind of lame that it's not on the front page. I mean, these are the most relevant articles in my opinion. So stand by. Let me type in what they got here. Maybe let's see. Can I go to, if I can go to this and it'll list all the articles that I'm talking about right now, that would be amazing. Oh, good. Awesome. May 2002. Let me just make sure that that's what's showing up there. Okay, cool. So this was interesting to me right here, this little sort of graphic that they've purposely made, right? And, obviously it's got the statistics on it, 3,000-ish, infections, less than 60 deaths, and that sort of thing. And then, hey, keep up your social distancing, work from home when you possibly can. And so that was cool. And then just like you can see that popped up here, I thought this was a really good one because it talks about the, and also in the description of this video, I quoted Bangkok News as far as what is going to open and what is going to close. So if you want to have a look at that, you can look at the description in the YouTube video. But as far as this goes, as of the 29th, they're talking about how the, how you can take domestic transportation. But they were pretty clear that for the most part, it's in the north and it is not really going that far south, which I thought was just sort of interesting that they're really, and then it also talks about what you need to do it. So complete that T8 form, which is what I showed you guys last time, which is about, this is my health and where am I going? What's the date that I'm leaving? What's the date that I'm arriving? That sort of thing. And then they talk, and so what I'm referring to basically is how they were using northeast and east as of the 18th of May. Now, as of today, June 1st, that changed a little bit, and this is the article that I wanted to show you guys about there. And I can put all these links in the description later on. It's basically just 3 links, and the easiest way to get to do it if you want to, and you might want to read articles other than the ones that I'm talking about, but just TATNEWS, so tatnews.org/2020/05. But this was sort of interesting, I thought, so the Tourism Authority of Thailand is pleased to share the latest details that are basically going to happen on Monday, June 1st, of course, which is today in Thailand. The reduction of the nighttime curfew, which is currently, as of yesterday, was basically 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. Now goes from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. And the relaxation for education, private schools or vocational training, arts and sports can resume. Shopping malls, as you know, were open. Department stores and community malls, they're allowed to open now until 9 p.m. They had to close, I believe, at 8 earlier than that. Exhibition and convention venues are allowed to resume operations, but activity in the space but not exceed 20,000 square meters. And so I actually don't know whether the massive conference center that's like south of here on Udam Suk is bigger than that. I think it is. Or maybe what they do is they just simply open only 20,000 square meters of it, or 19,000, and then they have like maybe 2 sections of 19. I mean, again, who knows how they're gonna try and get around that? But it's not like it's not like we're in Las Vegas. I mean, we're not in like the convention center of the universe kind of thing. What I also found, I mean, again, it's it's different, right? So I mean, it's a different society. But what was interesting to me is that, okay, we're finally going to allow Buddha amulet markets. They're allowed to reopen now, because before that, I guess when you would have so many places that sold amulets that people just got like too close together, and so therefore they were like, no, that's a risk if we close that down. I'm not quite sure what their reasoning for it. I'm not mocking them in any way. I'm just saying it's sort of interesting that they felt, okay, yeah, we can open malls, but the whole Buddha amulet thing, and maybe it's because at a mall you can basically say, okay, everyone goes through this one entrance, and we can scan people either manually, or we can have a system that basically scans their body temperature, and we can single them out immediately. Whereas at a Buddha amulet market, then basically everyone's just like standing around there, and you can't like just randomly go to people and say, you know, boop, 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 temperature, you know, so that might be sort of weird. Obviously something that is not really relevant to me, but many people, my buddies were like, oh man, I can't wait to get a haircut. So their barbers are allowed for all services, but limited to 2 hours at a time, and customers are not allowed to wait on the premises. So I guess I got to wait outside, and I've seen other restaurants do that too. Like once the chairs fill up inside, then basically it's not happening. So this is interesting to me here. Health and wellness establishments, including spa, Thai traditional massage shops, except sauna, steam, and facial massage, I get it, and foot massage are allowed to reopen. Massage parlors are to remain closed. Now, the places that I go to, you know, because I mean, I kind of got that out of my system, right? When I went down to Pattaya. And so Gracie and I, for example, we go to these Thai traditional massage shops, right? Because we get a Thai massage, or they have oil massage. Also, usually you go in on the first floor, right? And there's a whole bunch of chairs, like reclining chairs, and they'll do the foot massage. There's one place down the street, I've gotten 2 or 3 there, and it's really great. The woman's got really strong hands. And her husband, I think, is from, like Alberta, Canada. He's one of these guys that like works in the oil sands kind of thing. And then he makes a ton of money for like 6 months, and then he's out of work, you know, or can take 6 months off or something like that. So that's been pretty cool. So I assume that what that is and where I will be going later this afternoon can be easily labeled as Thai traditional massage shops. So hopefully that'll be really cool. And I find interesting, because I've only seen it a couple places. I mean, I like it because I grew up in New England and I grew up on ice skates. But when they say bowling alleys, skating centers, and the like can reopen for exercise and practice only, ballroom dancing centers can resume operations. So example, there are like ice skating rinks, and they don't refer to them. The brand name, I believe, is like Sub-Zero, and they have those in like big malls around here. So I guess like they'll be open for, if there's a hockey team that's going to be practicing, but they won't necessarily be open for, everyone to go skating. Now, water facilities for jet skis, kite surfing, banana boats, and the like are allowed to resume operations, but not for competition. And the number of people must be limited. Now, again, what does that mean, right? Now, I think what's going to happen is that, so in saying that, that tells me, okay, well, you can't really use a jet ski, kite surf, or have a banana boat going unless your beach is open. So therefore, what that says to me is that the beaches are now open. So where I wanted to go recently but didn't, because the beach was definitely closed, and they were also patrolling it, was Cha Am. And so I'm hoping that the Cha Am beaches are now. And so that'll be really good. Theaters and cinemas are allowed to reopen. I was reading this earlier, but the audience is limited at 200 at each place. So I assume, I assume if you have 200 seats, they're not going to sit. And then obviously they go into more detail about that, which is theaters are allowed to resume operations for traditional Thai folk performances only, such as Like, and concerts are still not allowed. So you can open up for for theater, right? Like, so for like Broadway type theater. And then cinemas are allowed to open, limited to 200. So, I mean, I don't know if that means you have, and they're going to be, now they talked, I thought, a little bit later on about how far away you need to be when you're at the movie theaters. And I believe they said, like, look, 2 people can sit together, but between like you and your, it's like Gracie and I go, and then there's like another couple, we need to be, I think, 3 chairs away from that couple. And I thought that was sort of an interesting way to do it. Zoos are allowed to reopen, but must limit the number of visitors. I don't know of any local zoos. I may be missing out big time on a local zoo, but like I said, I've been to the San Diego Zoo before, which a lot of people will label as like one of the best zoos in the world. And, they're still in cages, and I wasn't a big fan. So, and they take pretty darn good care of their, of people. But in any case, so to Brian's, requirement that I wash my hands for 20 seconds in total. I would like to remind all to continue to adhere to the health and safety routines to protect themselves as well as others from the COVID-19 infection. This includes social distancing, wearing a mask or cloth mask, and frequently washing your hands. So there you go. Avoid close contact with other persons. No hugging, especially with vulnerable groups like the elderly. That's fair. or those who have underlying conditions, because it can increase the infection rate and potentially lead to severe disease more easily than in any other groups. So that's pretty cool. And then this is like real easy, right? Because I mean, people can greet via a Y, obviously, with your hands above your head, the Thai greeting, from a distance of 1 or 2 meters. When staying together, people must wear masks, use personal utensils and serving spoons, or eat a la carte servings to protect themselves and love them. Now, again, you got to remember, right? Like Thai people, they will all get together. They'll bring big, bowls of food. They'll all sit, like on their knees on a flat, like on the ground sometimes, or sometimes on a table that's only up, like about a foot off the ground. And they'll have like a big blanket, and they'll all be sitting around in a circle, and they'll all be, pulling food, from the bowls with the serving spoon, and not individual serving spoons. So that's, but, I mean, again, it's just kind of interesting to me because, again, it's, this is Thailand, right? And so there's sort of specific things to Thailand. So anyway, I just wanted to but I wanted to go over those. Now so what's interesting. So if I can get to all of those from going to /05, and today is June, if I go to 2020/06, well, they don't have any under there yet. So, but if I do go to the homepage and then click on the latest news, then presumably this is the most important stuff that they want me to know of. Although the most recent one is from May 29th. And so I think that that's a little lame because that's not actually very current. But again, the most recent one is as of yesterday. Again, as of yesterday at 11:30 in the morning, we talked about that at the beginning. So anyway, I'm glad that interprovincial travel is going to be opened up and that sort of thing. So anyway, I just want to share that with you guys. And let me see if you got any questions, if I missed anything. Let me know when you're in town. I totally do. Oh, absolutely, Joseph. And in fact, by the time I'm getting ready to get to Florida, before I go to Florida, I will have been in New England area for a while. And so I'll likely have probably done a live stream, from the harbor. And with any luck, Brian will not still be back east at that time. And he will be over here. Although, to be fair, my first flight back home right now, it's for August 4th. And that is, as far as I'm concerned, that's not happening. So, I mean, I'll obviously see where everything is on like, July 30th or August 1st or whatever. But my expectation is that I am either going to delay that 1 month, or it is likely to be delayed probably 9 months. Because if I can't get home back to Boston before like the absolute latest, like mid-September, then I'm not going there until May, because it is just it's too uncomfortable for me. It's too cold, it's too dark, too early, and it just doesn't work for me. Yes, brother, off 30th Ave. Okay, awesome, cool. So yeah, so you know where I'm at, and I know where you're at. So that's rad. I will absolutely reach out to you, dude. I can't wait. And thank you again for coming by the live streams so regularly. I really appreciate it. I hope you can actually get here sooner than I can get back there, and you can go to your you can go check out your Bel Air Bangkok place. Because honestly, I mean, it looked like a pretty cool place, man. It's very centrally located. So, but again, I couldn't get inside. Who knows? Maybe now I can. Maybe as of June 1st, I can like walk down there. So if I'm over by Asok, then maybe I'll cruise down and take a look and see if I can do a video over there. MedTech, my mobile phone is USA compatible only. Could I enter Thai malls? Yeah, because basically I understand what you mean by that. Meaning that you can't roam on the data. Again, it might kind of be a hassle, but as far as the malls go, if you don't have a phone, then what they want you to do is put down your name and your telephone number. Now, again, your telephone number might be like +1 619, kind of thing, right? So you could put down your US phone number, which is fine, because I mean, again, they can't contact you. The idea behind it is that they want to have a list of people that are in there in case anyone all of a sudden they like find out that someone's been infected there, and they want to basically let everyone know, hey, dude, you have been in Terminal 21 in the last X amount of days. We're letting you know. The way that it works with if you bring your phone over, it's likely that if you say it's only working in the US, then I'm pretty confident it's not unlocked, which is, the majority of phones in the United States. It's like you buy it from the carrier, you pay per month or whatever, and it's locked right to that carrier. Fine. So, and sometimes the roaming, like if you're with Verizon or something, their international roaming agreements are offensive. It's like way too expensive. If you're with T-Mobile, that's different. You can just like basically like get an international plan, bam. And if you have a T-Mobile phone, that will work literally exactly the same way that it works at home the minute you land in Bangkok and turn it on. Now, if you have a phone, then you have Wi-Fi. And pretty much every mall in Thailand has Wi-Fi, like a ton of Wi-Fi. And many times, the local carriers will sponsor free Wi-Fi. So that's AIS, that's True, that's DTAC. And you'll see these little like sort of pillars. It's like this, probably about a 3-foot tall piece of plexiglass, and it'll have the AIS logo on it or whatever. It'll say, AIS Super Wi-Fi, sponsored by AIS, Wi-Fi sponsored by DTAC, sponsored by True. And you can easily connect to that. And if you can do that, then basically what you can do is you can scan the QR code that they have at the entry and exit of all of these places, which then, again, scanning the QR code, all that does is pop up a URL. And then they say, hey, or they don't say, hey, your phone will respond with a link and it says, open. So you click on open, and then it effectively opens up a website that has a green button and a red button, I believe. And then, well, for me, and I don't know whether this is just because I have auto translate turned on, but it immediately is in Thai, and then immediately it's in Thai, and then, within a second, basically everything changes and it's translated into English. Again, I don't know if that's because, again, I have a US phone, but I have a Thai SIM, and so I don't know why they would think that I would know English, right? So I'm pretty sure it's the Google Translate that I have inside the browser that opens. So it opens, then you press green. And all you need is Wi-Fi for that. You don't need your phone to be like on the data plan. So, and to be fair, when you come over here, there's so much Wi-Fi everywhere. You could survive with your phone unless, you made calls regularly. And then, again, making calls over here is kind of silly because it is, it's unnecessary. There's so many communication apps and most of those communication apps actually have a QR code reader in them. And so that's why many people, they question this, but they don't really understand. The reason so many people, so many venues will have a sign with a QR code that says use line to open this isn't because you're necessarily adding, and then in rare cases, some cases you are, but it's very rare. By scanning that QR code, you're adding them kind of like as a contact in line. But no, for the most part, you're scanning it because that line has a QR code scanner. It's very easy to click in the upper right, and all of a sudden you can go, or you can just download a QR code scanning app. And many people have that. Many people have a QR code scanning app. Many people have the barcode scanning app and that sort of thing. So anyway, so if you're connected to Wi-Fi, then that page would come up. But again, they're not going to like ID you and everything. Really, all they want you to do is the only sort of policing they're going to do for your behavior is they're going to watch you like write something down on a clipboard. And again, many people have claimed, I don't know if anyone's made any actual analysis of this. They're like, oh yeah, well, people are just coming in and they're writing down their name and they're writing down a fake number. Well, how do you know that? You can say that's a possibility. But again, they're Thai, okay? So like people are on board here with this. It's not a gigantic inconvenience. You've got to wait in line anyway to get your temperature taken. In the more modern, if you will, malls, you'll usually go in and there'll be a TV screen there, and there'll be, it looks like a radar gun, basically. It's a camera, and it's just pointed at you, and you walk in just like you walk into any normal sort of place that has a security system, and you look up at the camera, and then there's like a monitor right next to it, and you see yourself walk in. Well, it's the same thing, but the difference in this is there's a square box around it, and then your temperature is displayed there. So that's very common, like depending upon what BTS stop you're at, so that they don't have to slow everyone down. There's a guy sitting there, and really all he's doing is he's waiting for the thing to like make noise. He's not sitting there monitoring the temperature of everybody that goes on. If it goes above 37.5, then it makes a noise, and effectively he's supposed to pull that person aside. As you might guess, based on the fact that in a country of 70 million, and there's only 57 dead people, and there's only just over 3,000 people infected, the likelihood of someone going through and being so hot that they are a carrier or they're infected is quite low. So therefore, people just basically walk through it. So there's really it's no difference in your behavior on an average basis, on an average day, rather, if you're going to enter a mall. What I would recommend, though, depending upon how much time you're spending in Thailand, if you don't like, I mean, I'm on my phone a lot and I use my phone a lot. I use it for directions. I will like have an idea, or I want to Google something. I want to query something, or I'll be like, well, wait a minute, because I mean, again, I'm still kind of a tourist, right? And if I'm going from like point A to point B, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I guess I could go to that stop, and then, but you know what? Maybe I'll go like 3 more extra stops, and then if I do that, then how do I get back? Can I take a bus, or can I walk, or can I take a? So I mean, I'm on my phone. I rely on my phone being connected to the internet. But again, I have an unlocked phone, so therefore I could just like go to a 7-Eleven and say, hey, give me a SIM, and throw it in. They will throw it in for you. They'll register your SIM with your passport number inside of their system, so it gets registered, and so they know who you are. So anyway, it's very simple. It's not disappointing. It's not going to ruin your experience at the mall. Just do it. And so anyway, Brian says, hell with that. I want to go back to Nana and be non-distance. So it's interesting. I assume by massage parlors. They're referring to that, which they and it's so funny when they first referred to all these places as the red group. I thought the reason they were saying that is because it's like kind of like red light district stuff, and I'm like, wow, they're like really acknowledging on that. But no, this is the yellow group that's happening right now, and then the red group is arguably the higher. But and yes, it's the, it's Nana Plaza and that sort of thing. But it's also obviously if you're going to be competitive with your banana boats, I guess. Then they're going to allow you to do that in phase 4. I'm trying to think the last time I was over at Nana Plaza. Gracie and I didn't even go there. She was like, well, what are these places? We kind of never been into a place. So she and I went over to Soy Cowboy, which is, arguably the Disneyland of red light districts here in Thailand, in Bangkok, at least. But and I think it was just sort of easier, quite frankly, because I mean, again, if we went over to Nana, I think we actually went over to Nana, but it was like 6 at night, and I'm like, all right, well, you're just going to be kind of like, okay, so why would anybody come here? Nobody's here. There's no music, so I think we ended up going to Cowboy, and so she's like, oh, okay, I guess I get it. Oh, she gets it. I'm kidding. Stuck in Florida says, have a great day, Mike, and all the cool kids. 1:40 a.m. Need to get some sleep. Good for you, man. Stuck, thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it, buddy. Always good to see you. I hope to be there at September 22nd through December 18th. Ooh, well, I got to tell you, September 22nd, in my mind, what I think of when I see that is that's a fairly reasonable date. Now, what will you need to get in here? I am psyched that you basically have made the commitment to stay 90 days, just under 90. So, I mean, if you have to quarantine for 2 weeks, likely by then they'll have a much better system than the only people that can quarantine for 2 weeks are people that can afford like $1,000 a night, it's just ridiculous. Some of the places they want you to stay, versus, staying in a government facility that'll likely not even be 2-star hotel quality. But anyway, what I'm hoping is that it won't be too much of a hassle for you. The 2-week quarantine likely will not be an issue. My hope for you is that they still have the social distancing on planes and no one is going to be sitting next to you, so you'll have extra room. I mean, I hope that happens, because then that makes an economy seat like actually really inexpensive. But will the prices of it go up? And you already have your ticket? That'll be interesting. I already have my tickets to my round trip tickets, and basically it is let's see, it is Bangkok, South Korea, Boston. So Korean Air. Bought through Delta, and I did that coming here. It was a great experience. I really like Korean Airlines. I like Incheon Airport, and I also like the price. To get me here, it was like I think my flight was $400, and then my extra bag was $200. That was kind of a bummer, but it's like whatever. I'm just coming here. I knew this was coming. This is all my life in 3 pieces of luggage. I'm not going to not take this, and I'm not going to distribute it. It's like it's going to be a pain in the neck. It's a lot easier for me to just pay the $200. I'm getting a extra legroom seat for no extra money. So that's kind of cool because if I was on EVA Airlines, they might not charge me for the third bag, but they will absolutely charge me $180 extra for the extra legroom seat on EVA. Whereas on South Korean Airlines, they don't. You just have to get there early and be basically, physically capable. But also you have to ask for it before anyone else asks for it. But the cool thing is that they don't charge extra. So I really like that about South Korea. Sorry, I really like that about Korean Airlines. So anyway, curious if you already have your reservation. I think, and what am I paying for a round trip ticket? I want to say, I don't think I'm paying $1,100 for a full-on round trip ticket. Departing like August 3rd or 4th and returning like September 3rd or 4th, something like that. But again, all the way to Boston, right? So, and trust me, I looked at, okay, well, I'm used to going basically from, Southeast Asia. I'm used to either going from, Bangkok to Taipei, Los Angeles, South Korea, Los Angeles, which is, of course, the way I came here from Los Angeles, or, over to Narita, and then hopping down from Japan, going straight into San Diego. And then I'm like, well, okay, I could do that. Then I could hang out with some of my friends in San Diego. I wouldn't have to pay anything for a hotel because I could stay with the woman that I used to stay with, Miriam. She may or may not have her guest house rented at that time, but she's probably got a room. And at the end of the day, I could definitely sleep on their couch because they're like my second family. They're just amazing. The people that I lucked out so much, guys. I mean, lucked out like crazy, and lived there for 6 years. And so it was amazing. So yeah, so it'd be nice to go back and do that. And then from San Diego, like hop to Boston. Okay, I can do that on JetBlue. But I did the quick math and it's like, okay, well, this is actually cheaper. And then the nice thing too is that once I get to South Korea, I get on the plane, and the next time I get off, it's South Korea to Boston. Yeah, it's a long flight, but it gets me like there. And then I just, I take a bus basically, or depending upon the time. Well, see, now in August, what I'd like to do is I like to go from the airport to where I live because the commuter boat goes there. And so then my parents like literally have to drive 7 minutes to basically pick me up at where the commuter boat is. And that's awesome. And I also get a nice boat ride. And usually if I land at like 10 in the morning, then that's great. I end up getting, and if it's like a weekday, then that means the commuting people have basically stopped by then. They're all at work. And so there's like a boat I take back. And if it's sunny, that's even better. Gracie and I did that before, but because the bus is free from Logan Airport over to the commuter boat, Rose Wharf kind of area, right? And then it just shoots, across the harbor, and it's a nice ride. But who knows what's going to happen. And again, that's August 3rd. And so we'll see. But yeah, September 22nd, that says to me, you're going to probably be met with a lot more success than I will be. So that's awesome, Joseph. That's really cool. MedTech. Yeah, I just use Line to contact friends. Yeah, that's pretty much what I use it for too. It was my first sort of Southeast Asia app. Because when I came here, the girl that I met, she's like, oh, no, she said, are you online? And I'm like, yeah, I'm online. And she says, great, what's your, I'm like, well, for what? And she goes, no, Line. And she educated me. So Line, the green sort of app. It's a lot more popular now. Many people in the US already know about it. But at the time, it was like, what the heck is this? It's out of Japan. And it's very popular in Thailand. Gracie and I use WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a lot more popular in the Philippines, as well as Facebook Messenger. And so, but the nice thing about Line is, I'll just show you, is that it's got a QR code reader in the upper right. So you can see the little icon. Oh, sorry. You can see the little icon there, that little rectangular thing right there on your right-hand side. You click on that. And what it does is it opens the QR code reader, and then you just like basically go boop, and then what'll happen is the web address will come at the top, and you just click on it, and it opens it, and then you click green, and I'm sure all it does is it's basically saying, okay, yeah, this phone number, this U.S. phone number, or this phone number has entered. If any sickness comes, absolutely let people know. Carl K, just woke up. Glad to see your hair is coming back. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, I got really lazy. I should probably, see, this morning when I woke up, it was like, it's not so bad. You can't really see it. But now I can like feel it, and I hate it. I hate that feeling. So, yep, I'm doing the best that I can with the awareness that I have, buddy. It's all that I can do, right? Daniel says, does Apple charge to unlock a phone if taken to the Philippines. And so it is not necessarily the manufacturer. A lot of times it's the carrier, but that will be locking down the phone. So if you own the phone, and meaning that you have paid the carrier, if you have a locked phone and you've paid the carrier for the device, then legally in the US, they have to unlock it. So you could take it to the Verizon store, or you could take it to AT&T or whatever. And if you've basically paid off that device and you own that physical device, then they have to unlock it for you. There's another way you can unlock it, obviously, which is what he's talking about, which is through iTunes. And that you do not have to pay for. But to be fair, you got to remember that Apple is not going to let you unlock a phone if you have not basically purchased it, and you have not purchased the phone if you haven't paid your carrier for the price of it, right? But again, it's a different paradigm in the US. It's funny. I remember when I first told one of my buddies from Australia, actually, locked phone this, locked phone that. He's like, oh my God. He says, that's so weird because in Australia, it is actually illegal for any carrier to lock down your phone. Now, again, that doesn't mean that they allow you to have these free phones. I mean, you still have to pay for the device somehow. And however, they roll that into the cost of it. So Brian says, I don't do Bangkok, but stay at Nana Hotel right before my flight's out. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good idea. I completely agree with that. I can understand why you do that. But yeah, no, Bangkok's not for everybody. And again, as I said before, I am not a city guy, but I love Bangkok. It's great here. And I also love the fact that from here, I can get elsewhere normally very easily. And MedTech, wow, Joseph, 3 months is great. Indeed it is. That's really cool, isn't it? Yeah, that's awesome. Good night, stuck in Florida, says Paul. All right, awesome. Brian, if you get time, hit Nana Hotel parking lot, taco stand there, best quesadillas. You told me about that before, and I really appreciate that. I actually, I was over there. When was I over there? Was I over there when I was doing? I can't remember exactly why I was over there. I think I went over to the Purdy building, but I can't exactly remember why. Anyway, I was over in that area. It actually might have been when I was going over to check out Bel Air Bangkok. I think it was actually that afternoon. So I was over there checking out, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll cruise down. And then I walked, actually. I didn't take the BTS. I walked from where Bel Air Bangkok is in Soi 5, on the other side of Nana. And I walked down to that that's sort of that mall that's sort of like, diagonally across that intersection from where Nana is. And I was going to get Burger King, but they actually had Carl's Jr. So I'm like, oh, cool. So I got some Carl's Jr., but it was at the time, which probably is different now, but in any case, at the time, you couldn't eat in. You had to do takeaway only. So I bought my stuff. And then I walked down and then walked over the crossing and then basically just sat down right in front of the fountain in front of the JW and chilled out there, took a picture of that, sent it to Gracie. I'm like, oh my God. Like literally 7 years ago, I stood exactly right here. And it was, I mean, they hadn't remodeled, like the same fountain was there. The trees were a little bigger, but I remember like this, I sat at this table and had coffee and a muffin on my first morning here. And so it was kind of neat, to just sort of reflect on. I said, man, and the neat part about it was the fact that, hey, I'm living here now. Like, this is my home now. Like, I'm not, like, when I go home, that means I take the BTS. Whereas before, going home meant I got to get on a silver tube and stay on that thing for like 15 hours, one hop. And so it's just kind of neat. It was really cool to be able to see, like, wow, man, my life is, I'm grateful. I mean, it was another gratitude attack. I was like, oh my God, I get to do this. Sent Rob a couple messages. I'm like, oh my God, dude, check it out. Anyway, my point is, Brian, I walked down the street and I walked down Nana because I'm like, okay, I know it's going to be dead, but I'm just like curious what's going on down there. So I walked down and when you walk down like on the south side of Nana, just before you would enter Nana Plaza. So that little street there had those little couple of bars, and a lot of people will just sit on the edge and basically, watch the world go by. And they'll be sitting there, talking to girls or whatever. I walked by that and, there were people making food on the street. It was again, it was like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. And I was like, oh, this is actually not significantly less people because, it was like end of April, early May. And I said, okay, well, this isn't exactly high. See, I mean, it was well after what normally would have been Songkran, right? So I'm like, okay, well, it's kind of going to be dead. And, you know, so there were a few guys inside, like a limited amount for sure. But there's a few. I'm like, okay. And I looked over and, you know, Hooters was happening, but it wasn't like, I mean, and they weren't obsessed about doing the little dance every hour. I wasn't there long enough. But my point, Brian, is that I looked into the parking lot and I didn't see what you were, I was like looking around. So I want to go back because I would love a good quesadilla, especially if they use really, really good quality cheese. And yes, I know that I still need to go over to Pat Pong, and I need to Pat Pong. Is that right? Yeah, no, Pat Pong. Patong is in Phuket, and Pat Pong is over here. And get museum tickets for sure, and I will absolutely do that. Joseph said first time was March 6th through June 18th. Man, that is the way to go. That is totally awesome. That is totally awesome. Good for you. Second time, June 22nd to September 18th. Joseph, that is totally awesome, man. That's great that you're able to experience it that long. Religious or not, St. John's Church in DC, sad. Oh, okay. I assume it's like on fire, like they completely trashed it. Yeah, that's lame, dude. I mean, there are just some buildings that I'm like, why? Okay, I get it. You know, you might not like a government building or whatever, you know, but a church, I mean, dude, come on. Like, you got to be really weird to be like, oh, yeah, this is the most appropriate thing that we should do. We should burn this church. So I hope that's lame. First class, London, Frankfurt, and then Bangkok. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you mentioned that before. You come over on Lufthansa, right? Yeah, I think you said that. What about coffee insomnia? Do you get it? No, not really. I don't drink a lot of coffee. Like I effectively had 2 cups because my second one I poured over ice and then I mixed it with some protein powder. So that's what I was drinking at the beginning of the show. So I've had like 2 cups of coffee. I haven't had another Diet Coke. A lot of times I'll have a Diet Coke, but it's like 1:04. And so for the most part, for the remainder of the day, I won't be consuming any more coffee. But if I were to drink it, yeah, it kind of keeps me up. But I don't know. So if I feel as though I'm having an issue, like here's the other thing too, is if I feel like I have insomnia, meaning like I can't stay up for one night or whatever, the good news for me is that by the second night, if I didn't get a good night's sleep the previous night, that my body's tired enough, like I fall asleep. So I like that part. As far as like insomnia after jet lag, I never got it coming this way. And who knows, that could be a combination of, you know, the way that I was going relative to the rotation of the earth, or the fact that I was also going further towards the equator. And so there would be more light, or whatever was, you know, adding to the ability to basically get a good night's sleep, or the fact that I was here and I loved it here. And when I was going home, I wasn't necessarily wanting to do that, you know? And so I was like more stressed, or, you know, my work schedule was weird. Like I didn't have a work schedule over here. So, but I never really got jet lag. Actually, I never, ever got jet lag coming this way. I definitely got it coming home, and sometimes it would last. I think the longest that ever lasted was not a full 2 weeks, but definitely 10 days. And so, you know, but that melatonin works really great for me. And like, I think maybe 10 milligrams, I don't need anything more than that. And then as long as I take it about less than 15 minutes before I'm going to go fall asleep, I don't know if that means that it's acting quickly, or whether I'm just, you know, it's a placebo effect that I'm just like, oh yeah, well, I've taken a pill that I'm supposed to sleep on, and so now I'm sleepy. But for me, melatonin, little, you know, over the counter, works really good. Carl K asks, hey Mike, are you working there in Thailand remotely? I often wonder what I'd do to fill my time if I were to retire early. Well, welcome to the 5-hour live stream. And seriously, I mean, this is some of it. But the other thing too is that I love just like going around. Part of what I do is, I do videos. Part of what I do is I pay attention to that Richard guy, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll move my money here. And if I move X amount of money from here, and it turns into, you know, 1.1x, that's pretty good. If it turns into 2x, that's even better. You know, so I research a lot of that. You know, I like technology, and so I'm doing new stuff like on the internet, right? And so I do that. Do I work? No. I am part of a company that is a startup, but it is so early on in the startup stage that we were going to be getting funding. And then all of a sudden the global economy just cratered. And so all of those people that were going to give us money because they're like, who cares? They care now. So we don't have any funding for our project. But as far as that goes, I was, I'm certainly not generating any significant amount of revenue over here. That I would need like a work permit for or whatever. I have the opportunity to work for sure. I got a buddy who owns a company, and I actually even offered, but then I was like, I just don't have the time to do it regularly and be able to follow through on commitments. And he's like, look, can you like just do this stuff for our cloud infrastructure? Can you spin up this server? Can you put together this system? Can you put a load balancer in front of this and network this and, VPN, VPC, that sort of thing? Can you do add some storage, put a non-relational database? And so I'm like, I wanted to start doing that. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not going to have the time to commit to this. And I don't really want to work. I don't really want a full-time job. But trust me, I have more to do than I have time for. So, one of the things I do, Carl, is I answer emails that you guys ask me. I have appointments that I set up, and so that I have like hours and things. I have, meetings that I go to, and I meet with friends during the day. I plan trips and then I go on trips. I mean, one of the things that I'm thrilled that occupies my time that I'm absolutely okay with doing overtime on is going to the beach. Like when I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, as far as keeping myself busy on one day, I went to the beach, and the only time I left that beach was to like get a water at 7-Eleven, use the restroom, use the CR, and then go right back to that beach and hang out there. So yeah, I mean, I can't do that every day. Just stare, but every now and then I can literally just go there and just like stare at the ocean for 6 hours and just be happy as a pig in slop. I am an expert at being on vacation, Carl. So I was not worried at all about being to do my time. Also, how are you managing finances for your retirement? I know, deep questions. Just a bit worried about the current economic environment. Well, I mean, again, at the end of the day, there's plenty of stocks that went down, but there's also plenty that went up. And, one of the things that Richard said is that he's like, look, if you just find world-class companies, there are companies that are COVID-proof. He talks about Amazon. He labels it as being COVID-proof. He says it's not necessarily recession-proof because if no one's got any money, nobody's ordering anything on Amazon. But in the COVID thing where you can't go to a physical store and you can use online shopping, then Amazon, and obviously, when the entire world value cratered, around like basically the end of March, pretty much anything you invested tech-wise in, not anything, I'm sorry, many things were available at the end of March that you can invest in that would increase your wealth. And so, there's that. But again, I could do stuff online. Like I could go on to Upwork, or I could go on to Freelancer, or I could go on to Fiverr, and I could make like a few bucks here and there. I'll tell you that, one of the things that, really, I'm not begging for this, but I'll tell you, like the super chats that you guys give me, I was again blown away. I mean, Brian was one of the first big contributors, as was Nico Greco. But this gentleman, Alex, the other day sent me $30 on PayPal. And I mean, guys, that's like over 1,000 baht. Or it is 1,000 baht. It's approximately 1,000 baht. And, when my dinner, because I go down the street and I just like hang out, at the little market, and I'm like, well, give me 2 pieces of chicken and some sticky rice. And I like these salads, and 2 salads cost me 95 baht, and I was thinking about that walking back the other night, because I went down there the other day and I got 2 salads, and it was like 95 baht, and I had 1 salad, and then the next night I had another salad. So I'm eating for like $1.50 a day, and just one guy gave me $30. So I mean, it's again, if you've never been over here and you're going to come over here for the first time, it's going to cost you more money to like figure this stuff out. And depending upon who you are or what kind of person you are, you may not necessarily want to try street food. You may have an apprehension towards it, where if I will debate all day long that the best food in the entire world is prepared on the sidewalk in Thailand. But a lot of people be like, nah, I don't particularly like that. Like, I see the way she's washing her dishes in cold water. Like, I don't think, whatever. For me, whatever. So again, the cost of living is so reasonable that, I mean, it's pretty easy to be able to maintain that. So that's just my experience. But got to get out of geocentric, polarized, selfish environment we call the U.S. Yeah, there's a lot of imperfection over there. And again, that was, I mean, it wasn't like, oh my God, I got to get out of the US. It was more just like my better life is available for me in Southeast Asia. And I know Thailand. Like, I mean, I got to the point where, I mean, like I probably told you guys before, but I mean, I've come to Bangkok for a long weekend before, meaning Thursday through Tuesday. So, a week basically. But again, considering the minute I get on the plane Thursday in Los Angeles, it's already like Friday here. You throw away 24 hours the minute you sit in that seat. So yeah, so I was coming over for, a fine amount of time, but I mean, I can do Bangkok blindfolded. Like I can land in, I can get on airport rail link, I can take BTS to anywhere, or I can take it, so that was really easy. And then I knew I would be, traveling to other places, for sure. And as soon as I possibly can, what I would really like to do, what I was going to do in February, actually, after Gracie left and she was back and I was like, okay, cool. I'll join you in however long, which then completely ended because of, the COVID. But I was thinking, well, I can still fly. I mean, I can't get into Manila and then leave to go anywhere else. But at the time I was like, okay, well, I can get on Vietnam Airlines from Bangkok and I can go from there to Da Nang for $27. I mean, it was literally $27. And I'm like, well, I'm just going to cruise there for like 2 or 3 days. Just like I cruise down to, Prachuap Khiri Khan before, when next time I see Gracie, awesome. Then I can say, hey, I had this, let's do this, bam. So, so it was really easy. And again, it wasn't so much that, oh my God, I got to get the hell out of the US. It was more like, I want to get over here because I'll be happier. Now, to be fair, I am really grateful that I did because, I don't know. I don't think anywhere I would be in San Diego or Coronado specifically, there would be a whole lot of looting going on and a whole lot of, there might be a little bit of protest, but I doubt it in Coronado. Over the bridge in San Diego, maybe. Down the Strand in Imperial Beach, I doubt it. I bet there's more people in Imperial Beach that are, really terrified that their lives, that their livelihood is at risk, meaning that they don't have the ability to get paid or get a job or whatever. Now, again, the whole unemployment thing that's happening, that might be, oh, dude, come on. See, I'm really stoked that I was over here and I was really stoked that popped up. That's really cool. I didn't realize that inside of the StreamYard, it actually shows me the super chat. So thank you very, very much, Carl. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. His message says, a hearty thanks for the input and advice you've provided, Mike. Only been there once, was 3.5 weeks, but absolutely loved it. At a crossroad in life, and your guidance has helped to live life now, not later. Dude, I'm honored, Carl. Thank you very much. Let me just put that up because, again, I'm honored. Oh, cool. Actually, that's great. So actually StreamYard provides really decent presentation of the comments. But Carl, thank you very much. Kap kuma kap. And so just to be totally transparent, like what does that translate to? So basically $9.99 is approximately 300 baht. I'll tell you exactly how much it is. How's that? Well, okay, let me first convert it. So it's going to be, at the end of the day, that will put $7 in my bank account after YouTube fees. So that will be probably 200 and something baht. Yeah, so that would basically be 225 baht. And that's a lot. Like when I'm by myself, and here's the other thing too, the way that I look at this, Carl, and again, people might mock me or whatever, but the way I look at that is you basically just gave me, something very close to a day's wage at minimum wage for a Thai person. And so considering I'm over here, I mean, it's significant. And so I really, really appreciate that, Carl. And I'm glad that you think that the data that I'm providing it adds value. And, I'm honored by that big time. And so thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. So that's really cool. And, no matter where you are, right? I mean, it's a very simple phrase, but it's been quite true in my life. No matter where you are, you take yourself with you. So again, if you're incapable of having like a healthy relationship with a female in the United States and you come over here, there's a pretty high likelihood that you're not going to be wildly successful over here. It might get better, absolutely, for sure. But I can tell you that, again, when I came over here, I mean, my last girlfriend in the United States, she was in her 30s. She was in her early 30s. And so it wasn't like I came over here, at like mid 40s, 50, that sort of thing. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be able to date 30-year-old girls. I'm going to be able to date 27-year-old. Okay. I had been doing that for a while in the United States. And it just so happened that way. So there was that. And I like to think that like the boundaries I had in my relationships were pretty healthy. We were able to talk about things. My breakups didn't end up in like, looting. And again, I've never been married, so that means I've never been divorced, thank God. So, I've never gone through some absolutely gut wrenching, put a bullet in my head rather than, go through this end of this relationship kind of thing. And, I've had relationships like over a decade ago where like I yelled at her and she yelled at me and we said stuff that we shouldn't have. And then even though like we were still broken up afterwards, I made an amends for certain things and ways that I did, so the point is that, there was a lot of stuff that was going on real good for me in the United States. And I was grateful to be able to have that baseline, to have that foundation to bring over here. So that when guys ask me, so, should I go out with this 18-year-old girl? Or when they say, and I'm like, well, tell me about your last relationship. She was a complete this and this and this. And, none of it was my fault. And it was all her. And yeah, I got like 6 or 7, 8 friends back there, but I was so psyched to jettison them because, Steve did this bad stuff. Carl did this bad stuff. John was a complete jerk, all of this. And, they were all out to get me. And I'm like, okay. You might want to step back, buddy, and like take a look at what's going on and sort of review your life, because if you're just bringing that bucket of stuff over here, it could get worse. So, and it sounds to me, quite frankly, guys, that every single one of us here at the Cool Kids table, truthfully, is able to accomplish that back home. And so, again, if you've only been here once, but you came over for 3.5 weeks, if you've been over here for 3.5 weeks, you kind of got a good feeling of it. If you only came over for like 1 or 2 weeks and the only place you went was basically a JW or an absolute 5-star resort that was effectively just at a beach that was a different beach when you were down in Phuket. And if you've only stayed in Phuket and you always had a driver and you always had, then you're not going to, but if you got like to know the locals, like if you were able to sort of joke around with like the Thai guy that's like down in the lobby, maybe talk to some cute girl or whatever, but you were able to talk to a girl and be like, well, actually, she's really cool, and you didn't try and manipulate her, or she didn't try and manipulate you, and you didn't feel like you got scammed, but you actually made maybe an acquaintance, maybe not a great friend, but you at least had an acquaintance. Then, your time over here, in my experience, is going to be awesome because, there's a guy he's very westernized, but he's definitely Thai. He grew up here. His family's here. His name is Paul, not exactly a historically common Thai name, but again, he's Thai. And he's become a really good buddy of mine to the point where like we send each other messages. Hey, dude, haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing great. Awesome. Hey, Mickey, what's going on? Oh, that's pretty cool. You want to meet up for lunch today? Sure. Awesome. And so there's that, and when that happens, then, the crossroads that you're talking about, Carl, I totally get it. And I know it's going to sound silly, but one of the very successful things, one of the ways that I've been able to make decisions, well, a couple ways. One is I had a mentor that really cared about me. And he and I would talk about many things in life. How should I go for this job? How should I feel about this? I'm not comfortable with the way she's speaking to me. Oh my God, this guy pissed me off at the bowling alley or whatever, little things like that. Or I got to make a really big decision now. I got to either get an insurance policy, or I'm thinking about getting this master's degree, or I'm thinking about investing in this, like, $100,000 or $1 million or whatever in this one star. How should I make these decisions? And so someone not necessarily who can answer all of those questions, you can bounce that stuff off of. But hopefully you got a best friend is the short answer. And I got to tell you, sometimes, having like just one of those, that's the brass ring. Some guys, unfortunately, don't have one best friend. They have a bunch of acquaintances and that sort of thing. But I have a best friend, and that's awesome. And they don't satisfy my needs in every single area. Like, in other words, there's not a guy, like one of my best friends, I cannot talk to necessarily about technology. And then another one of my best friends, David, he and I can talk technology all day long, and he's up in the valley, so he's like, you know, covered in the sphere of the Silicon Valley, and so he's surrounded by, you know, so we have those sort of talks. And so when he thinks about coming over here, I'm like, no, dude, you would need to do certain things, because I know how he is. And I'm not saying you're like this, Carl, but he basically would need to get pattaya out of his system, if you know what I mean. He needs to go through that process, and just because otherwise you're just like, well, but I hear all about it on TV. Yes, you need to go through it. You need to go through it. You need to use your brain. And if you need to get scammed, then you need to go through the process of getting scammed, so you can identify a scam if that's the only way you can go through it. You potentially need to make your own mistakes so that you can learn how to live a better life, kind of thing. You know, so I got to tell you, I'm honored to provide as much quality information as I can. I'm also quite certain that I cannot answer all of your questions, and I'm also pretty certain that the way that I live my life is not necessarily cool for other people. But anyway, Carl, I don't know if you have my address, but livemyassoff@gmail.com. I think there's actually 3 Carls. One of them that reached out to me, who came over from JC's channel. And I don't know, Carl, whether you're that Carl. I don't believe his last name began with K. Anyway, I've belabored the point quite enough, I would submit. But again, Carl, thank you very much. I really appreciate the money. I'm honored. Daniel says, generally a 2-year or a 20-month payments to pay purchase price of device. What happens? Relocate in the middle of the contract, device not paid off, unlocking. So at the end of the day, if you want to take that phone with you and you want them to unlock it, then you have to pay for the entire thing. Sometimes when you change carriers in the United States, which is where I believe you still are and will be for a while until you come over here, then like if you switch from, I know for a fact that when I switched over to T-Mobile, one of the ways to incentivize me to come over to them is they paid off my phone. And the nice thing about T-Mobile is that it's very global, so that when T-Mobile paid off my phone, I then got my phone unlocked, and then I was able to use that phone with my T-Mobile SIM in the rest of the world, as well as I was able to use that phone, and I could put a Thai SIM in there, and I would be totally good. So, but you know what I'm going to do, and I don't have a second pre-produced one, which is too bad. I didn't know how long I was going to go today, guys. But in fact, you know what I'm going to do, even though we're only here at 1:30, I think I'm going to close it off for today pretty soon. But let me get through a bunch of these as fast as I can. 14-day quarantine for foreigners. If and when you can come in right now, the demand is that you will need to quarantine for 14 days. Those days were canceled so far. Got it. Melatonin generally 3 milligrams. Absolutely. Carl K. I'm in healthcare and would love to work for a medical tourism company. A lot of insurance companies are incentivizing folks to do it because it's so much cheaper. Absolutely, dude. That would be an amazing solution. If you can, bring your healthcare knowledge over to here and walk people through that solution, that's awesome. Because a lot of times what it is that it's non-medical people pretty much providing a 4 to 5 star tourism service that just happens to involve a hospital. And so they completely outsource the medical part. So if you could be the transition and the glue to that, dude, that would be amazing. Hey, Bob, good to see you, buddy. I did see you there earlier, but I forgot to say hi to you. So sorry about that. Whoops. Everything's centered around gynecology, gynocentric. There you go. Boom. Nice. Daniel, did I mention I work in healthcare? Absolutely. Just a couple of keystrokes off. No worries. Very cool, guys. Gotta love Thailand. I went to eat with my girlfriend. What did I miss? Well, you missed all the really cool sweepers from guys that had really awesome voices in radio. We reviewed that for a little bit. Other than that, I have absolutely no idea what I talked about, which tells me that I talked about the right thing because it wasn't planned. That's for sure. It's not something I planned for, guys. We just started talking about. Right on, Daniel. I just have 2 horrific experiences with female bosses the last 2 years and just burned out from double standards. Totally, dude. I completely agree. And that's a great reason to come over here, provided it's not the only reason. In other words, if you come over to Thailand just because you want it to be cheaper, that's possible. But you might be disappointed by it is a culture over here. It is also very inexpensive to live in Vietnam. Vietnam is different than Thailand. Being around a Buddhist culture, in my experience, fits very well for me. I really, really like it. but it's not for everybody. And so, and it may offend you being around a Muslim village where they have a call to prayer and they do a lot of singing and that sort of thing. I don't like that. That doesn't make me feel comfortable. We were staying near this one place and it was incredibly loud and I couldn't get a good night's sleep. And so whether it was a Buddhist chant or whether it was a Muslim, chant, it didn't work for me. So I didn't particularly like that. But I really like living in Thailand. I think what I believe is sort of the Buddhist way, the way that I see people operating. That works really well for me. I like it. And so that's pretty cool. Carl says, yeah, that's me. JC turned me on to you and you took time to respond to my email, which I really appreciate. Thank you, man. And thank you for being patient because the email that I sent back to him, I think it took me I started it when I was on the train getting my ticket. And then I continued it while I was on the train doing the 6-hour live stream down to ProTrap Currycon. And then I did a little bit more of it during ProTrap Currycon. And then I finally got to the end. So thank you for being patient, man. I hope I answered your questions and I hope you are on your way. And to come on over here, or at the end of the day, on your way to being more comfortable in your own skin tomorrow than you were today, because that's the trajectory I'm a fan of, at least for me. Matt Tech, I may have missed your answer. I'm sorry. Is there any news upon 14-day quarantine for foreigners? I don't believe there is any new news. If you could get into the country today, which is unless you have a diplomatic passport or you have a work permit, you can get in, but if you get in, then you have to quarantine for 14 days. And that is the discussion around if you quarantine for 14 days, there's plenty of these high cost hospitals / hotels that are working with hospitals. And some of them are advertising, rooms and that sort of thing where you're going to have to live and be for like 14 days and get medically checked out for like 30,000 baht a night. So it's like, or some of them also have a package where it's like, okay, it's 30,000 baht and you come here and you're for 2 weeks. So at the end of the day, yeah. That is the news that I have for the 14-day quarantine. Between the beginning of this broadcast and right now, that could have changed. But I haven't seen any news updates from tatnews.org relative to June 1st. The most recent one I said was May 31st. So, and then we'll end it up here with Carl, which is I love the family society aspect of Thailand and how folks don't judge you like they do here. Much more genuine. I would agree with that, Carl. I like living here. I don't feel judged at home, quite frankly, a whole lot anyway. But I can tell you that I get zero judgment over here about Gracie, who is, yes, she's younger than me, but she also looks much younger than me, and she's physically smaller, right? So then she's got that whole young looking thing. And she and I hold hands walking all over the place. And believe me, there are annoying looks that I get, especially when I go back to New England, conservative New England. My parents don't notice it. And again, my girlfriend basically before her, well, actually, Malie was in her late 30s, but the U.S. girlfriend that I had before that, Sherry, she was in her early 30s. So anyway, no judgment here. I totally dig it and I totally love it. No point to go for a 1-month vacation. I would absolutely agree with that, and I would summarize it right now. Totally cool, and that's why when Joseph's like, "Look, dude, I'm basically coming for 90 days." I'm like, "All right, dude. Worst case scenario, you got to hunker down for like 2 weeks." I mean, I did the 2-week thing here in this condo. Essentially, I mean, I walked downstairs and I met with the guy that delivered my food, but I wanted to go through it because Gracie was going through it for 2 weeks. Because when she got back to the Philippines and she got back to her house, the health department showed up basically the next day after she had been there and slept the night, and she had to quarantine for 14 days. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll try and quarantine for 14 days. Like, what's it going to be like? And it wasn't that bad. So anyway, but I completely agree. I'm not going to double click on 1 month out of my life and to spend 2 weeks of it necessarily indoors. I never came to Thailand to spend time in the hotel. That's for sure. So with that, guys, I want to thank you enormously for coming by. I had a really awesome, enjoyable time today. And so selfishly, thank you guys so much. It's really, I love doing this stuff. And so I can't wait to do it again. I don't know when I'm going to do it again. But again, if you pay attention to livemyassoff.live, that will either be the most current live stream that is happening or has happened, or it will be the next upcoming live stream at livemyassoff.live. So check that out. Again, if you like this, please tell your friends. And if you didn't like it, tell me. I'm actually going to cruise over to the YouTube my and pardon me, any thumbs downs. But I also want to thank the 25 of you guys that are hanging out, 24 that are hanging out right now. I'm really, really honored that you guys come by. The fact that you participate, even if you don't participate, I really appreciate you being here. But I got to tell you, I really appreciate you guys interjecting, and it's just really cool talking to you guys. And I'm glad we do it the way we do it. I'm looking forward to us doing it in a different way, maybe. But anyway, Paul, thank you very much for coming by. And Carl says, thanks, Mike. Always enjoy your live chats. Just can't get on every one due to the time difference. Totally, I get it, Carl. Believe me. Stay strong. Be good. Be safe. Love you, Mike. Thank you. Awesome, man. You guys are fantastic. Once again, it's Mike's from livemyassoff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream, because if you're not living the dream, trust me, you just don't know it yet. So I will talk to you guys soon. And indeed, stay strong. Live the dream. Ciao.